response. It was 17-10 in favor of Shopify, but as we know, these Slayers have not only been back and forth. By the way, Renegade gets absolutely eagle-eyed from Victor and gets taken down. So that is a huge camo neutralization and a burn to keep the game within 3.
A lot of this comeback was initiated by a triple kill that came in from Bound, cleaning up a lot of damage to put all of Shopify on the respawn together. And we saw it from the POV of Shopify. When they went 4 dead, they were all spawning back in green. They did a pretty good job to actually fight out of it. But Optic have just been able to keep picking away, and now they have a 5-kill advantage.
Unbelievable. And as we said, despite the fact that Shopify won both Slayers in their first meeting of the tournament, Optic coming in with a stronger record on these 2 specific Slayers, and it has shown so far they maintain the 4-kill lead.
Can Cycle get away here with this sniper rifle? He's got the repulse. He manages to just about survive. And Optic are 2 dead, so Cycle can take the time to get his shields back. And this is your way back into the game. 3 bullets.
Oh boy.
One of them certainly put to use by Cycle. A second player weak at the back of green is going to be Legend. Bound challenging as well. And it's now a 1-kill game with still 2 bullets left in this snipe.
How about Cycle having repulse there and being able to go back up to top mid to stay alive and make all of this possible? It's beautiful. He's 12-7 in the game right now, and it looks like he's not done yet. As you say, just a 1-kill game.
And he can take some liberties here as well because he's got that QT. He can overextend. He can try and find creative angles. Because if he hits a shot, it opens the door here for Shopify Rebellion. He finds the body shot. Can the damage be converted into kills, though?
Let's see. They don't exactly have the positioning to collapse just yet. As you can tell, they're going to come back and play this a little bit slow.
It's going to be a close-ass series, guys. Holy.
20 seconds, but you're going to see a few kills fall around it.
Tie game. Cycle with a kneecap shot with that last bullet. The sniper rifle camo coming up right now as well. 2 dead on the side of Optic Gaming, and we are seeing
damn, tech support doesn't even follow the channel. It's kind of fucked up, bro.
It's always this way on the home stretch. At the 40 mark, it feels like it's always neck and neck. 42-42, 8 kills left.
Last shot gets camo.
8 kills remaining, ladies and gentlemen.
And Optic find a lead.
Huge!
And Legend get huge kills to put Optic into a lead, even though Shopify had worked so hard to get that camo. Formal finds another. Renegade adds to it. It's 46-42.
The confidence in the teamwork there to storm the camo. They shut it down. 47 on the board, just 3 to go.
Legend finds another as well with that spike grenade. A player from Shopify trapped at the back of green. He gets the kill, but Bound will get that one traded out. It's 1 to go here for Optic.
Unbelievable. And now at 49-43, really, it's just a matter of time. Optic going to take their time, wrap around the map, and look for a team shot.
Big ballsy play from Optic to make the push. In that 4v4 scenario, they win the fight, they get the lead, and now they're 1 kill away from calling themselves 2 up in this series. They close.
Damn.
Optic with the comeback. Might have just crushed the spirits of Shopify Rebellion.
It was a game 2 Slayer where Shopify led at the 17 kill mark. They led at the 24 kill mark. They led at the 42 kill mark. However, Optic Gaming resilient throughout every single phase of that game. Despite trailing by 7 or more kills. At different periods, they come back, and what a close as well. It wasn't even close in the final stretch. Beautifully timed kills to close that one out comfortably, and now lead 2-0, only 1 game away from eliminating Shopify from the tournament.
You think about that last shot camo pickup right at the end of the game where it's essentially a tie game. The 1v1 turns into a 2v1. I think an extra bullet came from Legend, I think it was.
Yeah.
Just as Bound gets the beatdown, and you're thinking last shot's going to win that one. Well, instead, it turns into a kill for Optic, no deaths for Optic, and the camo taken out. And
Bound.
I want to say, yeah, even though Bound goes 10-10, not the most impressive, 16 assists. Alongside that, that is a phenomenal. He's contributed to over half of the kills in that game.
Double the assists of anyone on his team, almost anyone in the lobby. Cycle did have 9. However, 16 assists when no one else on the squad has more than 8. In a game you win by 6, that is massive. Huge performance from Bound. Honestly, I would love to watch the entire VOD of his POV, but we had no shortage of highlights in that game, number 2.
Like 26 kill contributions in that game from Bound with 10 deaths.
There's only 4 players on the team.
Exactly. It's absolutely.
That's more than half the kills.
That's absolutely insane. And not only does it show that he's obviously had a great game, but Optic taking advantage of the opportunities that he's creating as well, because 16 assists doesn't happen without the kills being cleaned up. So Optic playing off of Bound's damage so well,
Here it is.
But this is the big moment.
Think there might be a trade there, or at least a few kills exchanged. Not the case. A masterclass from Optic in the late game.
Final kill going to come up in a few seconds' time. This Legend who is credited with it, but Bound, his influence on that game was certainly felt by Shopify Rebellion. We talk about Legend's big plays, we talked about Formal and his game-winning play, his tournament-winning play back in Arlington. Of course, Renegade, who's been unbelievable since he's joined this Optic Gaming roster. But you've got to remember that Bound is taking his turn now to remind you that he is a superstar here for Optic as well.
King of the Hill Solitude, our next battleground between these.
Shout out to Risky for the Twitch sub, bro. Absolute fucking homie. Thank you very much for supporting over there on Twitch, my brother.
Well, maybe the start of something special for the side of Shopify
Absolute fucking
remember
unit.
Here, when we looked at the map records, we look at the head-to-heads. If you get to game 4, Shopify have a chance in this series, but they have to, of course, win this game 3 to get there. Otherwise, they will be eliminated. Top 4, by the way, top 4. Optic will be rejoining the stage right now. The crowd is arrived here now in Dallas as well to support both teams, but obviously the Optic fans are loving what they are seeing right now. But that's Stronghold's game 4. Shopify need to keep that in the back of their minds. Remind themselves what they did to Optic yesterday when they had that game type. Send it there, get there, give yourselves a chance. For Optic, it's obvious what they have to do. Close it out now. Don't give Shopify a chance to get back in this series and move on to that elimination final.
Unsurprisingly, some green wall regulars in the front row here. Every time we're in the state of Texas, green wall shows up in a big way. An already packed house here at DreamHack, and as you just heard, as Optic retakes the stage, green wall very happy to see it. Not only to see them on the stage, but also to see them performing the way that they are. As a reminder, on this next game type, Shopify 1-1. Different record for Optic Gaming. They are 3-0 on Solitude, King of the Hill.
Very healthy looking record. And if the previous games are anything to go by with the map records, which are now updated, Optic have a real opportunity here to close this series out and 3-0 Shopify Rebellion, which would be a statement.
What a statement it would be. And the potential, we haven't talked about it yet because it's really all eyes on this series. But now that Optic is 2-0, Optic has a chance to really kind of glaze over the entire insanity of the weekend. If they take this series and if they continue on, they will be the story of the weekend. It will not be about the shakeups.
You guys fucking hype? You guys ready for some
hype? It will be the Optic story if they close it out here. However, Shopify, not a team to go down without a fight.
Yeah, they need to show a little bit of heart here, Shopify Rebellion. I'm looking at the likes of Royal 2 and Frosty just to pick up, the two youngsters on the team and make them believe that the comeback is possible. Certainly some reverse sweeps have been pulled out in Frosty and Royal 2's time. And they're going to have to find step 1 by winning this game if they want to even consider that being an opportunity for them to take. Here we go then, map number 3 is live. Optic find themselves 1 game away.
Fucking hype, baby, let's get it.
Shopify Rebellion.
That's what a story it's been so far for these two teams. Neither of them, as we said, wanting to be in this position. However, it is the hand that they have been dealt. Optic 1 game away from closing it out, and what a start from them. It's already 3 dead off the opening.
3 dead, Frosty last alive. They're trying to hunt him down right now. You can see the Bound was thinking about a little bit of hill time. He gets the lead. Most importantly, also diverts his attention to top middle to collect the first camo of the game.
Love the series of events there from Bound. Knows that the kill's more important, and then even more important than that is the camo. Cycle, though, wins an important 1v1 here at U-turn.
A little bit shaky there from Bound. 2 dead for Optic Gaming. And it will be Shopify now who step into this bottom middle hill for the first time. One of the most difficult hills to hold. And Frosty's starting to get fired up as well. Wins the individual fight, and he knows that he might be the guy that has to get Shopify going here. 3 dead for Optic.
You just saw that in the player cam. As you said, Frosty popping off, getting loud. And now an opportunity for some control here.
Hits the body onto Renegade, cleans him up. Formal knows the pressure is coming. Bodies him as well. Damage output with his shock rifle, superb from Frosty. But Bound in the feed is going to get that pick. Formal's going to re-challenge, and Formal will win that fight.
Good damage from both sides there. Take a look at the hill, though. 3 dead for Shopify, however, not before they put about 50% of the progress on the board.
Trying to see if Shopify get a split spawn here or spawn together.
Wait, Shopify are the ones who beat Optic and put them into the lower bracket.
Two of them in blue, two of them spawning in and around Yard and Tramp. So Optic are going to have their heads on swivels here. They managed to find two, and Bound on the flank might find the third as well.
So if they beat them, they have a really good chance of just winning the whole tournament, bro. No cap.
Won't care. It's 3 players from Shopify in the death screen.
Back-to-back 3 dead there. Bound does very well to deny the driveway push as well, which forces things here over to Soda and Posters. Very good damage continues, however.
Isn't that what happened? Let me see.
It felt like Optic should have had the hold there. They get a little bit aggressive around driveway and Posters.
3 dead. Royal 2 with the camo as well. Spotted out by Formal momentarily. All of Optic now spawning together on the snipe side. There's an opportunity for Shopify Rebellion here to contain the players from Optic Gaming, as they will get into a pretty
Let me check this bracket real
quick.
quick.
This next team fight could decide which way this hill goes. That's why Royal 2 has been so careful.
Ooh, he's been spotted out. Just like you said, he knows that the picks are going to be more important here. He dumps out of the hill. Frosty falls again. They need to be careful.
Optic lost to Shopify. Wow.
Challenge that situation.
Jeez,
Camo was disappearing.
bro.
Fights were being won by Optic elsewhere. And Optic Gaming, last shot is last alive, go into a slender lead on this bottom middle hill. Next fight will win the hill.
This is big here. 3v3 on the map.
Cycle finds one. Formal trades it out. 2v2 on the map right now, but Legend's nowhere near that hill. Renegade split across the map completely from Legend. The Frenchman on an island. He knows he has to get near that hill though. Renegade wins his fight, but if we trade it out immediately, Optic's starting to get back on the map. Legend now on the flank has played this absolutely perfectly. He's inside of this hill. 2 dead for Shopify. Cycle with the shock rifle though forces Legends to step out.
Just bit by bit, you never see a hill end like this. This is such a good indicator and representation of what it is between these teams. They can only dip their toe in for a second and they realize there's too much to risk. They have to dip out. Still no one scoring yet on this first hill.
Legend playing this so well though. Playing his life beautifully. But Cycle's inside of that hill. Legend repulses backwards, and as he fades away, he closes the eyes of Cycle as well.
Big.
What a run this is from Legend. This is brilliance from Legend. The Frenchman plays his life perfectly. And because of that, Optic will be up by 1. It is a masterclass from Legend.
You have got to be kidding me. The patience from Legend, the execution, the micro, the way that he did that. Veteran plays from this young gun here. But he has been here before, and this man, he now knows championships after his last 12 months of professional Halo, and my God, did it ever show during that sequence.
We have a limited amount of time when we're commentating these games, but to go back and watch that live from Legend, there are so many brilliant decisions that were made that influenced everything that happens afterwards. It was a perfect life. A killing spree, the way he was influencing spawns, the way he was staying alive, taking attention away. But now Renegade is taking his time to step into the limelight. It's a double kill for him.
And what a huge hill it was for a lot of reasons, most importantly because of how much game time has elapsed during that first hill and the battle that took place. There's only 2 minutes left on the game clock. It is huge, not just in the context of this series, but you could even say in the context of season stories for Optic to now be up 1-0 with only 1:55 on the clock in a game 3.
Legend at 11 and 5, staying alive, dancing around the pillars, and Royal 2 does not know how to tango. It's going to be 1-0 still, and time elapsing here for Shopify. They're 2 dead once again. Optic inside of this yard hill.
Shopify needs to figure it out. They need to figure it out now. This is Optic Gaming really holding down this area of the map, and they continue to score here.
Shopify can't get anywhere near this hill at the moment. 2 dead once again for Shopify. 3 dead for Shopify.
Bro, this is looking bad for them, bro. Like, really bad. All weapons out of ammo is crazy.
And Optic are up by 2.
Up by 2 with all weapons out of ammo. You do not see this all the time. He has a lone plasma pistol to take to the next gunfight. 1:43 left on the clock, 1A hill. And is that second hill the dagger for Shopify Rebellion, not just in the series, but in the tournament?
There's not many players you would say are dangerous even without
Here he goes.
their starting weapon, but he still gets a trade with the plasma pistol. This man's on another level in this game.
He's going full Bear Grylls. Goes into combat with only what he could find on the ground. And still gets the kill. Also, that paves the way for Renegade with a camo. 1:16 left on the clock, and Optic Gaming making this game 3 one to remember.
Wow, this guy got melted,
Shopify,
bro.
Even though there's 1 minute and 10 seconds left on this clock, need to keep in mind that if they are clean on these hills, there is a chance for them to come back. But Optic don't look in the mood to give them a chance, to give them a sniff, to give them any opportunity of even getting to the right side of the map here.
Green wall.
This is one of the most masterful performances of King of the Hill I've seen from a single POV. Legend has been insane.
He's 12 and 6, double positive in this game. What a performance from him as the green wall champ kicks off in the room for good reason. And they will continue to play time here. 39 seconds left.
Shopify do get inside of that hill though, and will be 4 dead. Optic will have to fight a little bit longer. 40 seconds might not sound like a lot, but when that clock stops, it's a nut time. And Cycle is winning his first fight as well. Hold on to your horses.
This might be it for them.
Few picks. As you said, a big first pick from Cycle. If they could do it again and get more advantage here, they might be able to get this one without too much of the game clock slipping off.
Shopify are throwing everything they can at this. But they're outside of the hill right now. They need to stop that game clock. This is the problem for them. Yeah, the kills are great, but they've got to be inside that hill to give themselves enough time to formulate this comeback. Bound gets the kill, but will be traded out. It's 2 dead for Optic. And I wonder if Optic are going to try and think about maybe giving this one up and play for the spawns on the side, because that's where that next hill is going.
Shopify fully jumps out to Slay and Blue. It cost them a lot of time. However, they are going to get this hill by the looks of it. They should be able to get these last ticks. They do, but there's only 19 seconds left now. Who will win the rotate?
Excuse me, we'll go to the driveway next.
Took the hill.
Camo will be picked up here by Renegade.
For free? No, it's burned!
It's 2 dead.
Wow, 2 dead.
Can you imagine? 2 dead for Optic and it's a
The
burn
game
camo.
clock is the problem here. They need to gain this hill. They need to gain this hill, though. Royal 2 is inside
Oh my gosh, never mind.
hill. And what do Optic do? They need one push.
They're going right away. Here they come.
Royal 2 has to hold this off, but has to stay near this hill. Has to stay in this hill.
Oh my
There's only
gosh.
2 seconds left. Optic start to get some kills. It's a 2v2. Royal 2 cannot leave that hill. Optic flush him out, and Optic send Shopify Rebellion home. They sweep them 3-0 in our elimination bracket semi-final.
Wow.
And Optic
Damn, bruh. So are Optic just gonna win the whole thing, bro? You come back from the losers bracket again? It would be kind of cool to see, to be honest. I kind of want to see it. You know, fuck it.
It's a 3-0 clean sweep from Optic Gaming in your elimination semifinal. Shopify Rebellion will exit in 4th.
And you can hear the Optic fans here at DreamHack out in force to watch their team progress in this tournament and continue yet another insane elimination bracket run. They will stay alive, Optic Gaming. But that performance, it's one that makes you think that maybe they could do it again, Andy.
Yeah, imagine.
It's rare that we say that a 3-0 is that intricate and nuanced and interesting and down to the wire. That series said it all. Throughout all games in the series, especially games 2 and 3, down to the final moments, Shopify was still in the game, but I think a little bit too little, too late. Lots of things to talk about, and we'll break
Nah,
it
that
down,
was
of
crazy.
course.
Yo, that was a
That
sick
King of the
series,
Hill
guys.
solitude
No
for that
cap.
to end 2-1 the way it did in a final 2v2. Down to time was remarkable, and Optic Gaming, in the end, they take it 3-0.
Shocked by what we are seeing in terms of the results here. I don't think I would have been shocked either way. What I am shocked about is truly how not close this really was in terms of what we're used to seeing from the two. There were definite moments of Shopify Rebellion coming back and showing us what they're made of and keeping things a little bit more dicey, but this definitely wasn't down to the wire the way that I thought it was going to be, and it certainly did not go the distance. Clutch, does that come down to Optic Gaming just firing up today? Is this just another level that they're hitting on Championship Sunday, which they did previously in Arlington?
I think it comes down to one player that stepped up on that stage and had the series that he needed to have. It was Legend all series long. There was big time gunfights being made. He started this game 3 off unbelievable. But game 1, he really took off and won some very pivotal fights. I mean, it was
could beat these
so
guys?
close.
Facts,
How many
Joe,
of these
facts.
games, how many rounds came down to just time? And it was so impressive to watch. And when you have a guy like Legend who's able to start the day without any previous series and play the way that he did, he gave them every bit of leverage they needed to knock out a world-class team like Shopify is.
He really did. I will say, it's funny because Legend has been such a vital piece of the puzzle of Optic Gaming, of course, but I would say for the most part, this event, he's been a little bit more quiet. Not bad at all, just a little bit more quiet. And then today, just absolutely ripping off every single bandit that might have been on him to just give us the most brilliant performance. It was unbelievable, including his teammate and long-term duo now as well, Bound. Dude. Wow, what a start to Championship Sunday. I have so many things I want to ask you. First of all, congratulations, GG's. That was a pretty scary beginning to your Championship Sunday. You're going up against basically your arch enemy, you know, your nemesis that you often find in a grand final position, but having to do that for a tournament life in the elimination bracket once again. How are you boys feeling heading into that series? Because it was a scary one.
I mean, I think we're all used to it by now. It was a little scary just because, you know, it is for top 4. I didn't expect them to lose. But it was a little comforting knowing that if we beat them here, we don't have to do it twice.
True.
So just having that mentality going into we've all been there. So
they have to beat TSM or FaZe twice? Bro, Optic's winning this event, bro. No cap. No way.
Distance with them later on for sure. I've got to ask you about oddball because you guys have been so good at oddball. This is
true, because Shopify could have maybe just turned that around and just beat them in like a series right after this. Never know.
Yeah, I mean, it's very. I'm not gonna say we're very game mode dependent, but I don't know. It depends the day and how we're feeling. But I don't know. I don't know. The game modes are kind of whatever at this point. There's no new maps, so we'll take it. We'll take it.
That was what my question was going to be, is train of thought. Usually when you're going up against Shopify, a lot of the times you guys fall behind in series because you see those Fortress game types pop up. You see the Assaults pop up. You were able to beat them yesterday on an Aqua Assault, which was a rare occurrence, I feel like. Shopify traditionally don't lose those new maps. So when you saw this map layout going into a series for top 3, you had to know that the odds were more in your favor than they've ever been. I would say going into the series, you looked at that, saw that. Did you guys have that feeling like, if this is the best case scenario, if we're going to play Shopify at this moment?
A little bit, just because, yeah, like you said, there's no Origin, anything like that. It's not that we think we're going to lose, but
of course.
It's Sunday. It's Sunday.
You have strengths.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily weaknesses, but you have strengths.
100%.
Exactly.
Question for you, Bound. Huge play in the Game 2 Slayer as they grab a late camo 42. You guys like bum rush, dummy ramp, you and Legend together. Talk to me about that play. Did you guys already have the call out that camo was there? You even stay alive through it, which is wild. You guys didn't even trade. Talk me through that, because that's a pivotal point.
Yeah, flanked roll 2, and then I meleeed camo. I didn't even know Legend or Sabri was with me there, but we meleeed each other, and I was like, oh shit, this guy's camo, I'm dead. But Sabri just happened to kill him, and I was so happy. So.
Just want to talk about that Slayer a little bit as well, because your statistics at the end of that game were like such a standout. Because, you know, if I was to say to you, hey, you go 0 in this game, it's like, great, you know, KD-wise. But 18 assists alongside it. How good does that feel to know that your teammates have got your back when you're outputting that kind of damage?
Yeah, I had no idea. I saw that, I was like, wow, okay. That's how I'm coming today. It felt great. It felt great to know that we can win like that. That was a good win. We needed that.
It was a really, really big win for you guys. FaZe TSM are in the winners finals, and you're going to have to be facing one of them at some point. How are you feeling about either of those competitions? I think you've leveled up on Championship Sunday as a team, so you feeling like you can go all the way once again?
Yeah, we're ready for whoever.
I love to hear that, Bound. Thank you so much. GG's, man. Incredible show to start things off here. You just go get relaxed backstage. You go through things, you know, with your team. Get comfortable. Stay warm. Stay warm.
Hand warmers on me.
And as Wes says, bring your A game, Bound. Bring your A game. Here's the elimination bracket for you guys. We have our elimination final set in stone. It's going to be Optic Gaming. Who is going to be joining them, falling flat on that main stage next in the winners finals? Because they're going to beat.
Didn't they do that last event? They lost here and then made it all the way, bro. Holy shit.
Fall short here. TSM versus FaZe Clan. I think a really exciting winners finals for all of us, because I want to know what these teams are made of when it matters the most. And I don't know if it was you two who said it yesterday. It might have been. It could have been, to be honest.
I'm worried about what you're asking. If it's good, we'll take it.
If it was good, yeah, it was good. It was good. You know, but this, to be honest, is the best chance both of these teams have at getting into the best position possible. This is an absolute blessing. This is a blessing. So I want to see the best Halo, the best series out of both of these two teams, TSM versus FaZe. We're going to head to a quick break right now. When we come back, we have plenty more action coming your way. Your winners finals is going to be getting set up, ready to go. We can see Soul Snipe right now, just dialing in his settings, ready to go.
There we go. We're getting ready. We're getting ready, guys.
On the other side of this for more DreamHack.
little intermission between matches. We're now going in to the winners finals game between TSM and FaZe, guys. It's gonna be a pretty good matchup. Get ready. TSM versus FaZe. Bro, honestly, Optic's looking good, man. Optic can face any of these guys coming out of the losers bracket and probably just still end up winning the whole tournament. So crazy, because they only lost to Shopify in winners, and then they just beat Shopify. So now they just have to. Bro, I feel like Optic's looking comfortable. That's just my opinion, though. GG's, GG's, GG's. GG's in the kick chat. Also, it's summer season for Halo Infinite, so we got cool new stuff like that. What's that? Annihilator, that new weapon.
I think it's a tie between the two.
No, I gotta give it to PJ. I think I gotta give it to you.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's a tie between us, but I appreciate it.
Ooh, I don't know.
I actually don't know, like, because I don't watch.
I'm gonna say me. I'm gonna say me. Yeah. I'm gonna go with me.
Yeah, I'll give it to you.
You watch it a lot. I'll give it to you.
Yeah, I'll be practicing.
Probably say me for now, but over the boot camp we've been watching a lot of stuff together.
Yeah, it's a
so
similar amount, yeah, because of that.
I'm gonna have to give it to him.
Probably me.
Yeah. Ever since I joined the team, he's always watched VOD, so definitely me.
Definitely this guy.
Cherished watches more VOD.
Never gets off film. Never.
Alright, we're getting ready for the Champ Sunday.
Welcome back, DreamHack, and welcome back to your Championship Sunday here live from Texas. We're here for the HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack, and it's been an absolute beauty so far. You just can't predict what is happening across our screens, and I certainly didn't predict a 3-0 this morning with Optic versus Shopify Rebellion, but hey, everything is on the table at this point, folks. It is going to be a bumpy ride for a lot of our teams, and I can't wait to see what happens in our winners finals, because we do have TSM versus FaZe heading onto that main stage to find out who's going through to that grand final position and who will bump down to see Optic Gaming. This is a big one. I'm expecting so much from this series, and I will be very disappointed if it was anything similar to this morning, because I want to see it go the distance. I want another Game 5. By the way, Game 5-wise, we've had 8 Game 5s so far this tournament, and it was actually 8 Game 5s in Arlington, period. That was it. That was the amount of Game 5. So who knows what the tally's going to be by the end of today. We'll have to find out. But here we go, FaZe, folks. These guys have a lot riding on their shoulders right now. I think FaZe are looking at this like this is just one more road bump on our way to greatness. Everything we've been working for is in our hands. Can we achieve this? There's a couple of things here that we can talk about, Wes. One being the fact that I think their map count right now is looking very good. CTF record looks great as well. It's just about how do they handle the firepower from TSM with their newly formed roster coming back in this friendship era and feeling themselves.
Yeah, I think if you look at these two teams holistically, you think the individual skill favors FaZe. The issue is TSM's teamwork has been on point this weekend. So a lot of these game types are going to come down to, yes, you can win your gunfights, but are you in the right position to really capitalize and play together? FaZe Clan have looked phenomenal from a teamwork perspective as well. So TSM aren't going to have the upper hand, I would say, that they've had in the series that they've used that teamwork to get here.
Dan, I want to ask you a little bit about some of the map records here, because I think it's a very interesting story. On the side for TSM especially, they're looking incredible at Slayers. If they can pick up a couple of Slayers and maybe just sneak out an objective, I mean, it means so much to them.
And they're 8-0 in Slayers.
Yeah, I know.
And they've won every Game 5 they've been presented with as well. I think that the clutch factor for TSM has been insane. So if you are FaZe Clan, you can't allow it to go to Game 5, really. But I think that's the thing with TSM at the moment. The confidence in Slayers is just going to do them a world of good, because as you mentioned, take one objective and you're fine. And there are some good objective modes here for TSM as well.
I think TSM have to dig deep and remember the emotions and feelings of getting to this position before years ago, and knowing how much it hurts, knowing how much it sucks to just not give a good account to yourselves. They have got to come out and leave a mark on FaZe Clan.
I know FaZe Clan's Slayer record isn't as perfect as TSM's, but I said it earlier in the tournament, I still think it's true. FaZe Clan are the true test of the best Slayer team in the HCS. So TSM, once again, one of their leverages, one of their benefits, FaZe Clan kind of erased that storyline. So I'll be very interested to see, is TSM going to be able to have the same level of success in Slayers, knowing how strong FaZe Clan truly are when it comes to those Game 2s and 5s.
100%. I want to see a little bit from FaZe Clan. You know, what can they push forward here against TSM? And you speak about Slayers. Let's talk about a couple of them, because they've got a bunch on their roster. And I've got my eyes on Suppress. I think Suppress has been just unbelievable this tournament. We were kind of looking for some consistency from this guy. I think he's kind of bounced around different rosters and never really found a home. And I think there's always been that individual skill on his side, but it was where he slots in and can he do it consistently? Well, the answer is yes. This tournament, I think he's really just leveled up completely individually. And the same with Falcated. They have some straight shooters on the side. We often talk about, is there enough firepower on a team? Is there enough superstar potential? We're looking for that. Well, these guys really need to be elevated in this series to show us that they've got what it takes.
Yeah, usually when you claim a championship, you had the best player.
Oh, that was a good suggestion, huh?
On your side. Falcated
that was a
been
good
that player
suggestion,
so
huh?
this weekend. Let's see if it can roll into Championship Sunday.
Indeed. Dan, do you see any
Yeah, they
potential
like
here
that
for
suggestion.
them in
Hell
terms of
yeah.
objective work and how they can better, you know, TSM at this one and maybe sneak away without having to go to that Game 5?
I think the more we see FaZe and the more that the likes of Falcated and Suppressed are starting to elevate in terms of the slaying department, we already knew the core of Trippy and Penguin was going to do well at objective modes. They are just the perfect Halo player at times. They're going to get the job done when you need them to. They will run that objective. They will put their life on the line. We were just asking who was going to step up to be that big player, and it does seem like Falcated is up there now. I mean, he's averaging something like 1.73 kills per minute across the board when you're looking at Slayers in general. And if you're going up against someone playing like that, how are you supposed to survive if you're in the death screen all the time? And it's just going to allow the likes of Trippy and Penguin just to be like, all right, well, I'll grab a flag.
I'm glad they like that suggestion. Yeah, I appreciate you guys, man. Let's get it.
Valkyrie
Hell
is an
yeah.
incredibly talented player. We see every time.
This guy's
Friday,
like
Saturday,
fucking
Saturday
setting me up for
night,
failure, and then
he's
like,
always
yo,
at the
and it's like, bro,
We need to see him
30
go
minutes
big
late
this
today,
season.
boys.
We've
My
gone
bad.
to
These
see
guys sent the whole
We need to see
investigation team
talent
after my ass.
through.
If they would have just came in my chat and just said
He is a huge
toggle,
player
I'd have been like,
in
oh yeah,
series.
my
I'm
bad. I
very
forgot that I have
excited
to
see what
turn
he's
it on
bringing
every
to the table.
stream.
But on the other side of it, hoping to
Jeez, you
get
know what
an
I mean?
incredibly big
But I'm glad they
dinner,
took my
is
suggestion
gonna
of,
be TSM
yeah,
because,
maybe
they're gonna wanna
keep
eat
the
things up
toggle
right
at
now
whatever
on
the
this main
toggle
stage
is, you
and
know?
be done
Sometimes
with
you
it,
forget to
because
turn
this
the
is
light
such a
off
big
in the
budget
room,
for
you
them
know?
to go all the way to the grand finals here and really just
This guy said a picture of my Twitch, picture of my kick, a whole paragraph. I'm like, yo, you guys could have literally just said toggle. I would have got the same message.
This was a whitewash in Arlington. It was a
But, you know,
3-0
I
victory,
completely
and actually
understand, and
2 of the
hopefully
game
they can
types
take
were
my
played as
suggestion
well.
so that it helps
Slayer
other people
Origin
and not just
was
myself in the
50 to
future
25.
that
TSM got absolutely slapped
take the
around.
inconvenience of having to switch that toggle off every stream.
With the changes and
You
the
know,
fact
because
they
it is
just
very
seem to be
inconvenient
on
to have to go
fire
into that
right
option
now.
to turn it
They can
off
show
on
just
multi-streaming.
how important
When I can just go live on every other site, but that's Kick now. I have to go live and then I have to go in and toggle off an option. It's like, ugh.
I think there's a couple of people
So yeah, hopefully they get that fixed soon. It's a new site, so you know, gotta give them benefit of the doubt that they're just working on things.
Druck has been a game changer, and honestly, Tolik as well. They have been.
No, they're getting there. They're
so
getting there. Like they added
good.
predictions, great, but you can't see whose prediction is like, you know, they can't see who predicted what in the chat. You know, Twitch has
I've been really good.
red and blue, depending on who you voted for. So I'm sure, like, little things, you know, they're making little changes, and they're getting better and better, and without people suggesting, you know, they'll never learn or improve, you know, so it takes like a community to kind of go back and be like, hey, like I understand you guys are trying to improve and make your site correct, but here's a way to make it better for me, you know, as well, so we can both work on this together, you know, we're all in this together, boys. I like the site, let's improve it together so that it's not like inconvenient to stream on, you know.
Just find a team that allows
big
you to play
homies,
the
bro,
way
big
you want to
homies.
play. You seem to be able to
Shout out to
elevate
YouTube
yourself.
as well. I'm live there.
Annie is going to be a key factor here.
I think so too.
As
Clutch,
well,
when you're looking
big
at this
homies.
head-to-head here, we've got
Tuning in on the
exceptional
YouTube
series
grind.
from the pair of
Appreciate
them.
you guys.
Unbelievable stuff. Undeniably, we've got a heavy Slayer advantage for TSM here. But my question is right now, can TSM out teamwork FaZe Clan? How do you like the playstyle clash here? Do you think that TSM can actually handle what FaZe can do in that kind of slow-paced, passive and calm environment that they create for themselves?
I mean, that's a big question how these styles clash to me, because I think TSM, they love to play at a very fast pace, similar to your Optic Gaming. They don't necessarily back it up with the same individual skill, but their teamwork is usually on point, and they're usually able to find some efficient objective work with the kills that they do achieve in those objective style maps. The big question is FaZe going to allow that to happen? Are they able to keep track of all of TSM? Are they able to really find their comfort zone? And if FaZe are able to do that, they're going to have a ton of success. TSM has got to find scrappy opportunity here. And if I'm looking at X factors for both sides, we hyped up Falcated when talking about FaZe. Tolik has got to have a better series than Falcated statistically in order for TSM to have a chance. He is their main slayer. He is the guy that is, if someone on TSM is going to pop off statistically, damage-wise, kills-wise, it's going to be Tolik. So I'm looking at him with the responsibility and the weight on his shoulders to have a massive series if TSM want a chance here.
Looking at the stats there for TSM as well, 8-0 on Slayers means they're going to game 5s and they're winning those game 5s as well. So they're handling and dealing with pressure when it comes their way. And this is going to be the biggest test for them. This is where the pressure's coming. Can they deal with FaZe Clan?
I will say, just on the back of what you said there, something that I do want to key in on, and just for everybody at home to be aware of. Yes, we are looking at these Slayer records, and it's heavy-handed on TSM side 8-0. But I will say, like you said about the Game 5s, they're getting to the Game 5s. FaZe are not getting to the Game 5s. And 5-1 is still an absolutely incredible stat line. I mean, yes, they lose out on 1 Slayer, but 5 Slayers won, and not having played the same amount as TSM, to me, this is an even playing field, to be honest, when I'm looking at it.
And 2 different roads to get here, honestly. TSM have played much weaker opponents, in my opinion. SSG, Shopify is who FaZe have had to go through to get here. You're going to drop a Slayer to some of the best teams in the world. TSM's road a little bit different, but the job's getting done. But the most impressive thing I would say about TSM in these game 5s is it It is pure chaos. Almost dropped an F-bomb.
Sunday.
But that's why this team is so special. And they have played so much Halo together that when these games get into these big time moments where time is a factor, every single decision is such an important piece to the puzzle. They're so fluid with their teamwork still because of how much chemistry this team has. So that's what I mean when I'm saying, can they make it chaotic? Can they make it scrappy? Because if they can, they thrive in those moments because they have so much experience together that it's an afterthought of what should we do.
Well, all that experience, all that friendship, all that hard work for both teams comes down to this moment. This is a huge opportunity for both of them to get into this grand finals position and really solidify themselves in that best of 7. We'll find out who it's going to be. This is your winners finals. It's TSM versus FaZe.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time is now. Winners finals on the horizon. TSM versus FaZe Clan.
Two teams who may not have expected to be here at the start of this tournament. Boy, have they earned their spot in the winners finals. It could be perhaps their best chance to get to a grand final with the heavy hitters arguably already falling down into that elimination bracket or even eliminated in general. But maybe those heavy hitters are actually on the main stage. Perhaps they have taken
Damn.
Both teams probably looking across from one another thinking, hey, look at us. Who would have thought? Not me. Winners finals time. Big pressure moments.
Here we go, bro. Here we go. Fortress CTF. Live Fire Slayer. Okay. Stronghold Recharge, Oddball Streets, Slayer Origin. Okay, wow.
Just in that pre-ramble there, how amazing TSM have been.
I don't even know, bro. This is my favorite phase, but we'll see, bro.
Don't forget, TSM took down Optic Gaming right at the start of this tournament as well. The reason why TSM have been on this road with the #1 seed is because they took down the Green Wall right at the very beginning of Friday.
Bro.
And now they've been able to reap those rewards and they find themselves in the winners final. But you've said it, I've said it, we have seen this before. Years ago in the World Championship when this squad was last together, they crumbled on Sunday. They got absolutely demolished in a final, then the elimination final. Can they go one step further and prove they are rightful place in a final?
Always good to have that fear in the back of your mind. Use it as a motivator. Do not let it cripple you here in this big moment. All 4 of those players, if game 1 goes against them, game 2, they'll start to fear it's Groundhog Day. They need a big, massive game 1.
Well, speaking of game 1, it is going to be CTF Fortress, and 2 players that we have to keep an eye on here. On the side of TSM, it's going to be Druk. I think Lottie mentioned him as well, just how well he's been playing when it comes to everything. But CTF in particular, with a 2.0 KD when on Capture the Flag, averaging 634 damage a minute on Capture the Flag, and putting flags in as well. He has been doing everything for TSM, so he is going to be one of the reasons they win if they do win. But he may have to get through Trippy, because on the other side for FaZe Clan, Trippy's been doing exactly the same thing, averaging over 2.0 KD. He's been getting all the flag captures on CTF, as well as outputting an incredible amount of damage. Trippy has been their go-to man on Capture the Flag.
You think about this FaZe Clan team, Dan. Last month at Arlington, finishing top 3, disappointed with where they finished, disappointed with the show, and it only indicates and illustrates just how good this team is. Their ambitions now are getting into that grand finals and causing some carnage when they get there, but TSM still standing in their way.
And TSM probably will be looking down in that elimination bracket and just saying, well, wait a second, Optic Gaming are kind of waiting down there. We'd rather see them in a grand final. We don't want to be dropping into an elimination final and having to go up against them. This is how everything has looked thus far in the tournament. TSM take down Nemesis, then take down Envy. Game 5 after Game 5. FaZe Clan also going through Game 5s of Shopify Rebellion and taking down Space Station on their road. But now they will find themselves meeting here in this winners final in a series layout that looks pretty even, I'd say. When you look across history and how they've been playing so far this tournament, I think this is the best series layout we could have gotten for this winners final.
And I think both teams here can maybe take a little air of caution. You've seen what happened to Rebellion. They came out a little bit flat and they were punished for it. Optic Gaming are down there hungry, waiting for any one of these teams to drop down.
Yeah, you do not want to come out flat. If TSM lose this first one, they may start to just think about what had happened those years ago when they got 3-0'd in the winners final. Instead, you want to make sure that first flag goes your way so you can take it to FaZe Clan. One good thing for TSM, I will quickly note, is that Stronghold's Recharge being Game 3 is one of FaZe's worst game types as well. So maybe that could be something that TSM could go off here. But of course, first, we will focus on CTF Fortress, which I'm very excited for. 2 snipers, and we get to see just how they're going to play on this map.
2 teams about to throw down. FaZe Clan looking for their highest finish this season. Kaysan didn't go their way. Arlington the same. But they have grown in confidence. They've grown in ability. They've meshed much better together the last few months. For TSM, a whole new page is being written. A whole new chapter. This is a massive series for both teams. Big moments. Big time for players to step up to the mark. It's shields up, it's weapons hot, we're underway!
And already Suppressed is going straight for the sniper, but already Torlik is getting the job done on the other side with it as well.
Damn.
All right aggression from TSM to begin with here to try
Already,
and push into the enemy base, and already 3 members down, but FaZe have been able to get the overshield.
Penguin scoops up the repulse, heads towards tower.
Should always makes me want to play.
Let's go down. Both teams are going to jostle for position early on here. It's all about minimizing mistakes at the beginning. Just grow in confidence. Settle the nerves. Plant your feet. Start hitting some shots. Speaking of, Tonic hits the body on the trip, he gets a kill. A pretty decent opening from TSM, you must say, even though FaZe Clan got the overshield. Penguin wasn't able to do with it.
Just wondering what emotes Torlik has come equipped with today, just in case they do find a victory on this main stage. Certainly has been hitting the shots to start with this game. Just about misses on those, but he has at least run out the clip, so it doesn't matter too much that he's gone down here. Now remember how important the overshield has been, and remember how important Trippy has been for pulling these flags, as 4 are dead for TSM, and this might just be the first one going in.
Trippy, one of the quickest men in the league at running the flag. And he punches it in. FaZe Clan draw first blood, 1-0.
It actually has been an outstanding statistic for Trippy when it comes to those flag captures. Everyone else on the team is less than 1 flag a game, but Trippy seems to be up there getting at least 1.5 on average, so closing in on 2 caps per game when they play capture the flag. Torlik's found himself another sniper rifle, but again he's run out of ammo. That next overshield is coming up in 10 seconds here, so if FaZe can get hold of it again with 2 going down from TSM, maybe they can start to look at another flag pool.
It just shows you how clinical FaZe Clan are. The teamwork they're putting out. Double kill, 3 dead for TSM. Overshield in the chest for Trippy. They're clinical when FaZe Clan get opportunities. Punishing TSM whenever there's an opening.
Trippy just loves a flag game. He loves having something to run towards and something to run with, but also he'll do the damage at the same time. He listens to those call-outs. He's always waiting just to put that final bullet in if he needs to. Constantly looking for the next kill after next kill, but now he will refocus onto the flag.
And he's overextended here. Rook was over towards the tower. They're in hot pursuit of this flag. Trippy re-emerges over towards top middle on the ring. Penguin in the armory. The flag's still alive here. Falcate's got a touch. TSM, desperate times are calling for desperate measures, but the numbers are being cut away here. Great work from FaZe Clan as Penguin scoops up the flag, drives it forward, punches it home.
FaZe Clan absolutely demolishing TSM right now, and they are all over them. I'm curious, how are the communications with FaZe Clan? Because they seem to be hot. Let's jump into a listening.
Yo, I hear that, Mike. I hear that. I'm looking at the back steps, kinda. I'm coming down. I'm coming. No, I can't. No. Porch one guy. Porch one guy. Drug. Yeah, one shot. Look, one shot or two. Absolute going under RPR. Under RPR, one shot. Absolute. Nice.
I got sniped. They're
Oh, another one's in. Another one. Lives in. He's out front. Out front jump. Going for pool right now. Go for pool. Scamming.
Sniping their tower. Sniping their tower.
Go back to the side. You one shot. I'm one shot, guys. You win. Pillars going the wrong probably mini. Push up. They're top tower sniping. Looking out left. I'm watching right, Mike. I'm watching right. I'm watching right. He's weak on you. Watch out, Mike. Watch out to the base. Watch out to the base, man. Watch out to the base. Pushing right.
You guys hear me on OV?
Yeah, OV guys. OV.
Watch out
the bottom tower. Watch out the bottom tower.
Right two.
Absolute under the tower.
2 shower. OV in 10. OV in 10.
Hear that, Zane.
The best you can.
I'm
OV guys. OV's the ball here. OV's the ball here. Get in ring. Nice, Joey.
Two dead, guys. Two dead. Can't go for it. They're over. They're flagging. Look at pillars.
Good shit, Donnie.
Top tower, guys. Yeah, two top tower, guys. Watch out, bottom tower. I'm watching out. Absolute bottom tower.
Hello, guys. Tower.
Absolute bottom tower. Our side. Dead.
On me as well. 2 shot pillars at the bottom, probably.
Yeah, one. Top tower, Donnie. Above you. Watch out, top tower on you.
Yeah, top tower still, just sitting there.
I'm looking at Donnie. I'm looking at it. I'm pushing tower.
Top tower. He's pushing me.
Split out, so I'm here, Donnie. He's 2 shot on tower. I'm looking at back steps. Basement 2 shot.
Top tower again.
Yeah, look at top tower. Top tower 1. Talik. Dead. They're spiral.
Yeah, we're blocking sides.
Hey, back steps.
Steps weak.
Yard's weak. Bottom of your weak.
Yeah, Joey might be able to get flash.
Bottom of your weak. I'm dying to play.
Jump on behind me.
On me. Under the base. Under the base.
Nice, two dead. The coverage is insane from FaZe Clan. The comms are perfect as the flag is moving yet again, and it looks like this is going to be an easy 3-0.
Wow.
What a perfect way to start this winners final for FaZe Clan as they demolish TSM.
Absolutely flawless. Didn't even require that many
That
kills.
was really
3
fucking good, bro.
3 flag captures. We talked about starting slow. And how about starting hot?
Yeah.
FaZe Clan really pushing the pace. Just being absolutely dominant.
And you heard the communication coming from Royal One as well. Overshield is our priority here. Every single time that overshield spawns, it can be the difference maker on Fortress. Even if it's just to regain some control of the map, which is what happened there for FaZe, right? They were losing a little bit of control. TSM was starting to step up, but Suppress gets that overshield. He's able to push the tower players. He's able to force them back, and they regain control of the opposition tower. And from then, TSM are just pinned back to the wall, pinned back to their spawns yet again. And it was simple as you like. FaZe made that look easy. Maybe a little bit concerning for TSM. Sometimes that's how Fortress can go, especially when FaZe are playing in that way. I mean, Trippy was just walking into the base. Damage.
What is happening? Oh, Bush! With the kick sub, the resub on kick. Appreciate you, bro. That's another sub for the day, yo. Thank you for the kick sub, bro. You know that helps a lot. Shout out to the kick homies.
Not only is he listening, he's now acting on that call out.
Let's go, Bush.
Almost too comfortable for TSM, like.
Nah, we gotta put some hype in the chat for that, bro.
I'm worried if you are TSM here with how FaZe were playing. It was just the, like you mentioned, the sheer support that was coming out of every
thank you
member
very
of
much,
FaZe,
bro.
Always turning to prioritize
For the love and
most
support on
important
kick.
damage that is on the map. And even though I was speaking about Trippy and capping flags, don't forget Penguin arguably was the quickest flag capper that we had last season in terms of getting it from point A to point B. When you have both of them on one team now,
what chance do you have?
It's terrifying to go up against them.
In a flag game, true.
We'll really have to see whether TSM can answer back here because boy, do they need a response. Good news for them. It's a Slayer, and they are currently unbeaten on Slayers so far this tournament, 8-0.
Wow.
But I have to be honest, if FaZe win this one, I think it might be the series. If you can take down TSM in their best mode in the winners final, it's very easy for TSM to get down on themselves here. So I feel a must win for TSM here on Slayer Live Fire.
On the cards then, an opportunity for TSM to get themselves back into the series after a very quick and dominant display from FaZe in game 1. You feel this one's important, massive in fact. A dagger to the heart that TSM loses, considering their map record 8-0 here. Is it to be one of those days yet again for TSM? The narrative will spin that way unless they get the job done. On board with Talik, firing towards Penguin top tower.
Saw some stats there from Soul Snipe and Trippy, who are going to be very important for just ensuring some support perhaps, but Talik is going to be where my eyes are going to be heading for this game.
The one who maybe needs to step up, but Penguin's going to perfect him from behind. Need your main Slayers really to be applying some business to this game if you're going to be finding victory. And the same can be said for Falcate on the side of FaZe Clan.
Camouflage and sniper rifle now for Suppressed. An opportunity to be a real force on the map. Playing this one patiently, hasn't moved, but he's been spotted out. Managed to land the body before falling. Camo and Sniper not getting that much value, and that's good news for TSM. They are down by 4, make it 3 now. Both teams trading kills, trading damage, back and forth we go. The early innings, only 2 kills separate us now. Soul Snipe, this is your moment to take over. Drive your team forward. Be the player that they know you can be. Plant your feet here and start hitting some shots.
Okay, it couldn't plant his feet, very much off the map, 10-10. A good comeback from TSM after an early start from FaZe Clan, and I really think it was important they prioritized finding that sniper rifle that Suppressed had with the camouflage as well. Soul Snipe needs to hit some headshots here to help the team.
First one's a swing and a miss. Second one connects. Beautiful. Double kill. Rolling. Triple kill. This is it. Is Soul Snipe about to hit final form?
I mean, Soul Snipe, when he gets going, he's called Soul Snipe for a reason, taking the souls of players with the sniper rifle. He was just listening to his teammates there, waiting to see where those one-shots were. 3-kill lead now for FaZe, they're a little bit on the back foot. See, they're all trying to make their way around towards Camo now with that coming up in 20 seconds, but is it an early move for Camouflage? Because if they start to lose players here, TSM might really be able to roll with momentum and take that Camo away from them.
Soul Snipe just wants to get his shields back. Let him play the game, folks. Suppress, close the distance, gets the kill. That early setup for Camouflage hasn't really gone the way FaZe Clan would have liked. Now Manny's pushing forward. Quantum Translocator will just dissipate now. That's the pistol scooped up. Soul Snipe firing over towards Cuts. He does have that Camouflage. He's playing SWAT for now. Almost gave Suppressed the wiggles. 2 more shots would have got the kill, but he is shut down early. 2 kills, the point of difference.
FaZe trying to move as a unit. Sniper's going to be the next focus for them. Trippy's not usually the player who picks up that sniper rifle, so you want to play ahead of the sniper. You want to try and stop TSM finding angles towards it. Trippy's going to actually go for a backstab here.
Couple of shots go down. The problem is they now know where he is. 2 players turn, then spin on a dime. But his teammates elsewhere, getting the damage done. Perfectly played by Trippy. Didn't even have to get the kill. He just had to keep the attention of 2 players away from his teammates.
Yeah, he did enough to allow Falcate to get the sniper rifle. However, Manny had spotted him out, and now he gets the sniper as a reward. Very close back and forth game 2 here. These snipers just aren't able to stay alive. Trippy says, well, I remember that you had sniper rifle. You must have been around here somewhere. Now it is time for Big Game Trip to try and do something with the S7.
A slight lull. There's a war happening a little bit far away from Trippy here. He's going to have to get a move on. He obliges. Sitting top middle, Colin applies pressure. Beautiful body shot by Trippy though. Not will just back him down. The consistency in which these top players hit body shots, so impressive. Soul Snipe falls. Here comes
Close game so far.
2 members of FaZe Clan facing him up. He's desperately trying to stay alive here. Settled for a trade. That's good for Druk.
Penguin now just making sure he stays alive. One thing that FaZe have been very good at this game is when TSM seem to have a little bit of control, they just back up, cower away a little bit and wait for them to get aggressive and try and catch one of them off guard. 29-29, I mean, this is so even in the moment. You can't split these 2.
Game to the knife's edge. Sonic doesn't clear his corner, slides in. Penguin gets a free kill. Does get traded out very quickly though.
13 kills for Soul Snipe. Trippy does have the sniper rifle though. 3 bullets to work with. See, he's just pinging across because this camouflage is going to be a big one. TSM should get hold of it. He might be able to start to just run away with things a little bit. Trippy knows that his bullets are going to be so key to try and stop them. You can see he's just hovering, waiting to see if anyone goes for it, but Suppressed on the other side. Now the push does come through.
3 dead for a moment for TSM. Trippy still has that sniper rifle. 3 bullets to play with. Now pops the camouflage. Is this the beginning of the end? If Trippy can start hitting some shots, he's got some players isolated on big door. It's a free one. And he's down to no shield. Suppress should be there to get the kill. He doesn't, he falls. And he lasts live for his team. He's going to try and disappear now and wait for his teammates to spawn back up. And he can see Trippy trying to find him. Should have the audio cue, there's players below him. Manny taken care of. 4 kill advantage now for FaZe Clan. And is the moment just starting to get to TSM? Is this starting to slip away?
The drug's just gone down as well. Soul Snipe falls. Manny's going to be the next target. And this is the first time we've seen a gap like this, and FaZe will want to increase it. Manny falls. Killing spree now. It's a 7-kill lead. This is going to be so tough for TSM to get back. Are we going to see this unbeaten record on Slayers start to fall in front of our very eyes?
There was something Wes noticed and talked about. The quality of teams FaZe Clan played in those Slayers was a little bit higher than TSM's. And against one of the big dogs now. And Suppress might even start barking with these shots he's connecting. Tolic over towards Nest, backs away for a moment. Suppress is happy to play this one patiently. Penguin lands a grenade at Tolic's feet as well. Is the occasion too big for TSM right now? 3 kills required for FaZe Clan to close out game 2.
It would have to be one of the biggest comebacks we've seen so far this weekend on Slayer, especially at this stage of the game when only now 2 kills are required for FaZe Clan. Suppress can't get the job done with a sniper rifle, will give it away. Is there a little bit of hope left for TSM, or is this one done and dusted? An 8-kill game, make it a 10-kill game now as Trippy puts the final bullet into him. And FaZe Clan 1 map away now from reaching the grand finals here at DreamHack Dallas for the HCS.
They look in sync, bro. Can't even lie.
Was close in the early knock-ins, and even in the mid-game. But FaZe Clan just started to pull away. Camouflage and sniper rifles really helped their cause. TSM really struggled from then on out. They had moments, Soul Snipe, try as he might. But now, it's a very daunting task, Dan. They have to win 3 back to back to back.
17 kills.
Back to back to back.
It's the consistency on the side of FaZe, as everyone had a good game in that one. Again, they were working together so well, moving as a unit like a wolf pack, shutting down TSM. I remember at one point it was 31-31. I was considering going for a listening into TSM, and then suddenly you see Trippy pick up the sniper rifle, and suddenly they get the next camouflage, and it just started to snowball out of control in favor of FaZe Clan. And Trippy really has been the man of the series so far. It's another 4.3k damage from him in that game. Sadly, when players like this are in this kind of form, like, how do you stop them? How do you shut them down? Because now Trippy and the rest of FaZe are all going to be playing with so much confidence going into this next game.
It needs a big response. Players are taking and opting in for a break. And for TSM, it's just about gathering your thoughts. And for FaZe, they can now have a conversation about just being 1 game away from the grand finals. Close this thing out. And they'll be looking to do it in game 3, Dan. They have no interest in going any further.
Remember, all the talk for the last couple of events has been around Optic, around Shopify Rebellion, and FaZe have been kind of teetering on the edge a little bit of that 3rd place, 4th place team, wondering will they be able to break into that top 2? Well, the chance is very much right here in front of them now. All that stands between them and the grand final is Stronghold's recharge. Sadly, FaZe Clan have not usually looked particularly good on Stronghold's recharge, but again, FaZe Clan at their worst at the moment. Can TSM even beat FaZe Clan playing in one of their worst game types? Because it all seems to be heading in a FaZe Clan direction. On the side of TSM, they've also been struggling a little bit with Strongholds as well. You can see they lost to Nemesis, they lost to Optic Gaming in pretty big margins as well. Are we starting to look at a potential 3-0 here, and TSM having to look at a rematch with Optic Gaming in the elimination final?
Might have been a conversation they had last night. Lads, FaZe Clan, Strongholds isn't their strongest game type. And then someone says, not really our strongest one either.
Not really ours either. As long as we get to game 3. Yeah, we definitely get to game 3. Ah, okay. Sadly for TSM, I think losing that Slayer is going to be the biggest dagger into their back, because they were 8-0 in Slayers. That no one else had been able to go up against them, not even Optic Gaming. sadly now, with that record going, can they even get to a Game 5? Because that's another record they have. You know, they've won every Game 5 so far. So if they can go the distance here, maybe TSM become the favorites once we get there. But it's really hard to argue with how FaZe Clan are playing right now. They look like an unbeatable and unstoppable force.
And it's one thing to lose your 8-0 record in a 50-49 fashion, 50-48, but it was 50-40. It's a big discrepancy you've lost by there on one of your strongest map mode combinations. Having a look at the winner's bracket then, it's what's up for grabs. Grand final spot. FaZe Clan still remain just one away from an ever-elusive grand final.
Still crazy looking at this bracket as well, because you saw the big names on the bottom side of the winner's bracket. Well, they all ended up in this stage of the elimination bracket as well. Optic Gaming, Shopify Rebellion were both on that lower side and had to face each other for top 3. But it was Optic Gaming getting the better of Rebellion this time, a 3-0 if you missed it, because it was a pretty quick one. And now Optic Gaming are waiting in that elimination fight.
Yeah, there's a lot of Game 5s, bro.
Again, make that entire run through the elimination bracket all the way from Elim round 1 to a grand final. Real question is, who are they going to be facing? At the moment, it looks like a rematch with TSM, but TSM with a little bathroom break and a chance to maybe just have a discussion with each other. They need to wake up.
I feel like at the moment, FaZe Clan are almost like Mr. Burns in his office.
They need to wake up, bro. They're down 2-0 to FaZe. What are they going to do?
A little bit further to your left, and then they push the button for the trapdoor. That's where Optic Gaming's waiting. And with the way Optic are playing, they've won a championship from this exact sort of route. Nobody wants to be playing them in the elimination finals. And it looks as though that's going to be TSM's fate.
Yeah, that trapdoor seems to be half open at this point for TSM. You can see a couple of side eyes across the board from the TSM players. Just, is this happening again? Is history repeating itself, or can we find a way back into this series? Stronghold's Recharge can be one of those games that really can go out of control if you lose the map right to begin with as well. If FaZe are able to set up, I'm really worried for TSM in this one. I think TSM have to make sure they're the first team to get any real control here.
And in the build-up, we did talk about, we highlighted TSM in those Game 5s, getting the job done, icing up. So maybe there is still some resilience in there. Maybe they can bounce back here. All they need is one to believe, Dan. But it needs to be this one.
Not a single player from TSM has averaged over 1.0 KD on Stronghold so far this tournament.
Tell me good things.
Good things. TSM, yeah, I'm struggling a little bit.
Tell me bad things for FaZe then. Tell me something.
Well, FaZe also haven't won this game time so far this season. So there you go. There's the opportunity for TSM. But even when they've been losing FaZe, they've still been finding a lot more kills than TSM have, and that's going to be my worry here, because if you're just looking at...
Tell me something bad about FaZe then.
It becomes a little bit of a slugfest, and FaZe look better right now.
It's funny.
Is this just one last throw of the dice for TSM? Desperate times,
These guys are good
measures. They go 3 dead. Opening break favors FaZe Clan. Camouflage for Suppressed, can he just round the corner? The answer is yes.
You can't let the camo get away that comfortably, sadly. It's going to be a trip cap. It's going to be points scored for FaZe Clan. It's going to be 3 dead for TSM. As now Suppressed is going to be on the hunt. Oh, this could get ugly, Shurzy. It's already a 30-plus scoreline, and they are really looking to take it to TSM here. They want to make a statement as they walk into these grand finals.
Suppressed enters bottom elevator. It's right like the elevators beyond me. They take a long time to get to your floor.
Enemy team score.
Suppressed top A then, putting down shots. Captures it.
Enemy team scoring.
TSM, they're on the back foot immediately. 3 dead once again. They're being put in the blender.
I mean, they're getting absolutely slapperooed right now, let's be completely honest. TSM haven't even been able to find kills on the side of Manny and Druk because FaZe have just been pushing them so aggressively off spawn. Manny goes down again. It seems like every corner you turn as a TSM member, there's at least 2 players from FaZe staring at you, pinching you. And maybe they want to pinch you and you think, are we dreaming? I need to wake up at this point.
Ow, stop pinching me. Ow, stop pinching me. Here comes Penguin with another pinch. One-on-one with Manny. Doesn't even get the trade. Issues, concerns, rearing their ugly head once more. Is this going to be yet another Sunday the TSM falter? Under the pressure, under the lights. Is the occasion just getting the better of them here?
Wait, we got two Goosies going on. Hold on, Manny and Druck. We got two Goosies.
Only 2 minutes in for FaZe Clan, and still 2 members of
Come on
TSM
now.
yet to find a kill here. This might be one of the
Manny
most
died
one-sided
again.
games we've seen so far in this tournament.
So did
Druck.
Druck.
Still yet to find a kill. Still points being scored for FaZe Clan. They're not just gonna walk into this grand final. They are waltzing.
Oh man, this has been a thriller, says Snipe Down.
The issue is, it doesn't even look like they've had to get out of third gear. Suppress steps in, trying to get the contest just
Oh
before
my
being
gosh,
prepared.
bro. Manny's the last one, bro. He's gonna die again. Bro, they might get double
The
goose.
onslaught isn't finished here. Manny's desperately
Oh
trying to
my
escape with his
gosh.
life.
Oh my gosh.
Trying
He
to
might get.
disappear, trying to
Oh my
skedaddle.
gosh.
But he's been hunted down.
Oh
And
my
every
gosh.
single
Where's
time
Druck?
you see a
Druck's in
TSM
C.
player in the hill, he's in there by himself. Druck's in big trouble.
Oh no!
The FaZe Clan machine keeps on rolling.
Show us something, TSM. Druck, Manny. Get a kill. It's so difficult to watch. I know how hard it is.
Druck got one. He's on the board. There he is. Manny's turn. Come on, Manny.
This well coordinated.
Manny get one. Manny get one. Where's Manny? We gotta lock in on him now. Where is he? Where is he? He's bottom tower. Okay, let's see how he tries to get a kill. He's working with Pollock. He's working with a teammate. Come on. Manny died again, bro. Where's he gonna spawn, bro? He's got like 2 more pushes at this, bro, before it's too late. I'd be shaking.
It's a 1 versus 3. And FaZe Clan
Where's he spawn? Oh my gosh.
There's another player on their own.
Is this Manny? No. Oh, clean him up.
Are you too late because a grenade arrives as well? It's 180.
No! Did he get a kill? Did he trade? Oh, he traded. He got a trade, bro. Oh, thank the Lord. All right.
1, 2, and 10.
That's fine. At least 1, bro.
185 and climbing. And we know Strongholds can flip on its head. But TSM, if they're going to do it, if they're going to show signs of life, they're going to have to do it quickly, or they're heading down to the elimination finals.
It's another camouflage. It's another kill. It's another painful watch on the side of TSM. And I don't think
What was that play? Okay, that is GG. Nah, sliding there after they went 2 dead, bro. Whoa, that was a bad play. Sliding batteries when they were 2 dead, bro. Nah, they lost.
Dominant force at this tournament. They are the team to beat if you want to be able to win and call yourself champions.
Oh my gosh, Penguin's going
Optic
crazy.
Gaming are going to be licking their lips in that elimination final, waiting for TSM to drop as Manny drops to the floor from another perfect from Trippy.
FaZe Clan showing no compassion, absolutely ruthless here on Strongholds. And TSM's backspin to the wall since the off. Have not had enough to get the job done. It's been all FaZe Clan this series. A clean sweep, 3-0.
And what was that? Yo! Nah, you said what was that? What was that? Nah, bro.
Absolutely obliterated by FaZe Clan. Sadly for TSM, they just
Don't
could not
kill me, bro.
Maybe one step too far was this FaZe roster. FaZe are looking unbeatable.
Absolutely phenomenal. They waltz. They whimsically skedaddle into the grand finals. For TSM, their night's not going to get much easier now, Dan. As they're heading down to a very red-hot Optic Gaming who just clean swept Shopify Rebellion.
Wow, so yeah, Manny didn't actually get that kill. Someone actually, wow, someone killed, wow. So on death cam, Manny dies again, and then someone kills teammate with a nade. Wow, that's crazy.
The tournament favorites.
Well, I think this is what Penguin was questioning on his screens. What
Jesus, bro.
14, 3 and 12, 5 and 10, 7 and 11. Be a great place to get some snacks, but not necessarily a great place to be up against.
The 7-11 jokes, bro.
250-2. It was almost
oh no.
Strongholds game. Penguin was frying in that one as well with 17 kills. As soon as we got up here to start this series, it feels like we're ending it as well, Shurs. That was one of the fastest 3-0s that we've seen on main stage all weekend long.
Lincoln, you might have missed it. dominant from the off. Confirmation
Is
of what you
Manny
have seen.
okay?
You're still trying to believe it. 3-0 Fortress.
Yo,
capture
what a
the
match,
Live
bro.
Fires
What a
there,
match.
50-40,
What the heck?
And a 250-2 strongholds recharge. Absolutely dominant.
An obliteration, to be perfectly honest with you. It was not something I was expecting. I was really hoping. I feel like I'm just cursing things up here, to be honest, right now. I was expecting a little bit more from TSM here, a little bit more fight. I mean, that is clean, to say the least. I mean, just kicking things off with that CTF, that Fortress CTF, it was picture perfect from the get-go. And I will say that TSM just couldn't find their foot at all. The firepower was not there whatsoever. We were expecting big things out of, you know, their main slayers to step up to the mark, and it just didn't happen.
It did not happen, and I'm very excited to hear from
They got
Wes, 'cause
slaughtered
Wes is
even
always
worse
the one
after
who's
that
honest
break
in
they
these
took.
scenarios.
Go on, Wes.
Where I'm from, you gotta say something about my sister or my mother to get your rear end kicked that bad.
Very, very true. Nobody do that. Folks at home, please do not do what he just said to him, because at your own peril.
That was
Royal One.
Hello.
Got you back on the sofa. Like I said, I was hoping that I'd see either you or some of your teammates back on the sofa.
Back when
And
my
indeed
day,
have
you had
done
to
this.
talk about someone's
What a
mom or
fight.
sister to get
Winners
beat up that
finals.
bad. Look
I
at what
mean,
just
unbelievable. This is crazy. You take a little bit of time off this, and then you're back to a winning team. This is insane. 3-0 was, I will say, unexpected. I'm sure maybe not from your case and your side of the barrier over there, but were you expecting TSM to not have that kind of firepower and for you guys to really just smooth sail on through that series?
I mean, I wasn't expecting it to be that one-sided, but I mean, I'm also not surprised. If anyone could be with our team right now in the trenches, like, I've never been on a team that has been so laser-focused like we are right now.
Whoa.
We just know we have one mission right now, and that's it. We're not thinking about
I don't
anything
know
else.
about that. You've been on some
It's
real.
probably
I
a
mean,
really good time
he
for
would
you to
know, I
actually have a
guess,
higher
but.
salary. These
That
boys
would
looking
be a
dominant.
great time.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Royal One. We were talking about the difference. You know, what was it? You know, the big difference from Arlington to now, and scrims, etc. And to be honest, we've only been able to pinpoint one thing, clear change, and it's you
Royal
being
One thing.
behind
Oh,
them.
thank you.
You know,
That makes me
honestly,
feel really good.
I'd actually love to know from your perspective, after so long and such a decorated career as a coach, what do you feel like you bring to the table for these boys?
I really like how I can compliment these guys. They are all very calm, focused on their own thing, and they don't get too excited, too hyped in anything. And I like to hope that, like, I can give them that little bit of extra flair and that style. Like, I don't know if you hear me up there. I'm screaming dead. I'm
We see
screaming
you.
things, getting people hyped, and you know they might not say it, but that I think that goes a long way.
No, I was thinking about that when we went to a listening in game 1 and Trippy wins his gunfight under their spiral, and you just hear "Nice, Joey." I literally went on a train of thought of like, yo, that gives you so much gas. Like that goes so far.
Yeah,
and
true.
Knowing this FaZe team as well as
True.
I do, it's like there's not a ton of like gas givers, I'll call it, on the squad. They're traditionally all locked in, as you've already noted, but like so locked in to a point where there's not a ton of you don't have the energizer guys. So love the idea that you're bringing that to the team. All right, winners bracket.
Gas givers. Just the what
Grand
face.
finals, 2 best-of-7s at the worst case scenario.
I'm a gas giver.
You got Optic Gaming coming from the elimination bracket.
Gas
Obviously,
givers need to
TSM
eat more
still gonna have
Taco
to play
Bell.
that
Wes
series,
gives me
but,
gas. Oh my gosh.
Optic Gaming looking good on the run that they're on.
Those
right
gas
now.
givers, eh?
You got to start to lean and being under the thought process that we're going to have to take down a team that we've already watched do this last event. And when they catch fire, how are we going to stop them? The big question is, does the new coach have the game plan to stop Optic Gaming when they're on fire?
For me, the game plan is just doing what we've been doing all tournament. Keeping our head the exact same, no matter if we're up 5-0 or down 5-0, it doesn't matter. As long as we keep our composure and just kind of keep our level the way it's been all tournament long, I think it's going to be tough to beat us.
Chris, I think there's one thing that Optic might have on their side. Obviously, you have an entire bracket reset on your side. But if Optic do manage to climb their way through this thing, they're going to be warm, like Wes said. What are you guys going to be doing backstage to allow yourselves to stay nice and warm, nice and hot, coming off that incredible win in the winners finals? You know, I think that, you know, things have been said about Shopify Rebellion. What happened to them last time? How are you guys staying put to make sure that you're coming in just as hot as they are?
Exactly. That's a big factor. I think we're going to be doing. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but we're just going to be staying on our P's and Q's, doing the same thing we've been doing all weekend long. We're going to be in the back playing 2v2.
Yeah.
We're going to be in the back shooting bots. We're going to be talking about the game, like, you know, just typical stuff. We're not treating this any differently than any other match that we have all tournament. I think as long as we just stay locked and stay focused, we'll be good.
So far, so good.
Sir, I'm looking at my stats. Stronghold's Recharge was one of your worst game types, and you just 250 to 2 SM.
Ew.
Why?
Ew.
What happened? How did you do that?
I think
You've
you're
been
asking yourself the
working on
same
it a lot.
question.
We've been working on it.
Delta,
We've been working on
that's
other things, and I think just we're coming together really well right now. We've kind of fit the pieces together in a really good way this tournament, and I think we're learning every series and we're getting better every series. And I think individually it also doesn't help that I've got 4 players that are just absolutely frying. So that always helps too.
Oh, Jimbo's record got broken. There we go.
He'll be delighted to hear that.
There we go. A 0. Actually, wasn't that you last time as well?
Yeah, it was.
A 0.36. Now it's a 0.32.
Hate to do it to him.
Damn, no way the record for the lowest winners finals.
I'm not gonna lie, this is
That is not good. 12 kills in 3 games is crazy, bro.
Incredible start.
12 kills in 3 games is crazy, bro.
I hope to see you on the better side of that bracket at some point. I'm really looking forward to this grand final, and we'll find out who's going to be joining you and your team. Go get warm, stay warm, and go focus up. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Folks, this one is going to be absolutely nuts. Next up, we do have our elimination
Elim finals, guys. I'm going to take a little stretch break and come back for the Elim finals. Give me a sec here, guys.
Is going on
B out of B.
has a long, perilous grand finals ahead of them. Find out who it's going to be coming right up after the break.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Was the first game like Halo 3? No. Halo Reach?
I would, yeah.
Okay. On and off, Halo Reach. 1-1.
Yep.
What kind of role are they known for? Are they like a Slayer, objective, like just an all-around beast?
Greatest 8s player of all time.
Greatest 8s player. Greatest 8s player of all time. And we don't scrim them?
No.
Who's the greatest 8s player of all time? Are they like constantly in the top 8, top 4?
No. Well, they're like in that range.
Does everyone know him?
Yeah.
Mortally?
No.
Suppressed.
We're getting closer. We're getting hotter.
Does he have brothers?
No. Wait, yeah, he does, but they don't play that anymore.
Shotzi.
No. Dude, you're naming like the exact predator. That's like perfect.
Diagram?
No.
He's a pro? And we don't scrim him. And he's the greatest 8s player of all time. Do I play him a lot in match? Does he play matchmaking a lot? Does he bet a lot of money?
I don't know, actually.
Is he like a big better?
No, he's like a mid.
He's the best at 8s. I'm trying to think. Yeah. And he's in that friend group.
They all live in the same house.
Boo Boo?
Yeah.
Dude.
Are they main slayer of their team?
No.
Are they very OBJ efficient? We can go next.
Yeah, go next.
Are they in a top 12 team?
Yes.
Are they in our pool right now?
Yes.
Oh my god, we're doing this. Okay, how about this? Are they playing and not coaching?
Yes.
Okay. Oh my god, are they power weapon merchant?
Yes.
Oh my god, here we go. This is it. Smaller than me?
No.
Taller? Or
Yeah.
Same size? Oh my god, okay. Have they ever placed top 3?
Yes.
Oh my god, so someone at SSG. Is it Lucid?
Yep.
Oh my god, let's go.
Am I playing in this event?
Yes.
Am I good?
Yes. Yes, he's good.
All right, that cuts it down.
You're good.
It's gonna be like 5 people then. Am I a main slayer on my team?
Yeah.
Was I a pro before Halo 3? Or before Halo Infinite?
Before Halo Infinite?
Yeah.
Yes.
Was I a pro before Halo 5?
No.
Am I an H5 kid?
Yeah.
Am I friends with Druck?
Yes.
Am I Druck?
No, you're not drunk.
Am I Soul Snipe?
No.
Am I Tolly?
Yes. You're Tolly.
Let's go.
Shot. New Juggernaut.
Welcome back, Spartans, to HCS Open Dallas 2025 DreamHack. We're in our elimination finals. This truly is go hard or go home. One of our teams will head into the grand final spot, bounce right back up into that championship bracket, and one will be out of the competition. We got Optic versus TSM. TSM, they've been here before, back in 2022 in the Halo World Championships, and this roster, they were actually out in this spot in the elimination finals. They have a chance to rewrite history. In Optic, well, they have a chance to make history once again, going through one of the most brutal brackets that we could have ever imagined, making their way back to the top yet again, like they did in Arlington, hopefully to take the trophy. Let's talk all about it, gents. We got Optic first up though. They are looking pretty good right now. I will argue that they are looking significantly better than TSM on that stage. You can see him right here, legend. For me, an absolute game changer in the series that we had seen this morning. He is on one today. He might have been slightly quieter in the past couple of days, but today he's getting loud. Wes, I really would not place bets against this team because Optic, they are catching fire, and we know what happens when this is occurring for them.
Yeah, that'd be a bad idea. I had an opportunity to talk to Lunchbox early this morning, and he referenced TSM, their pop-off, especially the series against Optic, and how TSM kind of carried themselves, and it's kind of the lack of grace, I would say, that they were able to pull that W off with. He said, ever since then, we are on a mission. There is blood that we're out for, and it is TSM's blood. And unfortunately for TSM, coming off the loss that they just came off of, you know, Optic watched that series in the back and they said, oh yeah, this is right where we want them.
Fairness, TSM were popping off at the crowd more than they were
Yeah.
to the actual position on the stage.
Protect your fans.
Well, yeah, exactly that. Optic want to do it for their fans here for sure. And You know, if they're playing the way they are, and if TSM play the way they just did, I'm worried this could be another bloodbath. And maybe there's something for TSM in this series layout that's a little bit better than the last, but Optic Gaming, they just look like they're trying to do the same thing as Arlington, just destroy anyone in their wake until they get what they feel like they deserve, and that would be a trophy. And if they're able to go back-to-back through elimination bracket, I really think we might be looking at a team to potentially go on and win how many events this year?
Yeah.
This is truly the perfect storm for Optic Gaming. You're catching fire at the right time. You're coming up against TSM, who've just been absolutely demolished in the winners finals. French Phenom starting to catch fire. All things point towards Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan in the grand finals.
100%. I also, before we leave Optic, I want to emphasize the fact that I do think Coach Lunchbox is a pivotal piece to this team. I think when you have such individually talented superstars on your roster, and rightfully so, you want them all together, it can be very difficult to kind of regroup them at times. He can see every single screen. He can tell them exactly what he wants to do. I've even heard in, you know, comms and all of our listeners that he's calling out sometimes a Renegade because Renegade's too busy doing what he does best. This is huge for Optic Gaming, and I think Lunch is a key part to that. On the other side of things, though, we have TSM, who really are looking to warm up a little bit here. They looked awfully cold going up against FaZe. I truly, at this point, don't know what to say about their gameplay. There was nothing good to take away from what we saw against FaZe. Every single person we needed to step up on that roster could not do so. Manny had a really, really difficult game in that series where I just think was uncharacteristic, and it can't happen in a winners finals. You need to come in prepared and shooting straight. We just didn't see it happen, and Wes, I'm very worried about them here.
Yeah, rightfully so. TSM fans should be a little bit on edge right now, as you even said it. They don't look warmed up, and guess what? Last series, you got an entire best-of-5 to warm up, and that series was not quick enough for me to warm up, let alone the players on the stage. So you better come in with a different mentality here. How do you reset your mind? You didn't even have to get up, really, after that series. Your controller stays plugged in, the headsets are on, you kind of get up and you shuffle. Maybe there's a speech in the background being given, but mentally resetting after the destruction we just witnessed in the winners bracket finals, it's going to be difficult for anybody, let alone a team that's had this story before.
Typically, we look at players to watch and we say, who's going to be the player that makes a difference? Who's the player that you're looking at that will get the slays? But all four of those players need to look at themselves and say, I did not play well enough in that last series. I need to change things now. The thing we do have is TSM have already beaten Optic Gaming in this tournament. So there is a bright spark there. We've done it before. Let's just do it again.
Listen, I'm worried, but like you said, there is a silver lining here. They have been in this position before with Optic Gaming on that main stage, and they did get the better of them. Their slayers need to carry them through, but in order to do that, you need to be slaying. That's what's been missing in that last series with FaZe. You need to start shooting your gun, feeling confident, pop off, get some momentum going, and carry it on through in this series. You've done this before. I really like this team. I really like TSM. I love that they're back together. I hope that they really give it their very best here on this main stage, because it's the last opportunity they will get. Folks, we are ready to go. It is time for your elimination final. We have TSM versus Optic happening right now.
Excited to take over here in our elimination finals. I'm excited. I'm not sure TSM are too excited, Dan, because after that bloodbath, they now find themselves up against Optic Gaming. And it's not really a task I want to be dealing with.
Yeah, you really have got to dig deep for TSM here, just because of the struggles you just went through. And now you're right back at it. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, I think is the best expression here. Stronghold's live fire is where we kick things off. Maybe a saving grace for TSM as their Optic Gaming is 0-2 on Stronghold's live fire so far this tournament. Equally though, TSM have not won it, and we just saw them getting absolutely battered on Stronghold's recharge. So yeah, we're going to need to see TSM really change something up here, because right now it is hard, I think, for anyone to believe this is going to be anything but an Optic Gaming victory. We need to see TSM win this first map to give me any belief they still have what it takes, because at the moment they look second best.
One of the keys to victory in the last series for TSM was they're going to be their teamwork, where individual skill might let them down, where they don't have some of the superstars. They can always rely on their teamwork. We didn't see that in the first series. It's time to come to life, or you're going to see yet another Championship Sunday play out where you go 0-6. It's time to change the narrative. It's time to flip the script. But for Optic Gaming, they've got TSM in their sights. They're hungry. It's shields up, weapons hot. We're underway here.
Now the players who really underperformed last time that Optic Gaming went up against TSM on Strongholds, it was probably Legend. He was really quite quiet, only averaging a 0.75 KD, and that's something that you would expect better from the French phenom. So if we see the likes of Legend step up in this game, maybe Optic can just topple TSM in this series and get that revenge they so desperately are after here.
Oh! Renegade opens up Druk. A snipe shot to the face. Formal's got camouflage. He can take his time with Soul Snipe here before getting the reset. 2 dead, Legend and Renegade. Soul Snipe and Tolok on the opposite side. Gonna be green spawns here. Manny takes some damage, forced to back away. Formal can just move Reptilian under the cover of his camouflage. Close the distance, get the kill, teammates there. TSM trying to capture A here, but they're losing B. This is a pretty decent start from Optic Gaming.
And one thing we saw from TSM in the previous against phase is when they are behind, they get a little bit flustered. They start to throw themselves at strongholds, and they really struggle to get back into the game. They cannot afford to go that far behind here again to Optic Gaming, but are we going to witness more of the same? Because Optic have control, Optic have the sniper rifle, and Optic have the map, and TSM need to find a way back in.
Renegade up in his perch. Top tower sitting pretty. Ghillie suit on. Ready to find some faces. Eyes trained over top middle. Now looking to go towards Nest Bridge. Just whiffs on Druk. A slight pixel away from finding the face there. Has lost a couple of teammates in Bound, and Legend has to play this one appropriately and accordingly. Gets the kill onto Manny. Close the distance now over towards Green, looking to contest. Gets the reset for now. As TSM have just backed out of it, trying to prioritize surviving. Trying to survive. Druk goes down. Legend and Bound fall 2. Renegade last man standing for his team, but gets a kill. He's being pinched here from 2 players from either side. Needs to play this one as perfectly as he can. Can he get the trade into Manny? The answer is no. Shut down. This is better from TSM.
That was well played from Manny as well, recognizing the QT was going to come into the equation and just nading into toilet just in case he went back in. And finally, TSM will break. So, Optic Gaming, they only were trying to hold for 2. TSM took a little while to break, but at least now they are going to be able to put some points on the board here and maybe give them a little bit more confidence here in this series.
Points on the board, exactly what the doctor ordered. Maybe hand out some prescriptions for Letacillin. Renegade with camouflage. He's moving and grooving once more, getting information all the while, pinging for his teammates. Doesn't want to reveal himself just yet. Waiting for the opportune moment. Here it comes. Tolok had no idea where he was standing. 5 fresh shots. Sniper rifle's going to pop up as well. Manny over towards C. Renegade's happy just to settle for capturing B. Now we'll look to contest the sniper rifle, but it's just been scooped up by a member of TSM. They're down 2 members. Soul Snipe's going to try and do what Renegade did. Hold tower. Momentary trip cap for Optic Gaming. 78 points in climbing. This is far more competitive from TSM. This is much better.
Formal had no right to get that kill onto Soul Snipe, by the way. Soul Snipe was trusting in his teammates to put pressure on Formal, but Formal was not swayed at all. He knew he had to get his eyes trained on the sniper rifle. And even though TSM had the sniper, even though they had tower, they only had 1 stronghold, so they were really unable to set up. They had to be aggressive to try and take either B or A away from them. Now Optic, instead, they have control, and now they have the sniper rifle. And you don't want it in Formal's hands, I'll tell you that for free.
Just thought with the way he's playing, he was going to hit the shot as well. TSM do put him away. They're going to combine. Renegade gets double kill. Prioritizing the player that was weakest. Great heads-up play from him, great awareness. All 4 dead for TSM. And Optic Gaming really starting to find their feet now in game 1.
There's going to be a temporary trip cap, but they're probably going to spawn over towards A here to try and contest. But Optic can obviously take that fight as they just captured it as well. I think now we're going to get some split spawns, but split spawns, no problem. All 4 dead is Optic Gaming again with the trip cap.
Spawning out towards camouflage now. Druk isolated all alone, crying for help. Tries to escape up cuts, but he's being hunted down by the wolf pack. Tolok over towards Nest. De-scopes Renegade pretty quickly. Renegade peels 1 from the high heavens.
I mean, Renegade getting into that kind of form. Optic Gaming getting into that kind of championship mentality form again. Early here on Sunday. And I'm sure they just want to be able to batter through TSM and start to think about FaZe Clan, but this game 1 is going exactly how they would have expected. 195 to 50 right now, and Manny gets shut down by Formal. A's being taken 1 spawn. This could be another trip cap. Optic Gaming looking to close this one out as fast as they could.
TSM running out of opportunities. A is gone. They're going to swap over C, but it doesn't matter. Optic Gaming will keep on scoring points. They now have a numbers advantage. It's time to use it. But they've given themselves so much to do yet again here. It has to be almost perfect Halo from here on out for them to win this game. Renegade's back green. It should be an easy kill, a cleanup for Manny.
Team nearing
He steps inside B. Optic Gaming have a lot of time to respond here.
I think it's evident that Strongholds just isn't the game type for TSM. Not just based off what we've seen over these last two, but I mean statistics go alongside it as well. As Optic continue to score, and I think TSM need to start looking towards these Slayers and finding a way back into this series. As soon as TSM get out and find a stronghold, Optic are already at their next one. Their rotations have been excellent.
It's the speed in which Optic Gaming are playing at, the pace. TSM just haven't been able to find an answer for it. You can see Manny there, he was hesitant. Do I go and help the players at C? Do I stay B? And in the end, he was between that rock and a hard place, and he chose neither. He died at Nest. Optic Gaming just do not hesitate. They're relentless. Legend finds another face. And Optic Gaming look to close out game one in another dominant fashion. The green wall looking pretty strong.
Not looking good for TSM, however. 4 losses in a row and 2 strongholds in a row that looked extremely one-sided. But maybe that is something for TSM to go off. They get their bad one out of the way. Let's now start to look at the rest of the series. We know we can take down Optic in these Slayers. We've done it before, we can do it again. But is this a slightly different look, Optic Gaming, to early on Friday in pool play? But maybe they weren't quite awake, maybe they weren't quite as into it as they are now. Maybe it was the wake-up call they needed right at the start of Friday. You heard what Lottie was saying when she spoke to Coach Lunchbox. He felt a certain kind of way when they saw those reactions from TSM. And I wonder, how will they and the fans react if Optic Gaming take down TSM here?
It's almost that Michael Jordan meme. I took that personally. I'm looking to avenge that here and now. A dominant display in game one. Optic Gaming finding their feet. Green Wall finding their voice. All things again. This is not good news for TSM. They've got to find a response. We're calling for something. We need to show signs of life. Because we want nothing more than a competitive TSM here in these series. But they just haven't woken up so far.
I mean, we said it right at the start of the broadcast today. As soon as we saw that TSM were going to be in this situation, would it be a repeat from the World Championship of 2022, the last time this team was a 4? They got all their way. They had that amazing tournament to get to top 3, but then fell flat on Sunday. And it's not just TSM. We've seen it happen historically throughout Halo history. Sometimes the bracket just plays out in a way where the good teams end up playing each other. You can kind of breeze through to that upper end and get into the winners final just because of a really good day in pool play. And TSM need to right that wrong, change that story, and it has to happen here in Slayer Recharge. One of the reasons why TSM, I think, were so good against Optic Gaming in Slayers was because all of them were being aggressive. They weren't allowing Optic that time to kind of plan an action, plan an attack. And another factor is Formal had a disappointing series, especially in Slayers when they played in pool play. A 0.6 KD across both Slayers is not really the stats line you would see from Formal. If he wakes up here, if he's playing like he has been so far across Saturday and already here into Sunday, yeah, I'm a little bit worried for TSM.
Clutch talked about how were TSM going to respond, how are they going to shift their mentality after a pretty dismal performance in that winners finals. They haven't been able to respond thus far. Here comes another Slayer, another opportunity, one of their stronger map mode combinations. This is where they have to respond. They go down 0-2, Dan. You may as well call curtains.
I'm going to be keeping my eye on Manny for this one. He was the one who stepped up the last time these two teams fought up against each other in pool play on Slayers. He was just able to find everything but Legend. Able to work in tandem with Bound. There's going to be a 3-kill apiece on either side for this starting strategy, but Tolik will get the better. So TSM win the early trade-off.
Good from Tolik. You got the backstab. You know he wants to try and close distance, get that camouflage. Scoops with Shroud screen, but Renegade's not going to let this one go too easy. And he gets the kill. Shroud screen goes down. It is utilized. This time it's Renegade with the camouflage.
Renegade is relentless with his aggression, by the way. The way he will follow a grenade around a corner, the way he will chase a kill, knowing full well that that player is not going to get away under his watch as he gets the double, and he's not going to go for the triple, though, because he has the camo.
Great discipline from Renegade. Looking for more information, going for that shock rifle now. Druk is over towards gold, though. Unfortunately for Renegade, that's exactly where TSM spawns. So he's going to have to fight tooth and nail for this. Unfortunately for him, 2 of his teammates go down. His camouflage dissipates, and he's in the middle of no man's land. He gets taken care of.
Really good,
over towards batteries.
Really good defensive grenades as well from TSM. They recognize where Optic Gaming may have been trying to push them over towards Battle Edge. Just ensure that no one's able to jump up and get into a position to steal that shock rifle away from them. But now if you're Soul Snipe, you know you have a responsibility with this weapon. Legend just falls into his tight lines here. A gift from the heavens. It's a 2-kill lead for TSM. They have to win this game. They know it, we know it, everyone watching knows it as well. If Optic go 2 up here, you start to think about that grand final already.
Soul Snipe could be about to take over this game. Already 6-2-2. His team need him. Slides over towards Cuts. Gets a double kill on long haul. Killing spree locked in for him as well. Talik, though, he's going to be the victim of Bound's aggression. Now a shock rifle. Bound lines up too. Somehow kills like that go against you. It's so difficult. TSM still with a 1-kill advantage.
Again, that's the difference maker, isn't it? The clutch factor that this Optic roster offers, just being able to hit shots like that. Considering the Slayers last time these two played were 50-48, 50-49, those single kills could be a huge difference in the grand scheme of things.
And we talked about it yesterday. Penguin was on the sofa talking about what was the difference between the team, blah, blah, blah. He said they just hit 4 unbelievable no-scopes. Bound's already hit 1. Formal clears his corners wisely here. Incredible game awareness from Optic to clear that corner. He could have been forgiven for just walking straight past. I think it was clear.
That's a man who's played more video games than just Halo, I'll tell you that. Very much happy to check his corners. He's not going to be bettered by anyone trying to be sneaky. 21-19 now in favor of Optic Gaming. The next shock rifle was about to come up, and Renegade, I think, already had his hands on it before it even spawned.
Situated on goal steps. Fights happening over towards long haul. Players situated over towards top tower as well. Formal gets a kill. Eyes up Talik, but opted to delay his shot. For good reason, just wasn't quite on the face just yet. Shroud screen goes down, Druk spot on middle. See, Renegade's not too comfortable where he's standing. For information from his team. A couple players over towards long haul. We have a little bit of a stalemate now.
A little bit of quiet across recharge here. Maybe a good chance to jump into a listening with Optic Gaming and seeing what they're feeling about this one.
Oh my gosh.
Matt's on it. Matt's camo. Make one shot, two guys make. Make weak. They have camo. It's in gold, it's in gold.
Toss out battery.
I didn't drop rocks. Nice, shoot that guys. Watch out. 3 dead. Last guy. Yo, push it.
Top it. Let's get top it. You might go bottom.
Top A, wait. Nice guys. 8 kill lead.
Yo, Panda with the 100 litty titty bitty.
Panda shared X300.
Thank you, homie.
See. Pushing glass.
Watch out. Nice shot.
Damn.
He's long. Long drug. They have shock.
Balance your shot.
Careful, 2%. Try and find each other. Might push Matt tower.
Yeah. One power. Man, play this guy. On the stairs, one shot. Play trade. Shoot on this kid, actually. Shoot on this fucking kid. I'm on him.
Go Pepsi, I'm going.
Actually, yo, whole crosses. Like, make the game simple.
Panda, much appreciated, bro.
One's big door. Or glass. Glass, mini glass.
We do not have glass claws.
I can see it.
I have glass.
No one's bottom here.
Lock on Druk on the BR. They're one glass truck now.
Yeah, Sabri. I kind of want to double hit glass.
30, guys.
You want to double hit glass?
Glass bit of beer, glass bit of beer.
Alright, 6-kill lead then for Optic Gaming as they are starting to take control of this game. And one key thing I actually want to take away, Lunchbox with a call out to Formal. Only a few seconds left on that camouflage. Not something typically you would think about timing as a coach, but very important, because as a player, sometimes you forget how long you're going to have. And of course, you can give away your position very quickly just from the audio cue when that camo goes away.
There's a couple of other things that were mentioned. Renegade, as he picks up a double kill, funnily enough, they went down, they had a 6-kill advantage instead of their 8 and 10, and he said,
Why do they sound like seagulls like that? Moin, 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 moin. It's the first thing I fucking thought of.
Lunchbox at one point saying 8-kill advantage, just letting the players know they have a decent lead and maybe they can take some risks. And that lead continues to grow. It's now 10 as Formal's trying face with the shock rifle.
It's a 10-kill lead, it's a camouflage, it's a shock rifle. All the pieces are there for Optic Gaming to win this one now. TSM, I think we're starting to see them slowly fall away from this tournament, from this series. Just to try and close a gap like this against Optic Gaming. Optic are not want to throw away a lead like this.
TSM just crumbling on Sunday. Konik goes down. He was all alone in tower. Teammates all over towards A and gold now. Soulsnipe trying to get some space for his team, but is it too little, too late? 2 kills required now. It's a matter of when, not if, Optic Gaming double their series advantage. Soulsnipe will get a kill, but it means little now. Formal gets 1. He's the last man standing for his team for now, opting wisely to back away. But it really is a relentless Optic Gaming here. TSM have not been able to handle the pressure and the pace. Manny's in tower, Druk gets a kill. Talik gets another, but it just takes Optic Gaming to get 1. They can 4-stack somewhere and wait. Formal has watched his teammates die twice. Plasma grenade lands at his feet, he just somehow survives.
I think you had it right. It's not about if, it's when. It's inevitable at this point. It would be a miraculous comeback from TSM. And sadly, Talik is going to walk right into the French Phenom. Legend cleans it up. Optic 2-0 in the series. And they have 1 foot in the door of that grand final.
That trapdoor opens again. And TSM look to walk right over it. All smiles for Optic Gaming. Greenwall starting to chant. They know victory is near. TSM just haven't shown enough here.
It begs the question, you know, with Optic Gaming, where was this on Friday? You've made it so hard for yourselves to put yourself in this position through this elimination bracket as well. But alas, they won't care. As long as they get to that grand final and they give themselves the opportunity to lift that trophy once more. I remember back in Arlington when we saw them lose to Nemesis. Everyone was kind of, oh, you know, is this God Squad going to be that God Squad? They answered those questions very quickly. They're doing exactly the same thing here in Dallas. Legend put up 15, Formal with 13 as well. The 2 players who I said had a rough series last time against TSM, well, they've showed that it was just a one-off.
Take a look at the damage then. Legend, 4K, bound, 4.4 leading the lobby. And you can tell they were all firing on all cylinders. And I think something you want to you know was you mentioned, Dan, why couldn't we just do this in pool play? But there's something exciting about Optic Gaming with the way they play, with their play style. There's a lot of risk involved, and sometimes if the timing's not there, if they get it just a bit wrong, it can go awry. And we've seen that in pool play. These 4 players are so talented, but there's flaws there. There's weakness.
It is also worth noting that I know I joke and say, where was this during pool play, but at the same time, it was a 50-49 that separated themselves and TSM from
yeah, true.
That group
Been
and
so
a very
close,
different
bro.
bracket to walk through as well. We may have seen Optic kind of walked through to the winners finals themselves had they have won that 50-49. Well, something a little bit different though for this series. We've got neutral bomb on Fortress. Now, I'd love to try and tell you that this is something that TSM can maybe take Optic down, but actually when we have seen Optic play neutral bomb, they've looked very confident on it. The way that they can manipulate the map in their favor, take control of the opposition snipe tower, for example. TSM may struggle here, and we might just see that history repeat itself.
Let's go risky.
Taking a look at the
I'm gonna be playing some matchmaking after this, bro. I'm like craving to grind today. I don't know.
a 3-0 record for Optic Gaming.
For sure.
First versus 9th in the league. So when you have a map mode combination, when you need something to show signs of life, when you want your best map mode to show up in Game 3, that just isn't coming to fruition for TSM.
And I'll be honest, I think this could be any map mode for Game 3. And I think Optic are just in such fine form at the moment, and TSM sadly on that downward trend.
TSM just losing every game on a Sunday, bro, again. Fucking A, yeah.
In this position. You've just lost 5 matches on the bounce, 5 maps in a row, excuse me. And you're about to be looking at being eliminated from the competition. This is how the elimination bracket has looked thus far. Of course, Optic Gaming 2-0 against TSM right now. But on the upper hand, it's FaZe Clan waiting in that grand final. Could this be the tournament for FaZe Clan? All the talk about Rebellion, Optic Gaming, who's the best, who's going to take this one? Well, FaZe have answered any critics and also demonstrated that they may be a powerful force, the powerful force in this tournament.
It's funny you mentioned that. The conversations around the team.
Have I played any Splitgate 2 yet? Nah. I haven't. I was watching Eli play it the other day though with RLS. It looks kind of cool. It just reminds me of Splitgate 1.
Well, they're inserting themselves in the conversation now. They're in the grand finals, and these two teams have had stark contrasting competitions so far. Both though have gone through the brackets with a big club and have just been bunking teams that are put in front of them.
Speaking of bunking teams, Legend and Renegade have been doing it as well. Both of them destroying their opposition. It's very hard to try and come back into a series, come back into a game, let alone when you have 2 players firing like these two are. You could say that for any 4 of these Optic members. If anyone has a slight off series, there's always someone else to pick it up for them, and that's why they are one of the very best, if not the very best, certainly from what we saw in Arlington. But fist bumps all around as map 3 is starting to get loaded here. Is there anything left in the tank from TSM? Or is it going to be history repeating itself as they go back-to-back 0-3s to fall out of the tournament here on Sunday?
Optic Gaming have been like mercenaries, hired guns, ruthless to any team put in front of them. Now putting TSM to the sword.
This guy goes, this map sucks.
They're on the back foot, they're on the ropes. And just one haymaker away from complete elimination from the tournament. Can they bob and weave? Can they get the head movement going? Can they throw something back of themselves? Jab, jab, duck and weave. It's time now, or your competition, your tournament run, as impressive as it was, it's over.
I'm not even sure Optic need a haymaker. Just a little
I don't mind this map as much as I hate the other one. The one that has no flank routes and you just have to 1v1 every single person or just get sniped or pushed by a OS guy. I hate it, bro. I don't even know what it's called, bro. It's so bad. I don't even want to like put it in my memory of what it's called. It's so bad though, but this one's like, yeah, it's up there for being bad, but definitely not as bad.
Maybe you can get back into this series.
Druk utilizing the overshield. Fortunately though, teammates are falling down around him and now he's isolated. All 4 guns of the team from Optic Gaming were pointed in his direction. Such was the communication, such was the threat he posed in the armory. TSM's threat has been dealt with here. And now Optic Gaming can push forward themselves. They've got a couple of sniper rifles to play with. And you know, when I say play with it, Dan, that means nothing but pain for TSM.
Yeah, I think TSM maybe will be a bit frustrated that they weren't able to capitalize on having both sniper rifles there. And if it was me going against Optic and I was able to gain their snipe, I would certainly be wasting that ammo. Even the very best do it against their greatest enemy.
You liked it in the beginning, but after like 5 games in a row, and at one time it's a nightmare fuel.
Just sends that bomb towards the base.
Funny.
TSM on the back foot a little bit. Optic are able to get some kills their way, but there is a good position from Druk. Really have to manipulate the map in a certain way here to try and just have the elevation over your opponents to get the jump on them.
The bomb has been juggled, been pushed forward. Legend and Bound are in the respawn screen, so numbers advantage now favoring TSM. Manny gets another kill. Formal will equal the odds. Bound's coming off the respawn. Manny reluctant to push this bomb up the steps and hesitating just a touch.
I've seen that a few times from TSM where they'll throw a grenade prematurely when actually they could probably just get the kill with the bandit. And they find themselves getting caught with their pants down a little bit because they're in the grenade animation. Just little tiny mistakes here and there.
Many nuances to Halo. You think if you just keep your bandit up, you can keep putting damage down, but when you're in that grenade animation, like Dan rightfully says, you just take damage for free, particularly if that grenade's not going to find its intended target. Druk gets another overshield, but did he really? Because it's completely gone.
Optic just all calling him out and making sure that overshield does not get away. Overshield depleted, and overshield not going to be a part of this next passage of play. We do know that bomb on Fortress can be very, like a big stalemate at times between two teams, as it's difficult to get the bomb across. Very heavy, the bomb as well. You try and juggle it, but it does take some time to get it all the way across to the other side of the map. So you might have had 4 dead, start moving the bomb, but everyone's up before you've even got there. It does require multiple rounds of slays before you can actually get an arm.
It can be a grueler, but again, the bomb's on the move. Tolik pressuring the spawns now. Tosses the snipe off the map. We don't mind that. Again, Optic Gaming, anytime they lose that first wave of slays, they play defense, they clear TSM out.
Chance maybe to arm this one though. You can see Legend was moving it. But it does get reset, gets tossed off, so we'll just be right back to square one for these two. You'll see a lot of that this game, of when that bomb does get into the danger area, just trying to take it to somewhere where you can toss it off quickly. Even if you are behind, even if you are struggling on slays.
Bomb now starting to move the wrong way if you're a TSM fan. Couple of kills will relieve a little bit of pressure though. Soul Snipe gets another. Legend down towards Arches. He'll be loving it. Right now, you know the next bomb plan's going to be so pivotal in this series. You feel TSM have got to get it. And hope and pray they can hold on to the lead. Because if Optic Gaming get the first plant, then the world is their oyster. They can play it any which way they want.
Yeah, this will be series over if they get the first plant. I think we know that. TSM had overshield for a second there, but Optic were just waiting for them. Ambushing them from above. TSM just sadly walked into so much gunfire from Optic Gaming that the overshield was once again negated. It's a good game plan from Optic, to be honest. They're not throwing too much resources towards getting the overshield and then taking a fight and then going 3 or 4 down. Instead, they're just making sure they call out the overshield, because you can deplete it so fast as long as at least 2 of you are looking at it.
There's 2 ways to look at this as well. It's that TSM playing very well here. They're getting the bomb into Optic Gaming's base consistently. The issue is, when they do, they don't even look like they can get the plant. And you know if the script flips, Optic Gaming will punish them. They will be clinical. TSM have got to find a way to get the bomb in that zone.
Yeah, what up, Dark? Probably just like some soup or some like ravioli or something. How about you?
Talk about grueling, how grueling this bomb on Fortress can be. Just takes stamina, it takes resilience. TSM are going to have to show that in abundance.
Really have to brute force your way into the enemy base. Maybe that's what Optic are going to try and do here. They're going to go for a little slight different approach, moving the bomb on the right-hand side towards their opposition tower. 3 are going to be dead on the side of TSM. But Optic aren't going to be able to arm it here. They have to make sure they slay once more, because you can already see Manny off spawn takes downbound.
It's always difficult to bring the bomb in on the snipe side as well. The armory spawn is usually the preferred place to block. But Legend and Formal and Bound keep getting kills. They're making this work. Renegade gets another. Legend though, he brought the bomb front base. Like you say, that thing's heavy. Takes a while to move. Takes a while to shift. But an overshield now for Bound. The bomb is being armed. We spoke about how clinical they can be. 2 go down for TSM. Bound's moving in now. Manny in the spiral staircase. He should get taken care of, and does. Danger not cleared now for TSM. Still a lot of work to do. Tolik trying to close distance, will get the kill and doesn't get traded. But the problem is, he's the last man alive for his team now. Only for a moment though.
This is going to be the best chance for Optic Gaming. They've got 3 dead several times here. They're very firmly in the base of TSM. A little bit like rugby, to be honest. Passing the bomb back, someone else grabs it, and then someone grabs it again, but I think the bomb just reset.
Objective incoming.
So even though Optic were certainly in the ascendancy there and tried as they might to get into the TSM base, you can really see when one team just backs off and plays defense, it's so hard to get that arm.
Continue to slay out for Tolik, double kill. We're on this map of mode. always seen a siege in my mind. I just get Lord of the Rings music in my head. Din, 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 din. We're just waiting for one player to run in with the bomb and explode. Open this game completely up. Take him down, Legolas! Do go down for Optic Gaming. And again, Halo being played on the right side of the court. You're a TSM fan. Another round of slays required though. Bomb still hasn't been moved. A slow snipe. Getting comfortable. Behind enemy lines. Down in the basement. Engagements happening around bottom middle. TSM getting the better of it again. Just need to get their hands on the bomb. 4 minutes on the clock now. They look the more dangerous. They are threatening more. That's good for TSM.
However, I will say that TSM, how many times can you kind of put your back to the wall and defend when Optic do start to gain control here? All it takes is that 1-4 dead at exactly the same time for Optic to truly set up around your base, and you feel like this game's going to be over. So TSM almost need to make sure they are sending one player around as like a flanker at all times. Otherwise, you are just going to fall into that same trap from Optic Gaming. Someone to disrupt what Optic are trying to set up. 3 dead again for TSM. But again, not the worst thing. Just having that one player to survive to give the question mark to Optic Gaming as where are they? So they start to look for them. Druck now goes down. Manny was alive. Formal gets shut down as well. Bomb gets thrown back out. TSM are defending again here.
Bomb down in the courtyard. 3 members are down for a moment for TSM as well. Bounds in the basement. He gets cleared out again. Optic Gaming now starting to pose a little bit more of a threat. They're starting to ask a few more questions. They're starting to turn the screw.
So many grenades just being tossed towards that planting area as well. And the sniper now in the hands of Manny. It looks like TSM have been able to hold off yet another push here, but the bomb is still in a dangerous area. Remember, they can just wait 10 seconds and it will reset. Manny arguably doesn't even need to toss this one out because it could be risky, could be putting his life in jeopardy.
Bomb reset.
There you go, another reset. 2 minutes and 38 left on the clock here. TSM are holding on right now, not just to this game, but to this tournament.
2 members of Optic Gaming converge after Legend lost his life to the sniper rifle player. And he goes down. The 1v1 here, it's not pretty between Bound and Druck. Both opting to stay alive for now. We're gonna re-engage. Druck hoping his teammates would help, and they did. They made sure Bound didn't get his shields back. 1 tick of damage was enough just to stop the recharge. Renegade closes this over towards the basement as well. Bomb is still down in a neutral position though. It's Druck now that can have a heavy influence on what way this next few moments start to swing. Now we head to the final 2 minutes mark. 1 bomb plant should be enough here.
Legend does fall. Druck is in a pretty advanced position here, but needs to stay alive and needs help. Overshield's just popped as well. Looks like TSM were able to grab it, and now they can maybe start moving this bomb, but you can see Formal's in a position to be a nuisance, but he also falls. This is going to be TSM's best opportunity to take some control.
Here they come then. The siege tactics being deployed once more. But again, Optic Gaming hold the line. 2 go down for TSM every single time. Optic are put in that position. They get the opening pick, they get the double kill, then they push themselves back out again.
Well, TSM have thrown everything at that one, and now Optic Gaming are going to wrestle back control and start to move this bomb as well. Bomb gets passed off between them. They know they need to focus on Slays, but again, it's Soul Snipe who's able to get behind enemy lines, but Renegade's also going to be there for a double of his own.
Renegade needs to be shut down. Currently sitting at 21, 10, and 18. Pretty consistent game from him. Formal gets a kill on Talik elsewhere, and now, see the play call has been Renegade's trying to get behind enemy lines. Be a nuisance. Be a real issue, a thorn in the side. Make TSM turn around. Starting to apply pressure to those spawners now. Manny down to no shields. Pretty routine kill. Making a double. Perfect shots from Renegade.
30 seconds.
3 go down now. The Renegade Master pushes forward towards the armory. Applying pressure to those fresh spawners once more. Legend's there. This could be the moment. Here and now. Bomb being armed. The fuse is half lit. Dropping in the 1v1 engagement. All 4 dead for TSM. Formal with hands on bomb. It's planted. Kaboom.
That's going to be the game, surely, for Optic Gaming. The series, the grand final. 14 seconds for TSM to try and push this bomb across. There's not going to be time here.
You give Optic Gaming a chance, you give them a moment, a sliver of hope, they'll make you pay. They get the bomb plant, they have the overshield. This game is done and dusted. This series is over. A clean sweep on the main stage. 3-0.
Optic Gaming go into the grand finals, where they have a matchup that you will not want to miss against FaZe Clan. Two of the biggest orgs in esports and two of the biggest teams in Halo are going to duke it out in a best of 7, maybe 2 best of 7s, if Optic Gaming are able to reset that bracket. Sadly for TSM, their Sunday comes to a very abrupt end. It's 2 0-3s back-to-back.
They look
very much reminiscent of the 2022 Halo World Championship. But for Optic Gaming, the revenge.
They beat them earlier, 50-48.
TSM, and now start to look eyes straight towards FaZe.
Or 50-49, whatever it was.
If the barometer is who's looking the more likely to win the grand finals, and you want to use TSM as the comparison, we are no closer to finding out. This one's going to be anyone's game. But this series comes to its conclusion. Dominant from Optic Gaming once more, 250 to 54. 50-40 Slayer recharge. And finally getting that plant in on neutral bomb. TSM sent home, Optic Gaming marching on.
Even though TSM were close in that final last game, it just felt like they were holding on a little bit, Lottie.
They certainly were indeed. I will say I am happy with how TSM came back and rebutted a little bit from the cold start they had against FaZe. We saw a little bit more life from them. So that's promising, right? Optic Gaming, though, just a whole different level of fish here. I mean, it's just unbelievable stuff. They are not to be stopped at this point in time, especially with TSM coming out cold the way that they had. I was hoping for maybe something to clutch onto, excuse the pun, but Clutch, you know, how are you feeling about that series overall?
Don't hold on to me. Not if you're TSM right now, and that's just a tough loss, right? The way that their Sundays have gone in the past rears their ugly head here once again in Dallas, and they're going to be kicking themselves. Heads are going to be down for a little bit, but they should be proud of the way they played overall this weekend. A lot of great Halo, just unfortunate that they weren't able to get the ball rolling today, but I think that that's testament to our grand finals setup, because FaZe, they have looked on point all weekend long, and now Optic Gaming, from the elimination bracket, once again have found themselves with a ticket to the grand finals.
Obviously, this is very familiar territory for these guys. You know, what happened on KCP at the World Championships, you know, what happened to teams like Pure, who have the potential to go the distance. And we get into this championship Sunday, and it just seems to be too much. And it's funny because I think any other given day, and for example, they've done this before against Optic Gaming. You've seen the series rewind. They've taken them down. But for some reason, a championship Sunday brings out the best of some players and can honestly lock up others, and it's so interesting to see how that works and how some of those players can try and get over that hump that is a championship Sunday and embrace that pressure, embrace that illustrious feeling that is going on a main stage and playing for your tournament for that trophy. And shows it's just something that is still missing from these guys on TSM.
Yeah, they just seem to freeze on the Sunday and they don't find whatever form they were in on the Friday and Saturday. But I think perspective is very important here for me. It's easy for us to say, oh, TSM, you made it to the grand finals and you didn't make it happen, or excuse me, winners in the England finals, you didn't make it happen again. But perspective, last event, you were top 12. You're now top 3. That is a huge gap
100%.
That you have just made, and you're only together a short while. The sky's the limit for this team, as things are looking up.
You're so right there. It's funny because I feel like I can be a little bit harsh at times on some of these teams just because of how much I believe in them and their capability and what I've seen. And it's funny, especially with TSM, I have to remind myself, and I'm sure everyone else is at home, that they have just made a change. It's been 2 years since Manny has come onto this roster to create this full force that is this friendship group. And they have picked up where they've left off, but clearly have some work to do. And you're right there, Shuz. You know, I'm kind of talking about them as if they've been like this the entire time, and you know, they've always been together, because it feels that way, especially seeing them.
You'd be forgiven for thinking that, because you see those 4 players and they were underperforming for so long that you expect them to be in this top 4, top 6 conversation a lot more consistently. But like we say, it was top 12 last event, top 3, something to hang your hat on, something to work on.
Again, similar to FaZe, Dan, we're looking at the stats here. Firepower missing heavily on the side of TSM. I will say Soul Snipe, though, throughout that series, kept things together. He was continuing to try and push the boundaries as much as he possibly could, create some openings. I was really impressed there. And honestly, I would say every single one of them stepped up from what we saw from FaZe. How are you feeling right now about TSM, the rest of their journey this season, and really what they can hold on to coming off the back of, unfortunately, this loss?
Oh man, that is funny.
Matchup to try and maybe a third place playoff at this event, honestly, because I feel like it's almost unfair Rebellion didn't get that chance, and maybe TSM would give it a good opportunity for them to try and just show what they're made of, because a 0-3-0-3, they just go out so flat after such an exciting tournament. It's such a shame for them, but I think that they have plenty to build on. Jersey's completely right, such amazing improvements from top 12 to top 3, but let's be honest, Optic are just a better team. FaZe are just a better team, and for good reason. They have been practicing more, they have more chemistry as well, because they've been able to have just the previous event and the previous experience through scrims and stuff, whereas on the side of TSM, they've had to make those changes, they've had to try and work on things yet again. I think they'll be back in the next event, and I'm excited to see what they offer there.
I'm very excited. It's funny, isn't it, with some of these tournaments so far this season, with how the bracket has gone, and it's gone very, very upside down at times. Certainly this one for sure. But you are left wondering those things exactly, Gaskin. What would it be like if they played this team? What would happen in those moments? For example, last event, it was SSG and FaZe, right? It was that battle, like, who's the true third, who's the true fourth, etc., so on and so forth. And I think we're also left with a lot of questions here for Shopify Rebellion and how they would also do against some of these Titans who are really turning up here today as well. So lots of questions. Hopefully, furthermore in this season, lots of answers coming our way as well. But we do have a grand final set in stone now. Let's take a look at the brackets and see the journey of some of these teams. And again, Optic Gaming with that clean run through the elimination bracket. You can't predict this stuff. This is just, it's insane that I'm staring at the same bracket for Optic Gaming as last event, and then they went on to win the entire thing. Starting from round 1 here, Wes, they really do catch fire. These guys just need, I think they just need as much Halo as possible at this point.
Yeah, you guys are asking questions still left to be unanswered, and the big one is can anyone actually knock Optic Gaming out of a tournament? So far this year, the answer has been no, and there has been plenty of opportunity and chances for Optics back against the wall to be knocked out, but they are as resilient as any team I have ever seen, and when they catch fire, watch out, because they are on a mission once again.
The question might be for Optic Gaming, is that where their main motivation comes from? Are they just a much better team when their back is against the wall, when they have no more chances? Because when we've seen them play like that, they've been flawless.
They certainly have indeed. I said it yesterday, I coined the term that they are the cockroach of the HCS, and rightfully so, and I will say it's not the best term to possibly use for Optic Gaming.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it. We'll make it sexier.
You can't kill them, you can't get them out. Exactly, no matter what you do, how much you tear them down, they just get right back up again, and back to work they go, and they find themselves again in another grand final. And this team was built for one thing, and that's to lift trophies, and we'll have to find out if they can do just that against FaZe. I do want to say though, folks, before we head to break, I want to give a massive shout out, and I need you boys to help me here, for an exceptional historic moment in Halo. Command Station won the FFA, the first ever female to win an FFA on LAN. I just want to say I got chills even thinking about it, but unbelievable moment for us girls. I'm so proud. I honestly, just incredible stuff. I think there's so much of a divide in gaming in general between male and females, and it's just incredible to see that gap close ever so slightly. And Command Station, you know, absolute hero in my eyes, so I'm so proud and well done.
And you think about the history of the FFA and the players we found through FFA that have found themselves on the main stage competing on the biggest and best teams. I'm just saying, maybe the writing's on the wall there, and if you are one of those squads that's looking to try and break into top 8, top 6, top 4, you look at FFA winners, so we'll see how far she goes.
I mean, it's a story as old as time. Hard work pays off. Command Station is a grinder, and she's put in so much work. It's no surprise she has this level of success. But I think the big thing here is you look at Halo Infinite and all the barriers that have been set up as far as Europeans placings-wise, as far as input-based being the most important. We see mouse and keyboard break into the top 6, and now we see a woman winning FFA. There are no such things as barriers. If you work hard enough, I think any wall is breakable. And I think that that's just an awesome mindset that continues to be proven right. Thank you, Halo Infinite, and thank you, Command Station, for doing not just the women, but the entire video game scene, competitive video game scene, justice with the performance this weekend.
Absolutely, and honestly, I think the next one for me is exactly what you said, Gaskin. Hopefully to find a woman as talented as Command Station on a team. I mean, last shot, that's how he got his breakthrough. He won the FFA, and he was phenomenal individual talent. I hope to see that happen at some point in the not so distant future.
Yeah, I think it's important to note as well, this hasn't been like an overnight success for Command Station. Like Wes said, she's been grinding day in, day out. Maybe opportunities can come her way now. Winning that FFA, she's been in finals time and time again, but finally able to get the job done. So massive shout out and inspiration, Man Station.
Huge, huge shout out. Congratulations once again. I hope everybody is getting so happy about that one, because huge breakthrough for all of us here in gaming. Well, folks, that's going to do it from the desk for now. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, it is indeed your grand final, and it has been set. FaZe versus Optic, battling it out once again on the main stage. This is a tale as old as time as between these two orgs, and I can't wait to see who comes out on top. Stick with us, folks. We'll be back right after the break.
Something, I guess I gotta put something in the microwave. One sec, let me see what I got.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
I don't know if neither of us see it.
Yeah, we're kind of humble. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, we're humble kings out here. Neither of
I'm gonna
us.
say Jesse actually.
All right.
Say Jesse. I'll say Jesse. 'Cause
Like if we're comparing the two, it'd probably be yeah.
Jesse gets kind of like toxic.
I'd probably say you.
I mean, it depends. Like in events, yeah, probably trash talk more, but like.
Do you mean in game chat, like in matchmaking?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I get so angry when I play matchmaking sometimes.
This guy right here. This guy.
No one really. Yeah. Maybe me, but not really.
Probably me.
That's harder.
Actually is. Hey, I'm gonna say you. Like, are you on the?
I'm gonna say me. Fuck it.
That's actually all Joey. I'm not even kidding. This dude loves talking. 100% Joey.
I'm a bit of a talker.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Actually, my copy. I'm a bit of a talker.
To become talent? What does that mean?
Watching Halo, I love talking about it and like theorizing over different things that people are doing.
Oh,
So,
like a caster or
I
something.
find it really interesting. I've also casted for like a couple of European small tournaments, and I really enjoyed it. So it would be something I'd like to do in the future for sure.
Or like content?
Probably me.
Yeah, a commentator, probably. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with me. Like, I could do that. I can do that. You get the good looks. Appreciate that. You can be the stage host.
Want more Halo action? Subscribe to the Halo Esports channel for official HCS highlights, behind-the-scenes content, and player spotlights that take you closer to the pros. Stay in the loop with official updates, Halo Esports history, and our HCS and community top 10 series. Don't miss a second. Subscribe now.
Hello DreamHack and hello Halo fans from all across the globe, and I hope you're all tuning in because this is going to be a killer of a championship Sunday. We do have our grand finals happening very shortly here at DreamHack, but before we get started, we need to make sure all of the players are ready to go. That main stage is locked in and loaded, so why not bring one of our favorite people on to the sofa, I was gonna say desk, to talk about a few little things. Richie Himes, hello, welcome to Championship Sunday. How you doing?
They're whistling for you.
They are.
That's crazy. Appreciate that.
I get no
yeah,
whistles.
it's been a great tournament so far. Lots of crazy upsets
Insane.
today. I think it's not even noon. We're ready for grand finals. Pretty exciting times. But yeah, let's talk some S&D extraction.
All right, so what have you got in store for us? What's been going on in your world, Richie?
Yeah, so Halo Studios has partnered with Forge Hub for an S&D extraction map contest, and we've gotten almost 50 submissions thanks to all the Forges out there for all the hard work. $20,000 in prizing.
Okay.
And we got top 10 winners that we can get to.
Top 10 winners. All right, let's get to it. I mean, I'm excited to find out. So we're going to go for number 5 first, right, Richie?
That's right.
Okay.
All right.
So,
yes.
Without further ado.
Without further ado.
Who is the
We're doing this
5th
live.
position? We are doing this live, folks, so just got to bear with us.
Number
5th
5,
position.
Abrasion by Extradot. Wes, what do you think about this map?
Honestly, love it. It reminds me of Rat Race, obviously, and the aesthetics, obviously Halo 3 themed. The retakes on this map were specifically difficult, so I'm very interested to see the usage of Shroud, the usage of all these different equipment that you're able to have in order to retake some of the situations. But love the Rat Race remake that Abrasion is.
Love it.
Congratulations to Extradot. 4th, we have Access Code by Unknown Emerald.
Access Code. Access Code was actually one of my favorites. Once again, the aesthetics, the greenery, the scarab, even in that, just different.
Ooh.
The difference in the sights is what really stuck out to me on this map.
I love this one, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, the
I think
aesthetics
this
are
is gorgeous.
pretty vibrant. I'm liking it too. Up at 3rd, we will have Mortar by Cat Ratatat.
Okay, let's see it. 3rd place. Congratulations, guys.
Mortar. This was one L-Town was popping off on, so big shout out to him back at the studio. But a lot of opportunity for just like close combat range like fights. So love the idea that this is going to be its own like unique recipe when it comes to the S&D mode.
This is reminding me of like old school CS maps a little bit.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
It's giving that vibe. Love that. Congratulations, guys.
At 2nd place, we have Hollowed by the one and only Zaddy Hammer.
This was actually our smallest map, and it played the fastest, but it was so interesting to see the strategy develop right off the breaks. You're able to pretty quickly get some sight lines, so how do you play based off that information was something key for this one specifically, but we really enjoyed this one as well. Obviously, 2nd place is pretty good.
Congratulations, 2nd place. I've got to say, I'm all for a little bit of a fast-paced map. Why not? We have some incredibly fast-paced, kind of like tweaky kind of players here. I would love to see what they would do on that map.
That's going to be the bound specialty right there.
It certainly will be. Okay, so without further ado, Richie Hines, 1st place goes to.
Congratulations to our 1st place winner, ADSR with the map name Ashore.
Here you have it, folks. Wes, tell us about this one.
All right, so this one has a man cannon on it, and we obviously saw the man cannon very early on, and we thought we'd start by trolling, because how many man cannons have you seen in competitive Halo or in any like ranked form? Well, actually, it plays so well. I love this one. The sight lines are so perfect as far as long-range combat opportunities, if you want to try and force that, as well as being able to get close up and personal if you're able to close those distances. But I think that this, by far, was my favorite of the experience, and I love the idea that it actually got 1st place, because I wasn't personally a voter, so I was very concerned as where this would fall, but loved the hell out of playing this, and I can't wait for the public to see
Lit.
it.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Fish
I'm not gonna lie.
tacos.
Aesthetics alone, unbelievable. Love the name as well.
The legendary
but this
sign.
looks like it is very promising in terms of gameplay. I mean, I can imagine.
Alright, I'm gonna let my food cool
sniping
off.
on
I keep
this
burning
map.
my
This is
tongue like every day
terrifying
because I'm
to
trying to
me.
rush to eat my
If you
food.
are
If I
picking
just
up
waited
snipes
like
and
5
buying
more
them in
minutes to let my
Extraction
food
S&D,
cool off, that'd
like,
be
that
like
is
chilling.
terrifying to
So
me. To have that lift there, it just.
let me try
I
that.
can imagine some of the things that's going to happen.
You just wait till you get hit by the 4-man CIT man cannon strat in the first round, and all of a sudden you don't know what just happened to you. But it's high risk, high reward, obviously. But just the aesthetics of this map, the rotations, the lanes, they're just so perfectly well done that I think it really made it to where it is in first place.
I also saw like inside the warehouse section there was like here it is there on A, little clamber. Can you clamber up that and that little peek through there?
That's an initial spawn for the attacking side. So yes, you can get up there for some deep sight lines, but
Nice.
you can't do a ton of work from there. You're going to have to advance on the map, especially when you're on offense, in order to get that extraction point initiated.
Fantastic stuff. Heinz, how impressive are all of
Yeah,
these
they might
maps?
enable
I mean,
all
just
drops on the channel. I'm not
unbelievable
sure,
stuff.
to be
Every
honest.
single person here who made that
Sometimes
list,
they do.
just work put in.
Wow.
We know how much time it takes to create a Forge map, and these guys put pedal to the metal the last few months, and it shows the aesthetics are great. the
Damn,
gameplay is great, like
creators
Wes was
getting
saying.
paid in Halo.
Super
That's
excited
lit.
to see these come to fruition.
How about
Just
a
congratulations
creator
for
code?
Yeah, congratulations to the top 10. You got some cash money
That'd be
on you,
lit.
but honestly, with all of the maps that we had to go through, it was a overhaul of workload for the team, and just a big shout out to everybody in the community that participated, and hopefully you're able to continue to build things like this. And it was an awesome opportunity for us to see how the community would respond to a competition like this, and you guys knocked it out of the park. So big shout out to all the forgers out there. Thank you guys for your hard work. Congratulations especially to the top 10.
Congratulations indeed, and congrats to ADSR. Incredible stuff, first place. Richie, thank you so very much. And remember, S&D Extraction is coming this summer, so you have all of this to look forward to. I'm so excited to see how this one is going to be playing. You're very excited, I know it.
I'm very excited.
Amazing stuff. Let's get into the rest of the business for today, which of course is your grand final. And we have two very impressive teams on that main stage. It's FaZe versus Optic. Let's meet your grand finalists. Well, here you have it, folks. The last two standing on that main stage, FaZe versus Optic. A tale as old as time. These two orgs have been battling it out on many a stage in many a different game. And it all comes down to this here at DreamHack for your HCS Open. On one side, you've got FaZe, who have really done it to that bracket. No matter what came their way, they managed to get all the way through so clean, so calm, so collected. And Optic Gaming, well, they just love a challenge. I'm convinced it has to be elimination round one, all the way back through to a grand final. Unbelievable stuff, and I think they're gonna have to dig deep here. I think both teams are gonna have to find the very best of themselves on that main stage to get this job done. My biggest question to you, Wes, is we just had 2 3-0s. That was a tough start to our championship Sunday. And it wasn't something we were used to. I might have cursed it because I said we'd had 8 so far in the entire weekend.
I
We
didn't
had
say it
8.
for a reason.
We had 8 at Arlington, and I thought we were going to see plenty more, and I just absolutely cursed us all.
Don't worry, Dan cursed him. He said
Oh,
it. He said
okay.
it. He said both of his series would be 3-0s last night.
Oh.
It's Gaskin's fault.
Oh, it's him.
Yeah.
Forget it. I'm fine.
You're
it's
clear.
him. 100%. Let's talk about Optic Gaming. They got another big mountain to climb here. This is going to have to be 2 best of 7s that are won by them in order to get this done. Optic have done this before. They have that in the bank. That is great, all well and good, but it is a different team they're coming across, and also a team that they lost to previously. So when they're going up against FaZe, what do you need to see out of Optic Gaming, or have you seen it already today that they need to switch up in order to face them once again?
I've seen it already today. I saw it in Arlington. Nothing gives me a doubt that Optic will compete for this championship. We'll make this a series and push this to a second best of 7. This green wall team, I mean, what can we say that we haven't already said? Because this script has already been given to us back at the first major, and it's once again here in Dallas that Optic have caught fire. And I'm looking at how quickly is this first series, because I need to see FaZe play great in the biggest moment of their tournament lives.
I will say one thing that I have noticed difference maker-wise is Legend on set. Quieter the past 2 days. Today, unbelievable turnout from this guy. He has been a force on every single map, in every single chance he has got. And that for me is what scares me the most, I think, for any competition against Optic, because Legend is on one today. And like, if that man is doing what he does best, it's very difficult to stop.
I think when you talk about players and you talk about consistency, what level they tend to play at, I feel like Legend's floor is so high that when you see him playing at his best, it stands out so much. Like, and he does a lot of it without power weapons. He does a lot of it just moving around the map and using that bandit and being such a force. And it's the individual fights. It's so rare that you see him lose them. He's so good at choosing if he has the advantage to continue with that fight or disengaging to look elsewhere if he doesn't have that shield advantage. He's just played some phenomenal Halo today, barely making a mistake, but he's going to have to continue to do that if Optic want to win here.
And as we look at their road to the finals, let's not forget, it looks awfully similar to Arlington in terms of getting better and better as the weekend is going on. Take a look, lots of 2-3s, 3-2s, 3-1s as we go, but then today, as you said, Lottie, 3-0 and 3-0.
We talk about Legend and the MVP performance he's already kicked off today with. But don't forget, he was last year's MVP for this season, best player in the world. And he had been fairly quiet throughout the first event. It was Renegade that was really known to be the MVP of Arlington. And how dominant of a performance that was. But that's what makes this Optic roster so scary, is that they have 4 guys that at any point in time, they can be the best player in the server against any team in the world. And if you even look back at the last series, Formal had 3,000 damage more than anyone else in the server. So Formal also kicking off Sunday with at a very high level. Everyone on Optic seems to be catching stride as Optic did back at the first major, just in time for a second opportunity.
Wes, I want to ask you, because often we see a kind of rotation of who's popping off when, on what series, what map, etc. And obviously all 4 of these guys are capable of it. Sometimes what we don't talk about is what happens if there is a particular individual to have a quieter game. We've seen that Legend can have quieter-ish games, going positive, no problem at all, but everything is fine and falling into place because he's got the other guys backing it all up. Is there somebody on Optic that can't have a quiet game? Is there somebody you think has to be playing their A game at all times in order for this roster to do what they do best?
I think this roster is at its best when Renegade is at the helm of the ship, and Renegade has to have another great MVP style of a grand finals for this team to really push this to a second best of 7. Look no further than this man on screen. When he is on fire, great things happen for Optic. Even when the other members of Optic are quiet, Renegade still can be loud enough to get the job done almost by himself in that regard. So I'm looking at him to say, hey, can you find some consistency here? Because FaZe, on the other side, have been consistently great all weekend long. So this is greatness versus greatness in the grand finals.
Let's talk about the other team here. We've got FaZe. And exactly as you said, Wes, greatness coming from every single angle as you look at this team, even to the coach. Some big things have been happening on this roster and step-ups are being made. And I think they need to be on that mark, the exact same level they've been at all weekend long, to compete against some of those guys on Optic Gaming. And Brav, I just want to ask you about some of the individual talent that we have on this team. You know, it's really important that they step up to the mark. Who would you have right now your eye on FaZe to really kind of be that outstanding shiner, like a Renegade, like a Legend, etc., to really try and counteract what they're going to be delivering?
Yeah, to be honest, it's one man and one man only. It's Suppressed, his first ever grand finals appearance. You can tell it means a lot to him, right? How long has this man grinded? How long has he worked for this moment? How long has he watched trophies be hoisted over the years? Now this man on your screen, in his first ever grand finals appearance, you can even tell maybe a little bit of trepidation there on the side of the stage, and he's ready to go. Ready to hoist a trophy from the winner's side of the bracket. That'll be the task ahead of him.
Whoa.
They do have that advantage. They have a lovely, lovely cushion of that
Holy
one
shit.
entire series. They
A
have
feeling
to
of
get it done
fear
in one, and that
or
is
a
it, folks.
wow
Here you can see their mode
about
records
something that may
ranked right
happen.
now, and it's looking pretty good. You know, I think in Oddball, 4th going against probably the best team that we do have in Oddball is a little bit scary for them. Same with Neutral Bomb, and that Strongholds is a bit of an outlier for them as well. Wes, what have you noticed about their Strongholds and the issues there?
The Strongholds are so topsy-turvy. It's just that style of mode that once control is gotten, how long can that team keep control? The big thing for me is how quickly can FaZe get off of these bad situations, these spawn traps that they get put in, because Optic will put you in a blender if they get full map control with power
Trepidation, that's a
weapons and
sick
whatnot.
word.
They will split spawn you. They will force you to, like, situational Halo is going to be so difficult in those moments that when you're on your back feet, you're going to have to respond with greatness and make an individual play to at least subdue some of the pressure that Optic are going to be thrown at you. So a lot of responsibility thrown on everybody as an individual. Hey, you're not going to have help this slide. Can you get me one?
One thing I want to highlight about those FaZe records as well is the certain type of game types that they have the most success on are the ones where they're setup orientated. You have the Slayers, where it's a very simple objective. It's play for kills. King of the Hill and CTF as well. It's the ones where you have to be a little bit more of a unit flowing around the map, where they lost records started to kind of go against them a little bit in comparison to those other game types. So taking a look at this particular grand final, this first best of 7, you have a King of the Hill to start. Good news for FaZe. Then you have a Slayer game 2, where they've had so much success. They've been the best Slayer team here at the event. So I keep saying about how you don't get a better opportunity than this for FaZe to win a grand finals. You're coming from the winner's side. You have to win one of 2 series, and seeing 2 game types at the start here that favor you in the records you have so far has got to fill them with confidence.
Looking for a hot start, honestly, on both sides of that stage today. Cannot wait to get into this, folks. DreamHack, this is the moment you've been waiting for. The trophy is on the line. Our 2 teams are ready to go. FaZe versus Optic. Your grand final starts right now.
Well, a weekend that has been full of surprises may have one more in store here as we approach our grand finals here at DreamHack. It has been an incredible tournament, like I mentioned, full of game 5s, full of upsets, and the 2 teams that are on our main stage right now have different stories they want to conclude. For Optic Gaming, it's about going back-to-back. It's about a second elimination bracket run that results in a championship. But for FaZe, it's a first grand final of this season and a first chance to lift that trophy.
Packed house all weekend long here at DreamHack, and of course the grand finals are no exception. For Optic Gaming, it's a chance to erase the entire history of the tournament. That is all people will remember if Optic Gaming can take these series. However, if FaZe takes it, it is historic. It changes the course of the season and their year, without a doubt. Only one of those stories will prevail at the end of this grand final.
Both teams coming into this grand finals with perfect results in their previous matches, but you're gonna have to be more than perfect. You're gonna have to be exceptional to lift the trophy here in Dallas. As we start off with our first game of the series, King of the Hill on recharge. And looking at the map records, like I said, Andy, this one, FaZe will like the look of.
Trades to open things up here, and as we said, Suppressed, his first ever grand finals appearance. A household name in professional Halo, but now finds himself with an opportunity to take home a trophy. Let's see what he and the rest of FaZe Clan can do here in game number 1.
First camo you saw was burned bottom middle, so no real impact for that. Suppressed, though, already having an impact here on the map. He's looking for a triple, but he's only going to find the double. 3 dead, though. For Optic Gaming, Legend finds himself as last alive, but trying to control these spawns in and around the pipes where that first one's going to be.
Legend, that's what he does. Look at that in a 1v2 momentarily. Somehow sneaks away without even trading the kill. 2 dead here for FaZe.
It's a frustrating moment here for FaZe because as last alive, Legend gets the kill, doesn't get traded, then re-engages, contributes to a second kill, and now Optic have control of this hill.
Kind of feels like we're just a continuation of his streak off of that first series of the day, doesn't it? Legend just being as tricky as you would expect, and they keep 3 in the death screen for FaZe. 50% of the progress here on the first hill. Renegade still alive here, also being a nuisance, bottom blue.
Yeah, Renegade just on the flank of the spawners at the moment. Almost got a shock rifle as well, and he's putting that to use. Penguin could not get anywhere near the hill before his head was removed. It's 2v2 at the moment, but last 2 players from FaZe are a long way away from that hill, and Optic are far closer to it. They will get that first hill on the board. They're up by 1.
Not wasting any time, and Formal also not wasting any time. Looks for a second head eventually. Will be forced to retreat, but has a lot of covering fire and teammates pushing up as well to help out the cause. It's 3 dead for FaZe yet again.
Yeah, Optic looking like they haven't missed a beat here. Those kills falling at just the right time, not just to win the rotation towards this next hill, but also that camo is coming up bottom middle. Renegade has it in his possession. The first power-up is going to be influential on this game. The second camo will be...
Oh, I left my glasses in the kitchen.
So we can make plays like this.
Just got a double, by the way.
Look at this. Oh my, 3 dead right away. Suppresses the last player alive at tower, and he's forced to go all the way back to elevator. This will be continued time. Love the way the Renegade plays the front of that hill and dips out right away when the pressure comes.
Now looking to close in on 2 suppressed as well. Bounty's going to get that kill, and now all of FaZe are trapped on the long ball. Renegade has free
It
reign
just says loading player information from platform, and then it does nothing. What says loading?
20 kill mark here, just outslaying heavily, and only moments away from getting the second hill as well. This has been clinical from Optic Gaming.
This has been dominant from Optic Gaming. FaZe really haven't had an opportunity to step inside of that hill. It's another simple double kill for Renegade, and off the back of the kills, it's a second hill for Optic. They're already up by 2.
Unreal start. That's some of the 2 fastest souls we've ever seen in a grand finals, without a doubt. 4 were dead for Optic, though, so now an opportunity, perhaps, for FaZe to get back in the game.
Now we have to see FaZe exercise an element of control that we've yet to see. Shots like that from Suppressed will certainly help them in this situation, and also collecting a shock rifle will help them in these fights. Bounty's last alive, so FaZe have done a great job here as he's taken down as well to get control of this hill and start to put Optic on the back foot.
Back-to-back 4 deads there, and you talk about a player's first appearance in the grand finals. How about Suppressed? Already 8-4 in this game here.
Trippy not quite connecting with those shots onto his former teammate, of course, in Formal, and that's going to allow Optic to at least break into the pipes. Penguin, though, he's going to get a double. Penguin opening the map up as Valkade will come in, and Optic Gaming find themselves 4 dead. So even though there was a bit of a shock in the arena to the way that FaZe was slowly getting into this game, now they've woken up a little bit, and this should be their hill.
Yeah, really impressive there. Another 3 back-to-back 4 deads, and FaZe answers back with a very impressive sequence of their own.
2 dead now for FaZe, though. You can see the Formal in the feed is going to make Trippy have to survive on his own for just a few seconds here. Tries to challenge for this camo, but not going to be able to. Optic Gaming will get their 3rd pickup of the camo, the second time they can put it to use here.
Oh, look at this as well. A little bit of a tricky scenario there with teammates. And has to try to stay alive.
How long will you be streaming for? I need the 4-hour drops. If not 4 hours, will you please host another person in the same game after?
Coming in here from Suppressed, he manages to stay alive yet again.
Yeah, I like that aggression.
Got you, bro. I'll be
I
on.
like the fact that he's trying to take the fight to Optic Gaming here on this hill, not make it comfortable, keep them on their toes. As Formal still alive with this camo here.
Yeah, I got you. I always got to shout out to HCS for hooking me up with the drops.
He's going to make sure this one gets erased. He's got help as well.
Help's going to come. Formal still recognizing the most important thing here is hill time. Let your teammate play off with your damage. He can have the kill. You'll take the time. Valkade's last alive. And Optic might be about to go 3-1 up here.
They have the timing on the rotates. Beautifully done there, trading out those kills in long haul. They knew that Legend had to fly in, and if he did, Formal would have to get the next kill on the domino effect. But it's perfectly executed here.
I mean, we've seen some pretty slow games that have finished 1-0, 2-1, whatever it might be, but we've still got 3 minutes of the game clock here to play with, as Optic will step in and be able to secure this 3rd hill. They're up 3-1, and so much time left still to play on this hill as we move towards bottom mid.
Certainly a moment there where Optic probably could have even baited time if they had wanted to, but you could tell they're playing no-nonsense Halo right now. They said, let's just get the last few seconds. Don't even worry about baiting here, even though we have 2 dead. Let's just keep going here, because they are absolutely rolling and patrolling at 3-1.
Wow, bro, this is gonna be a long series if they go reset.
Problems, but Trippy has last alive, will at least get one kill, but inside of that hill, again, it's Optic Gaming. Standing there, collecting time, forcing the game in their favor. Trippy will get the beat down, puts the Shroud down just to survive a little bit longer. He knows there's some pressure coming through the Shroud, and Falcade's going to be there to help his teammate out. It's 2 dead here for Optic, numbers heavily in the favor of FaZe.
Good timing, last player alive is gold. This should be an easy FaZe camo. Trippy will pop, and now, with 2:21 left, as you had mentioned, Mark, still a lot of game clock to play with.
Enemy team took the kill.
He gets hit by that grenade though. Legend took out Penguin. Almost gave the position of Trippy away. As Optic will manage to get 2 kills on the board and force FaZe onto the back foot. Trippy trying to stay alive with this camo and influence this game, but a lot of pressure being put onto him at the moment.
Yeah, this Legend's also just being an absolute pain. He's going to go bottom blue. Just continuing to poke around and look for that camo. And by the time they do all this, camo's already out. It's a really nice camo management and camo counter from Optic Gaming. Take a look, 2 players bottom middle. They keep a player at battery's angle to shut down the camo option. And it's a really nice neutralization there of the power-up.
And how frustrating it is to play against Optic. You're seeing it from the point of view of Trippy there. You know, he broke about 3 or 4 shields, but none of the kills get picked up. He's doing everything he can to put Optic under pressure in those gunfights, but just the help, the baiting and switching from Optic too strong in those situations, and now they're 60% of the way to closing it out game number 1.
You get the feeling that Optic only has one speed on this championship Sunday. The speed at which we went through the matches earlier today were unbelievable, both of their series. And now they're bringing that right into the grand finals as well.
16 and 11 for Renegade, 15 and 9 for Formal. The man on your screen gets the beat down, doesn't connect with the shock this time around. FaZe have some numbers. Now, let's think about this for a second here. Still plenty of time left on the game clock, like we mentioned, and 3-2 feels like a very different game here if FaZe can close out this bottom middle hill. They have taken a lead. They still have to secure and win this next gunfight if they want to make this 3-2.
Big moment indeed. A lot of game clock, as we said. All going to come down to this second hill. 2 dead for FaZe, though. Not going to be easy here.
Falcade's going to be left on his own as well. Falcade wins a big fight, but Legend is there to trade it out. Trippy goes in for the trade. 4 dead, though, on the side of FaZe, and Optic will step back into this hill.
Oh, they're flying, and they're going right to Trippy's spot. This is a risky push. They're all ending this push here.
It's really risky. They have to try and force it. They can't let Optic take this last bit of time. They have to keep contesting this bottom middle hill, as we have a 2v2 on the map right now.
This is a big 1v2 now. Trippy was the only player alive for just a second.
Help comes in from the respawner though. Trippy gets his kill onto Formal. Suppress now off the respawn. Is able to pressurize Renegade in this tower, and FaZe are inside that hill once more.
Here they come. Suppress so well off of gold here. Only a few more takes before they get the second hill.
Formal finds one. Flank now comes in from Renegade. He gets the call out. There's 2 players weak. It's 3 dead here for FaZe. Trippy last alive has to make a hero play onto this hill. Not going to be able to. Optic will step in, and Optic.
There's game 1, bro.
And FaZe doing everything they can with repeated gold spawns to try to fly at the bottom middle hill, but as you can see, easier said than done. Being forced time and time again to keep their teammate alive, and they're able to do it over the course of 2 spawn cycles, but they were no match for Optic's early game. Those opening 3 hills were dominant.
Very, very impressive start from Optic, continuing the momentum that we just saw from their win against TSM in that elimination bracket final. Now they have to keep this momentum going.
They got the championship whites on. Okay, okay.
It could have been a very different final minute or 2 had they secured what was a hotly contested bottom middle hill. But Optic, as we've seen so many
yeah, they must have all drops on. That's kind of cool, bro.
Are the ones that they've come out on top of.
Formal 22 and 11 with just shy of 55 damage to lead the lobby in just about every category. That's the championship Sunday Formal you tend to get. Let's take a look at some of the highlights, starting off with the man himself.
Yeah, I mean, the first hill was brilliant. Again, a great fight in the last alive was what propelled Optic.
All good, Eva. Just join in and, you know, enjoy your time.
That first hill. Renegade, again, a great game from him. Wes was saying before the series got underway, if you want one player to be popping off on your team, if you're Optic Gaming, you're probably looking at Renegade to be that guy, and in game 1 certainly didn't disappoint.
He did not at all. At that point in the game, he was 14 and 9. Here he's already gotten to 16 kill mark as well, so right up there with
drops will go to 1 a.m. tonight. I'll be grinding.
And as we said, even though we saw FaZe with several camos and several opportunities to take control of the game, Optic did so well to trade out every single kill. That's another example of doing exactly what they needed to on the map.
These final moments here, you can see that the spawns were staggered on both sides, so everyone was kind of scrapping and trying to push towards this hill, but just a little bit of patience here from Renegade. Takes it off angle, gets the nice simple double kill to force FaZe out of that hill. The rest of Optic spawn close enough to just get inside of it. Get those last few scrap seconds and make sure that that victory is secured. 4-1, the win here for Optic on game number 1. And just to remind you, this was a game type that FaZe would have favored going into this series. King of the Hill they've been pretty good at, but one thing they've been extremely good at is Slayer, which we find ourselves going towards now in game number 2.
Take a look at some of the matches so far. The grand final record between these map sets, of course, everything prior to this grand final. Slayer Solitude, as we had mentioned earlier, heavily in favor of FaZe Clan at 3-0. Optic Gaming 4-3, so they've seen their fair share of losses on this map. FaZe right now coming in undefeated on this exact map game type. It's an opportunity for them to tie up the series.
Yeah, FaZe are going to have to show something in the objectives, but if they're going to get the chance to do so, they need to secure these Slayers. 50 kills to win here. We know the camo is going to be a big influence on how these kills start to fall, as well as that shock rifle, which everybody is going to want to get their hands on. Now, if FaZe do get it in their hands, Andy, I want to see them use it. Put it to use. Don't try and keep it out of the hands.
All right, game 2, ladies and gentlemen, here we go.
We've seen Optic find some success this weekend, despite the 4-3 record overall. Find some success in this exact map game type.
Already the first pick. They're already pushing blue. 2 dead, and they're about to get that camo. Damn, bro. This is looking good for Optic, if I'm being honest, bro. So this is the championship right now. Yep, this is the grand finals. FaZe versus Optic. Oh wow, if Optic win this series, they have to win another best of 7 against FaZe, because FaZe came from the winner's side. Shopify beat Optic, and then FaZe beat Shopify, which is why we're seeing this right now.
Secures the double kill. It's FaZe with a no lead as Trippy goes down, but Foul's got that shock rifle now.
That really has been the theme so often this season. Before you can even get the sentence out that the team has taken the lead, it's often tied right back up. How about that camo deny from FaZe? Penguin equalized it from S4 really nicely to keep this game now all knotted up.
How aggressively FaZe were pushing, by the way, onto those.
In that sense, we want Optic to win more games. That's what I was saying. 100%. Let the day last longer. I mean, either way, I'll be grinding afterwards. I'll be probably playing some matchmaking. I'll see if Nem wants to play again, because I was playing with him this morning, and I think it was going pretty good. Obviously, if you duo queue, you're going to get some pretty bad teammates, but, you know, I feel like we can overcome that and just dominate.
For just a second before this KO, you thought. Suppress, it's a beautiful shot to top mid. Eventually, we'll be taken down 3.
You know, you just got to play like we're at the championship right here.
At a tricky piece of timing, and he will fall.
Like, look how much they're sweating. You know, every corner, every play, every camo. Just got to sweat your balls off, bro.
But Trippy, with perfect shots onto Renegade, will remind him that you've got to be perfect in your own shots to win some of these fights. Falcao comes through and wins a big fight himself. Legend does not put that shock rifle to use. With the pace of this game, Andy.
I'm telling you, Optic's got 1 speed today. And to just fly at your opponent as fast as possible. And so far, it's also been as efficient as possible, because despite the speed, they've also played nearly perfect. They go up by 1 here with a camo grab as well.
Another camo goes here to Optic, which means bullets can be fired, and FaZe find themselves 3 dead. It's a 4-kill advantage with camo still in the hands of the Frenchman. Sabri now jumps up to top middle. Does his best UAV impressions. He looks all the way around the map here to try and spot out the members of FaZe Clan.
1 down, they need to play this carefully. Shot coming up at 10 as well. Let's get Dualistan here in the comms and Optic Gaming.
No, one dealer. Let's work it. Go, one shot.
So, I spawned top nest. Top snipe. Top snipe. Every test, pick Nash on. There's 2 at snipe. 2 at snipe.
Watch out.
Hotel scan
Yeah, they spawn here behind me, bro.
Watch out benches, guys. I heard benches. Yeah, I'm going back to John.
I know. Going try. Very weak front driveway. I go on.
Top board.
He can be...
Your break, man.
Up one. You're let's come in. They're gonna have shock.
Slip.
Nice, man.
Could be jump right on you. Remember. Watch out.
Wow.
Let's do this. No one's pushers. I think that's shock. I think shock's pushers.
It could be
here. Go nest, Sabri.
There's one shotgun left, quick.
Formal's not even fully locked, bro. He's like challenging dumb shit. And he's like, my bad. You guys know they won, bro.
15 your turn. What's gonna be like snake bite?
Ammo and 15, guys.
I can lift enemy.
Yeah, toggle. He might push my blue.
Is there a call out called snake bite? What the hell?
One's on snake bite too. One's on snake bite. Watch out, push your suppress, absolute. And snake bite weak. Watch out, watch out.
Do that, guys. Camo. Fires. Fires on me.
Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, still.
Where's the snake bite call out?
Take glass also weak.
I can't go for this yet. They're baiting.
On Kim weak, tribute. Watch out, on the awning. And so do weak, it's a great flank bound.
The real battle is between Royal 1 and Lunchbox. Damn. That's a deep thinker right there.
It's okay,
Two players.
Wow, the listening phase into a lead though, and
Eva's about to lock in.
the first time we've seen it in their control for quite some time.
Wow, Bound last player alive. It's a huge play for Bound. 3 were dead for Optic. And he lifts on the Camel player.
Oh, you're voting for FaZe, Eva? Okay.
The loop glass and poster spawners to keep this game within 1.
Tie game, 34 apiece. Legend with a kill onto Falcated. Renegade will make sure this game stays tied up as well. Penguin will get that kill though, and as we enter the back end of this game, FaZe have an advantage, but it is just 1 kill. This game can change very, very quickly, especially with Legends flying into the hotel to finish off that damage.
Renegade yet again, by the way, 11 and 8 in this game as well, in a game that they're tied.
Oh, they're up now.
Continues to perform. There's been questions asked of how long can he do this? He's keeping it up still.
Suppress being aggressive on the damage bottom middle.
I mean, this is the Slayer, and FaZe are up currently at the moment. Very close game though. This game could swing with like a 4 dead or a camo.
Inside of Yard is going to be won this time by Trippy. Penguin and Formal now in their own 1v1, and Penguin will win that one, and the double kill will keep FaZe in the most slender lead possible.
This is going to get so dicey.
Seriously.
Teams are going to maybe even slow things down just a bit, because this is really getting to the danger zone in terms of the final stretch of the game. FaZe still up now by 2.
I would say the pace of this game has been electric on both sides as Penguin gets another kill. Help coming in from Trippy at just the right time. Formal desperately trying to scarper in, but it's a 2v2 split. I think Formal recognized brilliantly there. He didn't have the time to push in on that as the spawners were coming in. Also knowing the camos coming up means now it will be 3 dead for FaZe. Formal alive as everybody else from Optic picks up the kills, and Optic are now in the lead by 2.
How well was that handled by Optic Gaming in the 2v2? Formal also dodges all of the grenades around Pillar, stays alive, does not shoot Trippy to make sure he maintains camo, and now they're up here 47 to 48
Wow,
to 43.
wow. Nah, that was like a breakdown at the end.
The home stretch for Optic Gaming. Formal with the beat down. The trade comes in from Renegade to put them 1 away from closing out game number 2.
Unreal. How good have they been in the Slayer late game? Time and time again, they pull away from a tied game in the mid-40s.
Trapped
1
in
kill
blue.
to go.
They got FaZe trapped here. Suppress gets 1, but Formal trades it out with a sticky grenade. And it will be Optic Gaming who pick up the win here in the Slayer and are already up by 2 in this series.
I saw a movie awfully similar to this one not too long ago.
Not too far from here either.
It's true, about 18 miles.
Something in that Texas air, I guess.
And only about 5 weeks ago, if that, Optic Gaming takes the first 2 games yet again of Grand Final number 1. Green! As a formal chant erupts in the building, and for good reason. Optic Gaming take it 50 to 45. And Mark, how good have Optic Gaming been in the Slayer late game? It feels like every game that we've seen in these game 2s, these game 5s.
Wow.
Take a look at the damage as well. Has gone to essentially a tie game at 40 across the entire arena. Optic Gaming part of so many of those, and they just have unbelievable ice in the late game to close it out.
Yeah, and remember, this is FaZe, who have been number 1 ranked in Slayers so far this tournament, so they certainly have not been any slouches when it comes to this particular game type. There's a lot of moments in it from Optic as well where you felt like a few kills got away from them. Big individual fights being won with no shielded players, like this one from Penguin. But I'd love to talk about the decision from Formal. Right at the end here, it's a 2v2, he gets damage onto a player, but the call obviously comes that camo is up. We have mid-map control. If he pushes in and tries to kill that player that he's done damage to,
Pillar, yeah.
He's probably pushing into spawners, he gives away a death, and he risks giving up mid-map control as well. So just having that big picture in your head so important for those close game situations. I think Formal really needs to be credited with the decisions that were made in that play.
You're just joining us here in the arena or online. First of all, welcome to another grand final that's shaping up to be quite a series. Optic Gaming has once again taken games 1 and 2 just like they did in Arlington to try to reset the bracket. And they've looked dominant in doing so. However, it's worth noting, we haven't talked about it yet because games 1 and 2 were rightfully such a focus. Games 3 and 4
Let's
are
get it.
both
Optic
new
going
game
crazy.
types that Optic themselves would tell you are not their strongest game types. It's Neutral Bomb Aquarius and CTF Origin. So despite the fact that FaZe Clan has now dealt their first loss of the season on Slayer Solitude, they have a chance to mentally reset and lock in for 2 of the newer game types of the series.
And just a reminder as well, it's an extended series here, a best of 7, but in the grand finals, because FaZe have come from that winner's bracket, Optic Gaming not only have to win this series in front of us, but have to win a second best of 7 should they reset the bracket. FaZe only need to win one of these series to be crowned champion. So FaZe have to keep that in mind here, because Optic, the pace they're playing at and the ruthlessness that they're showing right now, FaZe need to make this series feel a bit longer. Make this series go the distance, knowing that if they put Optic under pressure, Optic can't afford to make mistakes in these series.
Take a look here. Optic Gaming, even though they would tell you themselves, and you might have heard on the Optic podcast, that they are not a good bomb team. I tell you what, the grand finals at Arlington, as well as this graphic, tell me that they're actually quite good at a lot of the new game types, despite the fact that they keep saying they're not too strong on them. 2-0 over Gen G on Fortress, we saw that one. A 1-0 win over Shopify and TSM, and also another 2-0 over Envy. 3 of those are on Aquarius, and guess what? We're headed there next in this exact game type. So you're hoping that FaZe instead goes for previous records and hasn't seen that graphic, because that could be a heartbreaking one. But I tell you what, one thing that's so interesting about this Optic Gaming roster is whenever we have gone to a grand finals where there's a reset potential, you have to think about the fatigue of a team. I'll come back to that, though, because I do want to look at the game types that are coming up in the series.
Yeah, and I mean, it falls into, it's one thing to hear from Optic that they don't think they're great on the new game types. Yeah. Maybe it's just speaking to how good they think they are at the other game types, because that record right there, 4-1, is pretty impressive when it comes to Aquarius Neutral Bomb. And you look at the FaZe side, it's 2-2. So Optic have a chance here to go up 3 in the series. That record for FaZe, probably one of the weaker ones they have across the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think looking at a 4-1 record and a 2-1 record to 2 even records on both of the next 2 game types, which could be the series deciding game types for Optic Gaming. Certainly even more reasons for the Green Wall to be excited about what is to come here. Just to finish that earlier thought, with some teams, when you look at a grand final and reset potential, you have to ask yourselves, and we do of course of casters, what is the stamina and what is the endurance of these players, right? Because when you think about how difficult it is to do back-to-back best of 7 series and win them both, throughout history, there have been players that have kind of longer endurance, a lot of veteran experience, etc. With Optic Gaming, you never wonder. You're thinking they are so locked in and ready to play 14 games if they need to, without a doubt. And it shows once again, it's a very, very strong opening from Optic.
Deadass, bro.
It certainly is. I mean, this is why they win championships, right? And just something to highlight as well. We're talking about how Optic are looking to go back-to-back as an organization here with the wins. Well, for Bound and Legend, this would be 5 events in a row that they would win, if I'm not mistaken. What? The 5-peat. How many players in Halo history have managed to pull that off?
Very few. I think you're looking at, I know it was discussed also on with Maniac and APG, and Lethal as well. You're looking at, you know, an Ogre roster, certainly some type of STK 3D FB roster, I'm sure has done 5 in a row. I'll just leave it at that, though. It's probably the Ogre.
Take a little stretch break. This is gonna be a long couple games for you guys.
2 players here or there. It is a very rare achievement.
Certainly a very select group of players. And I'm sure for the Halo Championship Series as well, and a lot of the North American players probably thinking, where did Legend spawn from? Because, you know, a lot of, historically, the European teams haven't been able to go on to win championships, haven't been able to get towards the grand finals. Legend spawns in. And I've talked about his story a lot. He gets the opportunity to join Space Nation, wins a World Championship, wins multiple events, season MVP. Now he's going into a bracket of a player who could win 5 events in a row. It's an incredible rise. Unbelievable.
Some people play through the high ping. He was raised by the high ping.
Molded by it.
This man did the equivalent of playing with a batting weight on for his entire career and realized, hey, I might be pretty good at this game, and of course got so good essentially that the world could not ignore him, and now he finds himself not only on a World Championship roster, but now, as you say, a potential to win 5 events straight, now under the Optic Gaming banner, and it would of course be a back-to-back for Optic if they can do it here, but there's a whole lot more Halo yet to play if we want to have that conversation. We're 2-0 in favor of Optic Gaming over FaZe Clan. Neutral Bomb Aquarius, an opportunity for FaZe to get back into this series.
One thing that FaZe aren't afraid to do here in Aquarius as well is grind out these results. We've seen them win Aqua Flags in LAN tournaments 1-0. We've seen them grind out 1-0 bomb victories. But Neutral Bomb has been a pretty happy hunting ground for these two players in particular. Bound and Formal on your screen. Both of them over a 1.3 KD and over 2 kills per minute, first and second in the stats.
Not too bad. If you want to have 2 players ready to lock into a bomb game, how about the 2 top ranked overall in kills in the game type across all maps here at Dallas, and Bound starting things off with a little bit of a world star.
Certainly is, and who's the man who helps him stay alive in that situation? Number 1, Formal. With some shots across map, and Formal's just perfected another player, so early pressure for FaZe here being felt. All of them trapped in the back of their base, and that bomb is being thrown towards their courtyard.
Have you ever seen a team on a Championship Sunday play every single game type this fast, the way that they are? I mean, look at the unbelievable perfect opening, and they already have a spawn trap, essentially 30 seconds in.
Biding their time. FaZe can't move. FaZe can't leave. FaZe are getting hunted down. That's 3 dead. Foul's dead as well. 4 dead. The perfect opening here for Optic Gaming. This could be a picture-perfect playbook opening. They have planted the bomb within the first 2 plays of the game. That is unbelievable from Optic.
They outslay 8-2 and get an immediate arm within the first 50 seconds of a Neutral Bomb game. Now you start to understand why we just saw that stat card on the screen and what this team is capable of here.
I'm in shock at what I've just seen. It's 3 dead again here. And it might be 4 dead. Trippy's no shields in the courtyard. He'll go down as well. FaZe can't spawn at the moment, let alone think about getting that bomb. It's another one here for Formal, surely, but Suppressed at least gets 1 kill. Formal had a little bit of a smile on his face there, having lost that one.
Yeah, Suppressed maybe buys a tiny bit of time here for FaZe, but as we said, you really cannot overstate just how insane this opening and the series and the day has been for Optic Gaming. I think we're all wondering if FaZe is going to get back into this series at any point, but it is not looking like this game type will be the one just yet.
I wonder if FaZe can get out of their base at the moment, let alone back into the series. I don't think we've seen anyone from FaZe on the Optic side of the map, let alone the bomb. Another kill gets picked up here for Optic. It's going to be 3v3 momentarily, but Renegade with yet another. The bomb still progressing towards the FaZe base. FaZe are in the blender of all blenders at the moment, and finally Trippy with an individual win might give them a route out.
The biggest win, certainly not easy to win those peak shot battles against Bound when he has that peak advantage, but still after all of that carnage, it's going to be Renegade coming away with the camo, and things will slow down for just a second.
Well, finally FaZe will get across halfway on the map. They want to know what the other side of the map does look like, and they're finally starting to find that out. But with the camo in the hands of Renegade here, and him spying out and pinging frantically where he's spotting FaZe members, Optic might be looking to collapse onto this, and they're already moving the bomb and progressing the bomb back onto the FaZe side of the map.
Look at this. Ready, as you said, Renegade slow playing it for just a second, but decides to shoot. Stays alive in the connector for as long as he can. Now it's 4 dead, 2 alive for FaZe, so we'll see if they can start to advance the bomb here.
Really important here for FaZe that FaZe make something of this situation, right? They have been absolutely pummeled for the first couple of minutes in this game, but the score is just 1-0. Now that they get that 4 dead, they can do to Optic what Optic did to them. 1 kill gets picked up early here by Suppressed, but the flank coming in from Formal gives them 2 kills.
Formal either went connector or car 1 to get behind him there. It's a really nice push in the end to help them get out of their base. Really nicely done as the team was otherwise trapped.
Look at this as well, just controlling the objective, controlling the bomb, forcing FaZe to turn around. Stop thinking about spawn killing and worry about what Formal's doing with that bomb.
And Optic up to their usual tricks. Bomb gonna sit car 1, they're very happy with that one. Now with the 1 bomb cushion, they'll go back to slaying.
One was so sneaky. Trippy's completely lost him, and Trippy is gonna pay for it as well. 2 dead here on the side of FaZe. Suppressed is trying to overextend towards top middle, but that camo coming up as well with numbers on the map and the bomb. Back close to this FaZe base. You got to start to worry and feel that FaZe might be in a little bit of trouble here. 2 dead, camo coming up, bomb almost in the base. Optic are looking for blood here.
Getting flashbacks at Colossus matchmaking on Halo 2 launch week with the amount of noob combo I'm seeing from Formal here. Just absolutely green gunning anybody that walks in the base.
Swing and a miss, but connects with the bandit. Formal gets another one as well. It's 3 dead. Penguin last alive. Bomb is on the spot. Penguin has to go huge. And Penguin does do exactly that. He keeps FaZe down by just 1 as the dominoes start to fall towards Optic. Maybe looking for that second arm.
Brown gets spotted out again. Eagle Eyes coming in from FaZe repeatedly with the camo. It hasn't made the difference on the overall scoreboard, but time and time again, they seem to be shutting down the camo pretty well. Maybe a moment to breathe here for just a second. As quickly as we say that, though, it's 2 dead for each side, so FaZe will have to off this respawn now as they do get their 3rd kill. Traded out, though, for a momentary 1v1, and to try to commentate this action requires keeping up with every single play. Finally, the last 8 kills. Traded out, essentially, and maybe a moment for FaZe to breathe and reset. Let's not forget, they are still only down here 1-0, and despite the fact that Optic Gaming has 2 players on 12 and now Renegade at 13 kills, it is still just a 1-bomb game.
Shots from Formal, by the way, suppressed. Taken down, Formal comes out of that first battle and re-engages in a second one to get that double kill. FaZe 2 dead once again. But I think it's really important just to highlight here, even though Optic have been dominant, even though you feel like FaZe have lost 90% of this game so far, it's still the 1 bomb difference between the 2 teams, but that might be about to change as Suppress is last alive and Optic are arming that bomb once again.
1 player wrapping right now. Suppress is the only hope if they're going to get this stop. We'll see if he can. No, he's taken down. That bomb will go as well. And Optic Gaming needs no invitation. 3 dead for FaZe. Several will fall on Optic, however, it's really just all kills being traded out. Optic, very impressive. Let's not forget, there's been times where we've seen them overslay in bomb games pretty often coming up to this event. It seems like now, as soon as every piece of the puzzle is in place, they make sure the bomb is there too.
Yeah, they're bringing that bomb with them every time that they get a couple of kills. They're progressing it up the map. They are putting pressure on FaZe to not just call out where Optic members are playing on the map, but where that bomb is progressing as well. Legend just looking to make sure there's no overextenders here from FaZe. So now he wraps back towards top pink. Trippy finds 1 kill though. Penguin going to be double teamed on the bottom of the pink tower as Renegade gets yet another camo here for Optic Gaming.
And as things now go to 2-0 here, we can look at Formal stat line at 19, 10, and 6. Leading the entire game in kills. 1 shy of the assist leader. Suppress has 11 on the other side, and only 6 deaths in the game, leading in that category as well. When you talk about a man showing up on Championship Sunday, it's Formal. 3 dead yet again for FaZe.
Renegade taking on Falcade. Falcade wins the fight, but immediately Bound is there to trade that one out. Gotta keep an eye on where this bomb is at the moment. Sure, it's still down bottom middle, but it might start progressing towards the FaZe base once again here as Bound on our screens picks up a couple of kills, gets a beat down as well, and now FaZe find themselves 3 dead, and yes, indeed, look how quick and efficient Optic Gaming are. Immediately after the kills are picked up, the bomb's already being armed here.
Might have to drop and shoot here, Formal knows it, but a lot of players coming in through the pink door, very weak, he picks up a double. More pressure still coming in from the pink side, however. This might be a FaZe clearing out here, 2v2 on the map.
Yeah, nobody just close enough to Formal there to help him out after picking up that double to block off the final 2 players who were trying to rotate in to clear that bomb out from FaZe. So, unfortunately for Optic, 1 player maybe just fell at the wrong time to leave Formal a little bit isolated. But again, even in that situation, Formal coming out of that situation with a double kill with 2 dead, you'll take it all day.
Love that play from Bound, even though he could have gotten camo 1 second later. Instead, he drops to help out with kills on both sides of the shroom stairs. It's 2 dead yet again. Foul might not be long for this world. It's a staggered 4 dead. He picks up the last kill as well.
Bomb taken. Bound starting to introduce himself to this game as well as another camo goes to Optic. FaZe have got to sort this out. They have lost pretty much every single power-up so far in this game, which is making it very, very difficult to get kills on the board, let alone get that bomb anywhere near the Optic base.
The Legend plays this so wisely. Make sure he's not in the sideline whatsoever. The patience to make sure he doesn't accidentally drop down. Picks up a double as well. And now with just 3:39 left, you feel like it's just a few extra moments here for Optic Gaming to just continue slaying 3 dead yet again.
How many times have we said that? 3, 4 dead for FaZe. Too many if you're a FaZe fan. It's the only real answer you can give to that. Formal with another kill, 22 and 9. Formal on this game at the moment. Penguin will add another kill. Or should I say death to the tally here for Formal as Trippy will find 2. Optic Gaming find themselves 3 dead.
remarkable. Formal now with that last string of plays, leading in every single category and has a bomb arm to his name. You cannot say enough about what that man is doing here in this grand final, specifically in this game.
Chance here for FaZe though. They've got that bomb towards the base. They've got 3 dead as well. Falcated, even though FaZe have been pummeled for the majority of this game, are going to get an arm on the board here, and it's 2-1 with time still left in this game. There is life, there is a chance, there is something for FaZe to hold on to.
And you wonder, with the stat lines on the screen, every single member of FaZe negative here, and the numbers that we just discussed at length on Optic Gaming, how on earth is this a 2-1 game? And with 2:40 left, there's still a little bit of game time to play with.
FaZe showing that if they get the opportunity to get the bomb in the base, if they get the opportunity off the 4 dead, they know how to get the job done. And finally, Penguin will grab a power-up for them as well. It's 2 dead on the side of Optic. And Penguin takes the 1v1 and wins it against Legend.
2 dead here on a minor man advantage. FaZe know they need to start moving this bomb, and that's exactly what they do.
Bomb taken.
Penguin doesn't really want to be the player with this bomb in his hands with the camo. He wants to be the one influencing the fights. He's the one who wants to take the individual where he has that first shot advantage. All of Optic trapped in the back of the base. 2 minutes left in this game. The camo disappears.
They're going to have heard that as well from Shroomstairs. The push has to come now.
The threat sensor goes in here. That's going to give away all the positions of Optic Gaming, who are just waiting and hoping their grenades will connect. But it looks like damage advantage is FaZe's again.
Only 1 kill though. Still a lot of work to do on the arm.
Renegade gets 1 though. That's going to slow down the push here from FaZe, but Falcated will clean up another. Legend, inside of the gen, will get the trade, and that trade is massive for Optic Gaming. They can now get that bomb away.
And that cost a lot of time there. FaZe put a lot of energy, a lot of eggs into that basket. You have to wonder about the play call. Trippy hoping the damage might come in, but all of his camo dissipates holding the bomb top util.
I think the frustration there, and you can understand why FaZe had to play that the way that they did. Optic coming off spawn for them like they're going to have nades. They're going to have 2 nades each, which they can bank into anyone who tries to push from FaZe. And FaZe, having just come into that situation, winning fights probably don't have the same amount of utility to use. So they have to try and wait those nades out from Optic. And eventually we're forced to make the play. Optic defend, and FaZe still chase the game.
And you're right, and those pre-nades paid off. They've delayed a lot of time here. 47 seconds left on the clock. 3 will fall, however, from Optic Gaming Legend. Last player live bottom middle, and he will be taken down.
Okay.
41 seconds left. Here comes the FaZe push. It has to happen now.
Oh, that is a huge grenade coming in from Bound, though, because that's on the bomb carrier. That slows the bomb progress down. 2 dead aside. 27 seconds left on this game clock for FaZe to pull off a miracle.
Falcated was hoping it'd be a free camo, but now him and Suppress are both in trouble. One of them should be able to get this camo, but they have to fly right now.
15 seconds left. 2v2 on the map. Penguin throws that one out into the courtyard, somehow stays alive. Trippy's there as well, but Renegade, he'll find 1. He looks for 2. Renegade gets 2, shuts the game down, and puts Optic Gaming 3 up in the series.
What a game from Optic Gaming. And I cannot wait to pull these stats back up, because if I'm not mistaken, Formal not only had the amount of kills that he had, I believe he was 1 assist away from having more assists than anyone on FaZe having kills, which is something I don't think I've ever said in a Halo tournament, let alone a grand final. Let me double check that. Formal goes 28-17 with 20 assists. Yes, 1 shy of suppressed 21 kills, and I cannot remember the last time I've seen something like this in a grand final.
A KDA of 17.7 for Formal.
Do you see how on the right side of your screen, some of those numbers are not like the others?
Yes. 2-1 the final score. FaZe do get that bomb planted and had Optic under pressure and an opportunity maybe to tie that game up, but the first 60% of the game, this is what we were seeing. It was just FaZe completely getting mauled in the back of their base.
And they barely got out a few times. It felt like they suppressed, for example, pushing out and winning battles that he shouldn't have won. That was the only way they got out, was winning 1v1s where they managed to kind of win from a disadvantageous situation. And I tell you what, an interesting game for a number of reasons, but most importantly, for the sake of the series, it's another Optic Gaming win, but things got close.
Even Formal knew that Optic were playing well, by the way, because usually if Formal loses that fight, he is furious.
Right,
but I think
he already had so much to be happy about before that.
Having just blended FaZe for the first 2 minutes of the game, he's like, okay, you can have one. But I just want to take a second and give you the opportunity to break down just how brilliant the opening was for Optic Gaming. They get 3-4 dead, and then they set up perfectly with the full coverage of the map to spawn kill FaZe.
It really was. Also, plays like this, we got to take a moment. Look at how Sabri plays that so well, because especially anyone who's played a lot of, Halo long enough, as well as Halo Infinite long enough, you come down for that melee, all of a sudden it's a wacky angle, and you've gotten back whacked, and there's the wrong metal in the feed that you don't think should be there. But I couldn't agree more. It was just the poking and prodding from Optic Gaming, the way they kept FaZe 2 dead for so long, has paved the way for a, so far, green wall across the series layout. They're 1 game away from sending us to a best of 7, and this has been one of the fastest championship Sundays we've seen so far, and it continues to be fast. Take a look here at the CTF matchup at Dallas so far.
FaZe, perfect. Optic Gaming, not so much. Average margin of the win as well in CTFs. Very, very impressive from FaZe. But those stats, you've got to take into account what's probably going through the heads of the players on the stage right now. It's a very different feeling if this was a 0-0 series and we're going into CTF as game number 1, right? Because FaZe have just been battered. It's as simple as that. Battered in that last game. Even though it ended up 2-1, so much of the time was spent on the respawn screen that it's difficult to get your head into the next game and forget about how that last game felt. So first flag cap here could be really influential on if we see another game of Halo, or if we reset the bracket here and go to a second best of 7.
Look at Trippy's stats so far as well. 1.54 CTF KD, as well as 6 caps. 10 steals, big numbers from him. So far outclassing Renegade, but it's been a different story so far this series. FaZe needs to be ready to play at a blistering pace in this game, but they also have to watch out. That is a very, very two-sided sword if you think about the opposite side of that blade. If they play this too fast and lose control of their base, they could see themselves on the receiving end of a double cap with the speed at which Optic Gaming is playing today.
Yeah, that's the level of Halo we're talking about on Coliseum capture the flag. You go 4 dead, and either team has rockets and a sniper rifle, there's a good chance you're going to lose 2 flags. That's how good teams can be when it comes to this particular game type, which I have to say, I love being back in the suite of game types we have for the HCS this year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's provided a lot of, as we said, new action across the new game modes and new challenges, and so far, Optic Gaming talking about how that wasn't their strong suit, and Slayers weren't their strong suit, and you could tell probably the Arlington elimination bracket run and this elimination bracket run has had something to do with it, but they have certainly brushed up on a lot of these game types. As you can see, it's all smiles on the face of Optic Gaming so far, and for good reason.
It's all smiles for Optic, apart from Legend.
Look at
Legend is looking at his monitor as if he's going to kill everything on the server.
He actually has been.
Which is what he does.
Yeah, that's what he's been doing. Keeping the hands warm as well, and that man is focused.
So you guys stop enjoying yourselves. We've got a game to win here.
Love it from Legend. It has absolutely shown in the gameplay. Love the discipline that we've seen from him time and time again. How about, as we have a moment before this game starts, how about his gameplay on that King of the Hill? Solitude, it has been a different level of thoughtful, intentional gameplay. And you could tell with Legend's expression right now, it's because this man is absolutely locked in.
He's got the look of a man who's annoyed that he's not playing Halo. Because he spent so much of his
I
life
thought the game was going to start.
Yeah. Can we just play more? What do I do between games of Halo?
He goes, there's one more game in the series, and I want it to start right now.
Well, CTF Origin is where we're going to be heading. If we do get to a next game, though, it is going to be Slayer Streets, where FaZe, we go back to that Slayer record. Even though they didn't get that win on the board in game number 2, they can rely on the fact that they know they're pretty good at the game type. And then it's 3-2, and it looks very, very different. So we're going to have to keep our eyes on if FaZe can take this one. This is the leaders when it comes to kills and KD for Optic Gaming in this grand final. That's a 1.44 and a 1.49. respectively for Formal and Renegade, but the damage diff, very notable. Formal is shooting everything.
Everything. And how about 52 kills apiece? That is a wild stat line. When you talk about kind of spreading the work across an all-star God squad like this, the fact that they would each have 52 kills apiece, pretty wild to see time and time again just how much Optic Gaming, each member, doing their part so far on another elimination bracket run so far.
It's interesting when we talk about Optic, and we've sort of discussed it a lot. It's like, oh, one player feels a bit quiet. It's like, there's only so many kills to go around. Like, if one player goes plus 30, like, exactly. Nobody else can. Like, you could look at that and go, well, are Legend and Bound playing well? Look at their POVs. They're playing insane. Everybody's playing insane. And that's
how you get
it's adding up to map wins, right? And it's adding up to the domination that we're seeing.
I mean, sitting backstage, to be honest, you and I, between the first series and coming back on to Grand Finals, it felt like no time at all. And I'm sure everyone here in the arena, as well as everyone watching at home, is thinking the same thing. That this has been one of the overall fastest championship Sundays so far, and that is largely because of the speed at which Optic Gaming has won their games and their series today so far. We just saw the FaZe Clan boys, and you have to think, even without even thinking of where this series goes, they need some games on the board here just to stay alive, I would think, overall in terms of morale in the Grand Final.
Need to find something. Need to dig deep here. Find a little bit of, maybe you need that conversation that's like, makes someone laugh, puts a smile on their face, just breaks the ice a little bit, because it's been a difficult series for FaZe to find something to laugh about so far. But one game on the board, and things will start to feel a little bit different for them. We are now ready to go to CTF Origin. DreamHack, we having a good time out here in this Grand Final? That's what we like to hear.
Packed house yet again, and guess what? No surprise, as the Grand Final goes, we are standing room only all the way to the back of the venue. Welcome to the Grand Finals here. If you're just joining us, 3-0 for Optic Gaming. They look to close out the Grand Final #1 here. And if they do so, they will force us to a... Whoa, the rush comes in.
Hey, FaZe!
FaZe Clan wants to stop them to finish that thought from sending us to a second best of 7. But for FaZe Clan to win, we haven't said it just yet, but it needs to be said. They will need to reverse sweep with 4 wins straight to close out the title in just 1 game.
Well, if you're worried about FaZe not being on the same page, I think that opening strategy maybe changes that as they... All 3 players just fly in G-slide towards the Optic members who are weak. It's 3 dead on either side at the moment, but the first spawners will be out for Optic. Bound is looking for that sniper rifle at the moment. Not sure where it has fallen. He does manage to collect it. Legend has rockets. Bound has sniper. FaZe, not a situation you want to be in here.
Let's see what Legend does. Only 1 rocket to play with, though, but you can bet he'll put it to use, and of course he does. He takes up the kill. Tries to stay alive in cave, but not an easy thing to do. But when you're moving like this, you get your shield back.
He's also got the thrust, so he can reach out. He can give himself a second to get out of a sticky situation. No more to play with, though, but still comes out of that fight with his life. 3 dead for FaZe. Finally, Suppressed puts him in the grave.
Finally taken down, an absolute back and forth, just brutal exchange of kills off the opening. Really no advantage just yet, despite the fact that you had Legend staying alive much longer than he should have in his opponent's cave. Here comes the push yet again.
Legend's got the sniper rifle now. So off the spawn, he finds a couple of bullets to have some fun with. 2 more left in the chamber for the Frenchman here. Jeez. There's 1 body shot. It's 3 dead again for FaZe. 2 off the respawn. Legend's got 1 bullet, but boy, can he put this to use.
Let's see what he does here from the elbow. They have a lot of pressure coming in from both the elbow as well as the diving board. Going to meet some opponents here. Does not connect, however. That will likely buy FaZe a moment to push out of their base.
Trying to clear out Renegade, who's still in their cave at the moment. They managed to do so. 25 seconds or so until those rockets pop up on the map as well. Suppress playing the rocket stream, trying to pin Optic back as they spawn on the elbow.
And as we said, it feels like it's a rare moment when FaZe has a second to breathe in any of these game types, and we generally never say that. Halo Infinite, yes, a fast-paced Halo title, but generally there's a little bit more time for play calling here. That has not been the case for FaZe. They're 3 dead again.
Suppress just came off spawn as well in the cave. It's a little bit of a staggered 4 dead situation for them. And again, they're having to play on the back foot. Not a lot of progress up the map for FaZe at the moment. It's kind of a repeat of the opening that we saw in the previous game. But they just can't find the necessary kills to get up the map. They're 3 dead again here. Trippy lost alive.
See what Trippy can do, and Suppress off the spawn very luckily takes out Formal. That will once again give them just a bit of space, and that's an important trade as 4 will fall for Optic Gaming.
Renegade first off the respawn on the elbow, and finally FaZe can get onto the Optic side of the map. But Renegade off the respawn wins his fight.
Keep an eye on those rocks. Thrust up as well, so
first spawner gets 2.
Renegade does get the thrust, but I believe it's a rocket grab. Yes, from the side of FaZe. No, not yet. Trippy was up the rocket ramp, but he's forced back down due to a snipe presence coming in from Optic.
So split across the map at the moment. Yeah, FaZe having to play on this rocket side because of the pressure and the sniper rifle that's in the hands of this man. A little bit of a rare miss coming in from Legend with this weapon. Falcated is going to just try and bide some time, play his life. Suppressed is going to find another one, and now the shots become more difficult for Legend as FaZe will pressurize him. And the flag starts to move. And even though he gets the body shot, Penguin gets that flag out.
2 still dead for Optic Gaming. 3v1. Formal's the last player alive, and Suppress finally gets the rockets. Lots of elbow presence here. Legend split spawns, though. How does Suppress play this?
Will he connect with this rocket? Trippy will with the bullet from the sniper rifle. The flag is still down. Optic will have to force their way forward. Trippy can't connect this time around. Renegade's moving in to try and get the return, and I'm pretty sure they're going to do it. So a scary moment here for Optic Gaming, but they do send that flag back home.
Certainly, and you could say for the first time this series, FaZe Clan showing up in a big way. That's 3 dead now for Optic, and the pressure continues.
FaZe starting to find a little bit of chemistry here. Killing spree for Trippy, 5 kills in a row. And they're gonna have to summon Big Game Trip at this point because this is Trippy. He's just struggling to find a little bit of momentum at the moment. As are the rest of his FaZe Clan teammates. 3-0 the series score at the moment, still tied up in this game. No real moments where that objective has moved and we felt like there's an opportunity for that flag to be cleanly run back.
Yeah, absolutely. Big trades here coming in. Finally, 2 dead for both sides. And as we said, FaZe putting up their best fight yet. Let's see how the comms are on the side of Optic Gaming, how they're going to finally break this FaZe wall.
Watch over trench. Grass one also.
Watch over trench.
Dead, 2 dead. We have help, he's weak. 3 dead.
Let's go, one more. Could be outside.
He's double.
Ready, I'm looking for him. Where is he?
He just needed this.
We have rockets pushing elbow. We have rockets.
One second.
We'll kill that guy.
Got one.
One tap. I'm big. One second.
We have rockets to flag, just trying to live.
There's our sniper, our flag. One's our flag, tripping.
Close that cave.
One's our flag, guys, cover.
Where they are? They're maze weak, fell.
Blue mace, watch out blue mace.
Watch out blue mace, fell, absolute. Grass one, blue silver. You guys grass both one, blue BR one, John.
Watch out,
Go back.
Okay.
Watch out.
Yo, blue Siggy. One blue Siggy on you. Every last guy. Nice, good shit.
Flag one.
Nice, good shit.
The window.
Watch out the window, express.
Cyber.
Out the comms and into the game, and FaZe show some life. They get the first flag on the board. And for the first time in this series, FaZe are leading a game. They're up to 1-0.
And what a wild series of events. When we started that listening, we had 4 dead, and Optic Gaming pushing in with the rockets, as well as the next rotation beginning. Renegade spent a lot of resources on pre-rocketing the back of the base and then checking the back of the base. In the end, they get counter-capped on. FaZe takes a lead, as you say, 1-0.
So FaZe finally with something to talk about. Showing some signs of life in this series. Renegade does have the sniper rifle, and we'll find 1. 2 dead here for FaZe as Optic continue to control this snipe side of the map.
And it feels like doing it in true Optic Gaming fashion, right? Never the easy way. Set up once again. If they want to do it in this game, it will need to be a comeback story. 5 minutes on the clock.
Renegade hears the footsteps. And we'll find the kill, but Falke did take one to the grave before he went down himself. FaZe have got just under 5 minutes to hold on in this game to get this game on the board. Nice body shot from Renegade, but not without damage being exchanged. Trippy flies in. Formal is there after the no-scope from Renegade to keep his teammate alive.
How much have those two been watching each other this entire weekend? It's been amazing to see. Renegade, by the way, 17-9. Some of the most unbelievable consistent stat lines we've seen in the opening 2 events of a season. And he's not done yet.
And now he's searching for a penguin. Can't quite find him, but finds the body of Suppressed. Knows the penguin's still alive somewhere or other. Gets the comms, gets the call out. Will get the cleanup with this grenade. 2 dead here for FaZe, and still a bullet to play with that doesn't connect this time around for Renegade.
Comes around the corner with a sniper rifle and a terror for Penguin. He gets hit by both in the end. Rocket grab once again for Legend. Can they make it happen this time? It's the same exact setup. 3 dead, rockets in hand. Can they do it?
Legend's gonna have to be the flag runner here. Look at that kill feed. If it's a FaZe member that goes down, there's a massive opportunity for Optic to run this flag. Remember, Legend still has these rockets to play with.
Loses a second on the run, though. Loses a second based on the flag juggle. Has to burn 2 rockets. Has to burn both. And you have to wonder if the split second that cost them on the flag fumble will come back to bite them. It will. A triple kill for Trippy. 4 dead for Optic.
Optic fluff their lines. Cannot get that flag back home. Cannot get the kills they required to make that flag run cleanly towards their base, and Trippy clutches up with an initial double. The rest of FaZe deal with the rest of Optic, and now Optic have got to be careful that they don't get capped on themselves. They're still too dead, and FaZe are moving this flag.
Form was also weak here in the fountain. Good silver control from Trippy, wins the battle. It's another killing spree for Trippy.
And we mentioned now they need big game Trick. Well, he's 20 and 15 right now. He might be looking to make it 21. Renegade will win the fight, but it's 3 dead on the side of FaZe right now, and Bound will get the kill onto Falcania to slow this run down, but Penguin still alive, still being a nuisance under the base. Renegade has more work to do.
Legend has to work here with Renegade. There's a cave player here, Suppressed, who wants to get a touch on this fountain flag.
Now FaZe have a decision to make. Do we try and force this flag? Do we protect our own? The flag will be returned for Optic Gaming. As Renegade finds 2. A triple will open the door for Optic to get this flag moving. Formal, moving in, looking for that final kill, getting that flag moving.
Look at the move as well. Doesn't even bother with Penguin. They leave Penguin back. He's putting it stopped. They did not kill Penguin. They didn't kill anyone.
3 dead for Optic, and another opportunity to run a flag slips through their fingers. FaZe with defensive plays that are heart-wrenching for both sets of fans. 2 dead here for Optic. Bound going to be taken down as well. Formal's last alive here on the elbow. He's going to be dealt with as well. It's 4 dead. Trippy can run this flag towards the elbow.
Renegade first spawner in the fountain. Might get the kill.
Suppressed killed him.
Does not cut him down. Suppressed holding down the snipe side angle. Second flag running for FaZe.
Suppressed with the game in his hands. Penguin finds 1 though. Formal challenging from the window. Flag is down. And so are pieces of Formal's visor. That is a nasty shot coming in from Suppressed. FaZe are running this one home.
And we're seeing FaZe and Suppressed as this second flag, yes, indeed, go home. Suppressed and the rest of FaZe clan showing up in a big way for the first time in this series. They are alive and they are leading by 2. That could be the dagger for game number 4.
3 dead for Optic again. And boy, did FaZe need this. It cannot be understated how much FaZe needed this to believe they can stay in this series, to believe that they can hurt Optic Gaming. And these kind of shots, as 4 Optic players will fall, will continue to build that confidence, kill by kill, shot by shot here for players like Suppressed.
Look at the damage from Suppressed there. Sit in front, diving board damage into 2 players. In the end, gets helped out as well. They're not done yet. 4 dead yet again. It's a frenzy for Suppressed in his first ever grand final.
And now he gets the rockets as well. 10 kills without a response. As he's looking for more, blind firing the rockets, but it doesn't matter because FaZe have done enough. They run the flag home, and FaZe tell everyone here at DreamHack that there's more Halo to play in this grand final.
What a game from FaZe Clan. It took a little while for them to get hot, but once they did, they changed the course of this series. Now, of course, still a very long road as they trail 3-1, but I think most importantly for FaZe fans, as you said, it's signs of life.
It's signs of life, but there's also, you're starting to see those moments of brilliance, which is what we talked about with Optic so many times. A big play from a Renegade, a Formal Bound Legend, pick your poison on the Optic side. But Suppressed and Trippy, one offensively with that sniper rifle, but one defensively. Trippy got so many important defensive kills to keep that game tied up initially at 0-0, where Optic was swarming all over their base.
So many times.
The great news for FaZe as well is once they got that flag moving, they did not make mistakes. They capped.
I cannot believe, I cannot wait to see some highlights, specifically because Optic, time and time again, perfectly timed from the team in the back. If we take a look at some of the best moments from that game, and there were many. Time and time again, FaZe had 3 or 4 dead with the Rockets wrapping elbow side. And to everyone's surprise, certainly ours and certainly theirs as well, unable to get those flags properly off the stand. And this thing, let's not forget, 5 minutes in, we were still here 0-0.
It's amazing how FaZe get that first flag. and then they just look like a different team. Just completely look like a different team, and not the team that we saw. This was a big moment here. That looks like a big miscommunication from Optic. Legend looked like he wasn't sure where anyone was.
Looked like he was pre-firing. Also, as we said, he flag fumbled. If he doesn't flag fumble, that is about 1/2 second to 1 second where he's further down trench, and none of that takes place. He probably hits the G slide all the way down to his side trench, and it could have been a 1-1 game. So look at this play from Suppress. I love it. Isolates, engages both, then ISOs the 1v1. The team in the back already knows we had to see it twice. As the team finishes that, he wasn't done here. Comes up elbow, stays alive with even more help.
Wins the fight against Renegade as well. A little bit of help comes in to help him do so. But I think the biggest shot, in my opinion, that Suppress hits in this game is when they're running that flag. That's the killing frenzy, by the way. 10 without response. Don't see that very often, especially in the grand final. They're looking for that second flag. Last player alive is shooting the flag runner in the back, and Suppressed hits the headshot with that snipe on the elbow.
Look at both these guys, 25 kills, 50 kills with just the Suppressed Trippy duo. 1.32 and 1.39 KD, respectively.
Shooting good, shooting great. And they're going to have to continue to do that, though. If they want to pull this series back a little bit closer, it's one game on the board. It's the start of a comeback here for FaZe, and now we move in our series layout towards a Slayer. They lost the first one, but like we highlighted before any bullets were fired in this grand final, FaZe's Slayers this tournament, outside of that game number 2, have been flawless.
Really, really surprising to see the way that went down for Optic Gaming. They had so many chances, and how perfect have they been today? It felt like every single push, every single break up until that moment was exactly what Optic Gaming wanted to do. But now FaZe, with a game on the board and maybe some momentum, can they stay alive in the series? Of course, Optic Gaming still just one game away from resetting the bracket.
Yeah, that's the bigger picture still for Optic here. One game is all they need to reset the bracket and send us to a second best of 7 in our grand finals. Suppress is going to get that red gun early on. The Stalker in their control. As attention now moves towards the camo. Found in a 1v1 here with Trippy. Trippy wins it! And all of a sudden, you're starting to see a couple of FaZe players win those big individual fights.
Absolutely worth noting just how slow the start of this was. We'll have a chance to talk about it after the camo grab, but Renegade gets away with the camo most importantly for Optic Gaming.
His teammates do an amazing job of keeping him alive because he was dodging bullets left and right. FaZe knew that he was somewhere, but weren't able to spot him out. He's also got the Stalker rifle in his hands, and FaZe aren't moving here.
Trying to bait the camo out. Trying to waste the time and see if they can ISO. Oh. They don't know.
Finds one, turns 2. Renegade with a double kill here. It might be a triple. All 4 dead for FaZe. A beautiful push from Optic Gaming.
Beautifully done there. And honestly, FaZe tried to bait out the camo timing and play in pairs at both Music as well as PD, but they get involved in the A battles, and when you do that, you can no longer try to eagle eye the camo, and Renegade plays it perfectly. The rest of Optic plays it perfectly, and now they have this 11-6 lead.
Falcade weak at the back of the tower as well as a killing spree bound. 5-1 for him at the start of this game. And 5 without response since that death.
Dangerous scenes here for FaZe because it feels like all the momentum off that last game with a 7-kill deficit and Optic doubling their score so far has all but been erased.
I mean, Bound is to be in the ultimate bait here. Every time he's no shields, a FaZe player moves in to clean him up, he just pushes him away with that repulse.
That repulse felt very on brand for Bound's personality.
It really did.
Nice little trolley. Give me just a second, I'll be right back with you.
Former versus Penguin. Penguin's going to win that one, just dancing around the palm trees. But still a 6-kill advantage here. Make that 7 for Optic. As FaZe steal away the camo. How's the last player alive here? Well, sees 4 more, has to take the fight due to the fact that he's already going to be seen as that camo was just taking a second to come back and give him full coverage. And Optic will shut that down.
Yep, Val trying to do everything he can, as you said in 1v4. He'll be happy to have burned the camo, but S4 will fall for FaZe. Optic still essentially just about doubling their score of their opponent still at this mark of the game.
Stalker in the hands of Renegade as well. Thanks. What a push that is from Penguin, by the way. Wow. Most important kill on the map, the player with the Stalker rifle they deal with. Penguin looking to move in, but slightly aggressive in that situation. Maybe thought there was more damage than there was. And Optic will hold and take down 2 FaZe players once again. 26-14 the score.
I agree. It was a good aggression there from Penguin, but definitely thought that maybe the team comp on the map was differently to fly, not just through tires, but to fly laundry bottom mid front A. Essentially gets absolutely melted right away. So maybe a little bit of difference in understanding on the comms of exactly how much damage had been done and where. Even though we're seeing FaZe start to trade out just a little bit more and bring the game back within some sort of reason, it's still 27-16.
Yeah, trades aren't going to win the game here for FaZe. They need to get in a position where they're going 3 for 1, even 4 for 1 in some of these pushes, which is very difficult to do with a team that's so disciplined in these situations like Optic. Optic just know they have to stay close enough to trade each other's kills.
Bound, by the way, 10 and 3. More than triple positive at this stage in the game. And we're, by the way, past the halfway mark to be over triple positive. Not something we say every game, let alone every grand final.
Put it into context, FaZe have 17 kills. Bound has contributed to 16 kills. If you add those assists alongside the kills he already has. 3 dead though for Optic Gaming. Legend might be going down as well, but he still gets out of this situation. We've got just 1 kill, but 2.
Wait.
Trippy in the 1v1 versus Legend. Somehow Legend wins that one!
Take it, frame it, put it in a museum. If that doesn't sum up what Legend will do to your team as the last player alive, I don't know what does. And as a result, Optic Gaming is in the lead by 10 yet again.
We hear the Let's Go Optic chant start as well. I want to know what that is in French. My French isn't great, but they're going to have to learn it soon because Legend has been unbelievable in those last player alive situations. No right to come out of that with 1 kill. A trade would have been brilliant. He takes 3 down from FaZe.
Can't let that happen. That's the type of sequence where you're watching the first kill and you go, shouldn't have gotten that one. Definitely shouldn't have gotten that one. And for the third one, I mean, that was just icing on the cake. 37-29.
Optic just got to not make mistakes here and they will reset the bracket.
Formal's in no rush. Love it. Just gonna screen watch here.
Hey, take it when you're in the cafe. Sometimes it's nice to just put your feet up.
This is not a takeaway.
Get yourself an oat milk latte.
This coffee is for here.
I feel like Formal's more of a cold brew kind of guy. 38-29. Renegade finds another FaZe member to add to his tally. Suppress no shields. Formal finds him as well. FaZe are falling at the moment like dominoes. They're wilting a little bit here. They're down by 10. Optic only need 10 to send us to that second best of 7.
I knew the nade was coming and then just scurries away right after the nade. Blows up. Beautifully timed yet again. And as you say, 9 kills to go for Optic Gaming, and with an 11-kill lead, it really is just a victory lap for them here.
Camo's going up as well when they get that first kill once again in the team fight. And Legend sees that opportunity to try and get behind enemy lines here. All eyes on the Camo here for FaZe. All eyes on kills here for Legend. He'll win that one as well. It's another double kill for him. He's 12 and 6. Double positive in this game.
With 10 assists, by the way, double the assists of anyone else on the team. With a stat line like that, it's easy to understand why they're just 4 kills away.
Trippy down. Formal picks up another one. It's just 3 to go now. As Legend tries to hold off 2 members of FaZe. If there's anyone that could do it, though, with the work we've seen so far in this game, it's probably Samri.
49 on the board, just 1 kill to go here for Optic Gaming.
Trippy gets 1, but it's not going to be enough. Formal closes out, and Optic Gaming send us to a second best of 7. Optic reset the bracket. And now it's a shootout between FaZe and Optic as to who will be your champions here at DreamHack.
They do it again. And on Championship Sunday, we do not mind more Halo. Bring on the second best of 7. Optic Gaming, it only took 5 games. They send us the distance and 1 more series for the trophy here in Dallas.
Only the 1 game FaZe managed to get on the board there. And only 1 game that really felt like they had a chance in. The other 3, it was complete domination. Excuse me, the other 4, it was a complete domination from Optic Gaming, who just look set and ready to lift that trophy you can see on your screens right now. But we also see sometimes some funny things, right? The first series can go one way, and then we have a much more competitive second one. Let's go back to Arlington, for example, where Optic ran through Shopify Rebellion in that first best of 7, reset the bracket, and then we end up going to the last second of a Game 7 to decide who is going to be your champion. But 50 to 35, Andy, just incredible.
Not close, and Legend goes 13 once again. 13, 6, and 11 assists. The only player with double-digit assists in the game. And damage led by Bound on the side of Optic Gaming, the only player in the lobby on 4K.
Impressive stuff from all of Optic. Difficult to really pick holes in what we have seen from them so far. The CTF Origin, just a blip, it feels like, as they take game number 1, 4-1 on King of the Hill Recharge. 50-45 on Solitude, and then 2-1. But it could have easily been a 2-0, maybe even more for them on that Aquarius neutral bomb. 50-35 to close it out. Optic Gaming, they reset the bracket. Lot, Wes, Optic are looking for a second chip.
They certainly are indeed. It's very reminiscent of what happened the last time around. I will say this was very one-sided, and I'm not really surprised by that, to be perfectly honest with you. And I think we had a picture-perfect example of that the last time in Arlington, and it can be very difficult. I will say, you know, I'm going to give something to FaZe, and on the side, getting that CTF across the board 3-0, that was clean. That was a nice little pit stop there, just to show us you have signs of life. And honestly, that's what I was looking for in this first best of 7. I wasn't necessarily thinking that FaZe were going to come right out of the gates and totally knock Optic off of that main stage. I'll be real with you. So to see signs of life is promising, but I will say Optic, they have momentum. And not only that, Wes, they are just gaining the firepower. Every single member of the team has stepped up in whether it's whatever map or mode or moment. They are having these huge, huge kills that are just opening up the map. And FaZe, they just don't know what to do with it. It's just too much. So how are you feeling about Optic right now and their chances at really doing this once again?
I mean, it's deja vu. It's deja vu all over again from Arlington. This is an Optic team that nobody seems to have an answer on how to stop, how to actually eliminate this team from a tournament. We saw them hoist the trophy in Arlington, and they look like they're prime and ready to go 7 more games to get another trophy into their hands. And right now, I mean, it's Formal that's the difference for me. His damage so far today has been unbelievable. And it's like that Royal 2 Anchor-esque position where you got Bound and Legend flying in, you got Renegade creating some space for him. And if the pressure is off Formal as far as like gunplay, then Formal's going to lay down enough damage for those guys to have the success that we are seeing, and that is a dangerous Optic, as you can see from the scoreline, 4-1.
I've got to say, Wes, picture perfect with that, because Formal, not only is he just doing his role well, he's doing it and some. The anchor that is coming from him is unbelievable, just peppering with shots. The damage that is coming across, I'm really curious to see where we're at in terms of damage and kills for him, like we saw in that head-to-head graphic between him and Renegade, because I can only imagine it's significantly higher and better. I mean, he is not only making sure that every single person has some sort of fight for them to clean up, but he's cleaning up the fights himself. We saw the kills. They were leading with Renegade. He was up there with him, and that is just unbelievable. That is just something that is so difficult to comprehend if you are the opposition. One other note I will say, I'm a little bit worried about FaZe. And they're going to have to dig deep here, Wes. And I wanted to talk to you about this because I don't know if you guys have noticed, but we've got a huge crowd in the building. It is unbelievable. And I know a lot of Optic fans who are coming over from, you know, the COD League and coming over from Optic. Obviously, Optic being knocked out there. They're coming over to show their support to their favorite org. And that's something that FaZe is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, here's the problem. The atmosphere in the room is only going to get tougher to play against. And FaZe has been so steady all weekend long, but throughout this series, you saw individuals giving their lives when they didn't have to, like over-challenging some situations. It shows me the nerves of the moment is getting to FaZe. I wish I could be just like someone in their ear during this backstage opportunity and be like, guys, relax. Like, you're in this moment, you belong in this series. You can win this tournament still, but you got to take a deep breath. You got to take your time, and individually, you are responsible for staying alive on the map, for dealing damage, playing good Halo, something we have seen FaZe do all tournament long, no matter who they were playing against. It seems like they're loosening up as far as how tight they were playing, and it's frustrating to watch from a third person.
On set, I want to say with FaZe also in the building, I'm sure many fans rooting for them too equally. I think there's one guy you got to keep your eye on and keep your hopes on as well, and that's Big Game Trip. and he has been phenomenal this series as well, stepping up when it matters most. Trippy has been great, and I'm so excited to see what they can do in this second best of 7. What do you make of the FaZe roster right now, and how potentially they can inflate themselves after such a deflating first series?
I think it's, Wes has summed it up really well. You know, this doesn't become a bad team just from one series. This is a team that has gone through the winners bracket, has walked into the grand final from the winners bracket. I think just, like you say, go relax, have fun. Have fun with it, like crack a few jokes, try and just like take the pressure off of yourselves and remind yourself that you're 4 very talented players and one incredibly talented team. And that can happen just with a game 1 going your way in a second best of 7. Forget about that, what just happened there. It's now 1 series. It's a grand final. It's 0-0. None of that has happened before. Come out and play your best Halo and make it simple.
Yeah, I use the term pressure, and I mean it in so many different facets, right? I mean it as far as like you're falling behind, you're losing the advantage that you have at the first best of 7. You see it game by game going. You find yourself down 3-0. There's a lot of pressure that comes with making sure that you take advantage of the opportunities you've given yourself, but also the pressure that Optic Gaming are putting on FaZe throughout the maps. Like the actual pace of play itself in the server is something that FaZe Clan are struggling to deal with. You see them trying to match that style, and that's not how FaZe Clan are going to win this tournament. FaZe Clan have to figure out a way to play their own brand of Halo while managing the pressure that Optic is putting on it, not trying to match Optic's pressure and speed of game.
Indeed, I've got to say, you're looking right now across the stats here, the damage from Formal, just shy of 30k.
It's unbelievable.
Crazy, crazy scenes from him. Just unbelievable. 90 kills he's got. 90 kills, and just trailing ever so slightly behind Renegade with 97. Just incredible scenes all around from Optic Gaming. And I will say, you know, we talk about FaZe and trying to have to dig deep here on set, but I do think there is some promise here. I think they need to improve, but they're warm now, and hopefully they can really put this to the test here.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to Bound as well, because you look at the KDs and it's 0.9. He's not positive, but he's definitely leading assist-wise. Like the amount of damage he's been outputting and the amount of assists that he has contributed to the team's success is why Renegade is hugely positive, is why Formal is hugely positive. He is creating so much space on the map, and when he's doing that and the rest of Optic are looking at him when he's on the map, keeping him alive a few extra seconds, that can turn from a 4v4 situation into 4v2 very quickly if you just manage to keep Bound alive a second or so extra.
Yeah, the longer Bound lives, the more damage Formal's able to put down because focus isn't on him, it's on Bound, who's in the front lines. I think the difference right now between this Optic Gaming here and the one in Arlington, it was the Renegade show in Arlington. The big question was this Optic's ceiling that we saw back at that time? Well, when he gets matched by Formal, even outdone by Formal in the damage department, this Optic team becomes even scarier.
Yeah, and honestly, I think there's something to be said here while we're looking at the championship bracket here on the winner's side, Brav, is the fact that I think a lot of questions were kind of posed when this roster came together. How is this going to work? On paper, this is wild. This is everyone's like fantasy team. This is crazy, right? You've got all the main slayers that you could ask for, taken from every single different facet of the HCS, put them together, but does it work, right? How is it possible that this is going to be a good team dynamic with good teamwork, right? I'm just honestly just so shocked at how selfless they can be at certain times. And it's working. It's working perfectly, Brav. How are you feeling about the dynamic at this point in time in the season and how they're progressing, especially with their teamwork?
I feel great, especially about these two as we take a look at their grand final stats. But I feel great. I feel like Halo Infinite, you know, and modern Halos, you could say the same about H5, is a game where when what you need to do is more influenced by where you spawn than your role on the team, right? So when you take the superstar kind of god tier roster that we're looking at, they know exactly what they need to do in any given moment. Are they getting snipe? Are they dropping snipe? Are they flying at the objective? Are they staying alive? And when you look at a Halo title like this, when you put talent like this together and awareness, this is what you get. And as we've said as well, they continue to get better with every series that they have on LAN as well.
And one thing we haven't even commented on, and every time we've gone to a listen-in with Optic, we assumed that Formal was going to be the IGL of this team, just with his known leadership. But listen to Renegade, the maturity from this kid, while putting up the stats that he's putting at. He's saying things on recharge like, guys, just watch, pick up the crosses. We don't have to push. We're good right now. Like, things like that go so far. You have to think teaming with Snakebite and FaZe last year really matured Renegade in order to like not just go. Not all the time do you need to be setting the pace. Some of the time you can go back into the traditional setup, and I think that it just adds to the beast that this Optic team is so much.
I think it just goes back to that argument as well, Mark, just before you jump in, that there is no IGL in Halo, and I think that has to be abolished at this point in Halo Infinite. It might have been in previous iterations, but right now it seems to be that the collective pro players agree there is no IGL. You call a play as you see a play, you trust your teammates to know what is happening on their screen is the most important thing, and that they have assessed the situation, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Optic.
There's always going to be a player on the map who can see more than everyone else, so you're relying on that communication and trusting your teammate to rely what they see as being the correct thing for you to play off the back of. And I think one of the reasons that Optic having so much success as well is, like, we talked a lot about chemistry in this event and teams.
Yeah.
You look at like natural tendencies of the players on Optic, they all interact so well together with the way that they see the game, the way that they read the game. It's like Bound, like we're saying, he's a frontline player. You've got a player like Formal outputting damage behind him. You've got Renegade who's going to play a different angle, look to create an angle himself, and Legend who just likes to take a 1v1 and be kind of a little bit of a hammer when it comes to those individual fights. It's a natural chemistry where no one really has to overthink things too much, because naturally their playstyles mesh so well together.
We saw the second best of 7, and I have so much I want to talk about on that graphic. All right, first off, FaZe, you got to win your Slayers if you expect to win this tournament. There's 3 of them in best of 7, obviously, but the new map mode combinations are what are going to keep you in this series. Optic have been vocal about how frustrating some of them are and how they do not favor them over the other ones. We saw how the Origin CTF was too late into the series for them to get into that series correctly. You saw game 2 is going to be Origin Slayer, an opportunity. CTF Aquarius, something that they beat down good teams on. FaZe does, I'm sorry. Another opportunity. You see game 6 as well is going to be Fortress Bomb. Each of those games are going to be how FaZe can win this tournament. But Optic Gaming figuring out a way to stay in this series. By the time Origin CTF came up last time, it was too late. It was a matter of when is this series going to end, not if it's going to end in Optic's favor.
Indeed, you are ever so right there, Wes, and I cannot wait to see what happens, because hopefully this will be a back and forth series like we expected from Arlington. I expect it this time around here. Can FaZe Clan pick themselves up off the floor? They have one more to do it, or will Optic Gaming just continue on that stride and just unbelievably good Halo that we're witnessing here this weekend? Well, folks, we are ready to go. The Grand Finals reset is ready, and I am so excited to hand on over to Onset and Brav for one more time.
Let's do it one more time. Let's see what happens in this second best of 7. Let's take a look at the map records then. Just to reiterate, if you're watching for the first time, you've been drawn in by the noise coming here from the stage, and you're watching some Halo for the first time. This is now a single best of 7 to decide who becomes the champion here at the HCS Open in Dallas at DreamHack. Quite simply, win the best of 7, you will be champions. Andy, what are you seeing for these map records between FaZe and Optic?
Tell you what, that game number 1 is so important for FaZe Clan for obvious reasons. They might have a winning record, but Optic Gaming's winning record is even stronger. The reason that game 1's important, I think they need belief, they need hope. Let's not forget, when we went into game number 1 in Arlington, Shopify was able to take game number 1. That gave them the gas to at least send the series to 7 games. And I think a lot of people are wondering, even though we saw moments of brilliance from FaZe in that game number 4, question is, do they have the gas in the tank to play another best of 7? We're about to find out here with this game number 1.
Well, the great news for FaZe is the fact that because they came from that winner's side, they are still in this grand final. They still have a chance to call themselves champions, but Optic Gaming will be full of momentum and full of energy heading towards this second best of 7, knowing that they could possibly become champions. But it's going to be 2 dead off the rip here for Optic. FaZe seem to be just a little bit more relaxed.
Right, welcome along to your second best of 7 here. Nice work. Suppressed it. Outdone there by Legend, and a kill looked like he was going to get for free. 2 dead here for FaZe Clan with the camo popping, but welcome along here to your second best of 7. We hope you got your snacks, your drinks, and you're locked in for even more Sunday Night Halo.
Bound was last player alive there, and Trippy was able to steal the camo away. So a great start to this game coming in from FaZe. They had control of the A and C strongholds at the end of the map and were scoring momentarily. They have given up A as the respawns now come in for Optic, but with the camo in their hands, they should be able to get into a position where they can put some pressure onto the Optic members, pick up a couple of kills, and look to recapture one of these strongholds.
Still 2 dead for FaZe, and Optic still scoring as they will now go into the lead here, and Trippyton do whatever he can with the camo, but he's largely been limited to just nest and C-plat angles.
Yeah, Optic got out a little bit too easily towards B there. Val will find one, and Trippy now has to kind of engage once his shields have come back. Val will pick up a second one as well, and finally, methodically, FaZe can start to move towards B. There is another player still alive here that's going to be Formal. And Formal, the back of B, is being an absolute nuisance, but those shots from Trippy were so important to win. Bound is on the pillars. Trippy with some more good shots, but not as good as Bounds. Trade will come in though, but still no conversion here on B, and Optic have moved towards C.
Those 1v1s will continue to be so important. They were so important in the first series, and that's twice now that you've seen players from FaZe in battles they could have won, but an Optic player answers back. However, FaZe Clan now scoring with an AB hold.
Another kill for Falcated as well, just taking down Formal. UT is up as well. Two players going to try and force their way towards B here for Optic. One on the pillars and one up on the nest. Val will be able to pop that Q2 if he wants to, just to give himself an out should it be required. And again, take him down. Great shots coming in from him, but elsewhere, Optic are making the push onto A and will be able to flip this, but a 42-42 scoreline is where we find ourselves as Optic start to score again.
Yeah, very nice comeback there from FaZe. They were trailing by about double. However, with a 20-point run, that brings them right back into the game. However, on the back foot yet again.
Just to explain once again, if you're walking by, you're watching Halo for the first time, the way the Strongholds works, control 2 or more of those Strongholds, get them in your control, you will be scoring. If you get all 3, you'll be scoring even quicker. As Renegade will find himself a camo.
Oh. A little bit of a surprising zoom in there, but not to worry. He will get the Killjoy, ending Falcated's spree. Of course, that spree a large part of why FaZe was able to get back in this game, but now it's Optic still with the AC hold they maintain, and Renegade with a sniper rifle in hand.
Yeah, really big reset there as well. On to C, keeps them scoring, and now they're almost doubling the score of FaZe. 3 dead for FaZe, and a snipe in the hands of Renegade. Knowing that FaZe have to move towards one of these strongholds, you get the feeling we might have some headshots in our future.
They will get B, and he immediately rotates because he knows that the only push might be coming from dummies in top mid, and he guessed right. Good comms here from Optic Gaming as Renegade will lock down top tower.
Penguin manages to find one. Suppress being a real nuisance, and Penguin will actually turn that into 2.
Look at that snipe blade.
FaZe will be able to flip C, but the respawn is from Optic already onto A. One thing I'm just worried a little bit about here from FaZe is a little bit slow to progress up the map once they get a couple of kills. They're letting Optic challenge and defend the second stronghold they have control of.
Yeah, it feels like if there is any opening and remaining damage, the first spawners are not taking any advantage of it. They're really being forced to wait for each other, which, you know, at certain times is a necessary strategy, but you certainly don't want it to be the standard case. You want it to be the exception in a game, not the rule.
3 dead here for Optic Gaming. Legend was last alive. Manages to survive. And now B, having been taken, A is going to be flipped here by FaZe as well. Flank coming in from Suppress, but just a little bit aggressive there, overly aggressive. As Optic did have 3 members on the map, stacked up in and around C as they tried to slow the scoring here from FaZe.
Bound just flies around. You can just tell that Trip wasn't even ready for that rat tunnel angle, but Bound just flies off of the cuts G-slide, gets that angle, and now, once again, gets all the way to A, and it will now be AC hold. They continue scoring at the 85 mark.
Trippy and Penguin pick up a couple of kills though. It's 2 dead for Optic Gaming. Formal will find 1. Sval tries to finish off a couple of kills here.
That's
and
funny.
flip C back into the
How
control.
cold is it there? She's under a
Even though they're
blanket.
inside, they got to worry about Formal. FaZe doing a really good
Probably
job
pretty
there
cold in
actually
the venue.
to flush Formal out of the tower and make sure that he can't get a cheeky reset and keep that score in their favor. 3 dead, maybe even 4 dead here for Optic Gaming, and FaZe seem to have calmed down and seem to have found some rhythm in their gameplay here on Strongholds.
Very good timing as well. Look, still 2 dead as they continue to stack. Might lose B here, but they will flip A, so will still be an AC hold for FaZe, and most importantly for them, they are still very much in this game. They only trail by 8.
Might be a flip of the score here. Optic know they don't have camo as well. They're playing for A. Penguin is looking to make sure that there's nobody being sneaky in and around B. Instead, he's going to find a couple of players in front of them. There's Legend at the back of Green as well. But he's going to be, excuse me, it was Bound who's at the back of B. He gets taken down, so B will get flipped pretty convincingly here, and it will be a lead change as FaZe will start to show a little bit of life here. C being flipped by Optic. Penguin trying to make the move. Look at Renegade. Renegade so sneaky, so elusive. Gets the kill and the reset on A. Brilliance from Renegade.
Renegade just tucks the knees together and looks like a stone pillar. Does not get spotted out. That will play spoiler to just delay the A flip. Eventually a Legend taken out as well, so a momentary man advantage for just a second. And if Bound wins this one in back A, things are going to get messy. 3 dead for FaZe.
Double kill for Bound, and again there was a reset on that stronghold in all of that carnage. Penguin now trapped at the back of B. He's going to be off the map. It was 3 dead momentarily for FaZe. They're all respawning around C. The double cap still being held here by Optic, but this is a tight game. But Legend can make it a little bit more comfortable if he can hit a couple of bodies or even a couple of visors with the bullets from this sniper rifle.
What a response from Optic. The fact that we got to see that first-person POV on what Renegade did. Look at the domino effect of Renegade staying alive at the edge of Rat Tunnel and what happens thereafter. Optic Gaming has had control of the game since that moment. In a big 1v1, catching FaZe off guard.
It's been a game of double caps so far. Nobody's been able to get enough control and enough consecutive kills to look to secure a triple cap where we really will see the score get out of hand. Been more of a chess match than a checkers one between the two teams. Renegade finds a kill himself. Good damage coming out here from Trippy. Onto the players on the sandbags, but the damage is one thing. Optic still want to push. Trippy doing an amazing job to get 1 kill in that situation, with 3 players from Optic flying towards B.
So far the bait has actually worked. It's 2 dead. They do have the man advantage still, but Bound with his shields recharging here. In a momentary 1v3 or so at Green. We'll see what he can do. Nicely timed by FaZe yet again.
Optic managed to convert for just a second. FaZe will take it back off of them.
Big work from Trippy there to stay alive the way he did. He was essentially in a 1v3 for about 20 seconds.
Formal just got 2. Formal might be getting a triple kill! And Formal, once again, creates the space for Optic to jump back into B.
Enemy team score.
And start scoring again themselves. It is so tight, this game.
And how difficult is it with this Optic Gaming roster? Feels like you do all the work you need. You take down every single member, but the last player alive time and time again is going to play spoils to whatever advantage you might have had. And Formal not done. Still racking up even more kills.
Oh, they need this, bro.
Will continue.
One thing to note here is nobody is really having like a crazy performance out on the Optic side. It's actually Falcated, who's 18 and 9 on the FaZe side.
Jeez, the guy's been going crazy, bro. All tournament.
From them. Optic really have outslayed FaZe the majority of the time, but with the triple cap momentarily in effect, the scoring is what really matters for them. FaZe starting to pick up a couple of kills though. But a 157 and 132, FaZe is going to have to do more than they've been doing so far.
Nice drop from FaZe once again if they can close out B here, but with 2 falling, it's actually going to be an Optic B reset for a moment, and now 3 dead, 4 dead for FaZe. It's a devastating point in the game when Optic already leads here by 30.
And I mentioned how there hasn't really been a triple cap. Well, now we have the triple cap. Optic Gaming control A, B, and C. And keep your eyes on that score, because it is only going to go one way. It is flying towards 200 points.
Lots to talk about what the Renegade just did, but to be honest, the game's moving too fast. We'll break it down afterwards. Another kill comes in. Now, in a 1v2, it's Renegade who has to stay alive top middle. Snipe popping now.
Smartly decides, as tempting as it was, to wait that extra seconds with no shields.
Enemy team.
He's going to wrap around.
But instead, he's going to go for the wrap. He gets spotted out. 1 bullet gives away his position. Legend is going to collect that snipe rifle, I think, top middle for Optic Gaming. Indeed he is, and Optic are going to make a play on the ends of the map here to try and take A! Legend again with a whip shot, bodies a second, sets him up! Trippy wins the fight though, how big could that be? 3 dead for Optic.
A must win there for Trippy.
Gets the reset as well.
The reset on A and keeps them just at the 200 point mark. This kill would be big as well to keep the spawn staggered.
Oh!
He does it!
Big plays from Trippy, and FaZe will need more of those. Formal going to challenge as well. It's a triple cap now for FaZe, but Legend with the pick should be able to get A control back for Optic, but FaZe will keep scoring.
Trippy going to just retreat with the snipe. Hopefully he can get a pick. Hopefully he can get the opening damage. B spawn's coming in. Bound's already up top mid, by the way.
No way.
Trippy with a no-scope. But Optic really looking to play the other side of the map. They want to try and play for C here. So Presti's on the tower, trying to buy as much time as he can. Legend doing good damage, but elsewhere, look at FaZe. They're playing for A, but Optic get the reset somehow. Trippy gets a kill with that sniper rifle. Legend with his camo is dancing around, trying to survive. Oh, Trippy gets the beat down, can't get through the QT, but at least keeps C momentarily in control. The kill's now getting picked up. FaZe will control B and C still.
2v2 on the map. That snipe was down back mud. I don't think it had too much ammo left. Look at B and C both being capped here, and now a lead change as FaZe will lead 204 to 200.
But the big moments in the series have been won the majority of the time by Optic Gaming. This is one of those big moments. What happens in the next 30 seconds will decide which side will be celebrating on our main stage when this game is done. B has been flipped by Optic, and now they have control of C as well. They will be the team scoring, but Falcated, with that stick, creates an opportunity for FaZe to move towards B.
Optic Gaming scoring it again. Now they will go.
Big flank from Bound.
Into a narrow lead. Here they come to green.
Falcated is flying in as a solo here at the back of green. Legend was no shields. Bound! Perfect shots from him. Trippy last alive. B will be defended. Trippy trying to do what he can. Stays on! Stays on the map and gets traded out here by Formal. Desperate times now for FaZe. They have to push B here.
Very good timing there for Formal. Knows he needed to go to green to get the last kill just in case Trippy got it. And he did now. Still holding AB, and they look to hold back green.
First pick, though, is Penguins. Oh! Up into the skies goes Formal. Legend there to join him. Penguin flies through, though. 2 dead for Optic Gaming. An opportunity, maybe, for FaZe to look to cap B here. But it's going to be Legend inside of B, in the pit, who will slow down FaZe, pick up the double, and elsewhere at C, they will convert it, and Optic Gaming will close out game number 1.
And the Optic fans in the room, very happy to see Optic Gaming picking up exactly where they left off. And it was a well-fought game from the side of FaZe. You could say certainly one of their best games of the grand final so far, but that's largely due to the fact that Optic Gaming has simply been dominating every game, and that game was really worth more than the sum of its parts. That game is going to give a lot of momentum to continue the Optic Gaming run here in your second best of 7.
The big moments in big games, that's what it comes down to. It doesn't get bigger than a bracket reset in a grand final. And it's Optic when the game is essentially tied up around 2-10 apiece, whose next 30 seconds are better than FaZe's. And that is what gives them a chance to close that game out. FaZe putting up a fight, but Optic showing that championship moments are going their way.
And I think for FaZe fans, lots to be proud of, lots to be happy about, but in the end, it's really our end game score that is all that's going to matter, and most importantly, it's another win in the Optic Gaming category. Like you said, Optic Gaming making it so difficult for every single FaZe push, and always making sure that they had the last member in to get the final trade or the last kill, just to make sure they're getting the resets. Worth noting, we saw FaZe tie the game up, get the lead actually at 204 to 200.
Yeah.
Once again, neck and neck with them till the late game, but Optic Gaming is showing not just ice, but specifically late game ice that has been unmatched this weekend so far.
Take a look at some of the highlights here. Falcated got out to a really good start here for FaZe Clan. A couple of plays in and around A for Optic. Again, the moments, it went their way. But I think the one thing that maybe FaZe will look back on this game was it took a little bit of time sometimes to think about what they wanted to do once they got a double cap. It felt like they were playing the safe option, play for the 2, look for the pick, instead of progressing up the map.
Play from Renegade.
And looking for a triple cap themselves, but like you say, those kind of plays in around A, that one from Renegade in particular, and a reset here from Bound. Just those extra seconds, it makes the difference when you get towards the final score.
It really does. It's like they say, be like a pillar. Renegade took it literally.
Who says that?
And he, be a pillar of this team, be a pillar of the community.
Yo.
Renegade was like, I will actually be a pillar, and I'm going to pretend that I am part of this piece of stone. And it worked out very well for him. Trippy was an important 1v1 there, but it felt like that was the story. FaZe kept winning key 1v1 to just stay alive, but not enough in the end. I'm glad you like that one.
Yeah. First man to take be a pillar, literally. Anyway, Slayer Origin is our game number 2.
Big brain Halo there.
And I'm going to keep harping on about FaZe's record in Slayers. It wasn't great in the first series, but there wasn't much to talk about in the first series apart from the performance here on Origin. It was CTF that time around. Yeah. It was a 3-0 victory. And we are back on the same map, but this time it's much more simple for both teams. 50 kills, or whoever has the most after time, we've learned that this weekend, will be the winner.
Let's not forget the last 6 minutes of the game in favor of FaZe was dominant on this map. We'll see if they can do it again here in Slayer.
Penguin, low shields, manages to get one though. Renegade picks up the rockets here for Optic Gaming. 3-2, make it 3-3, but Renegade with these rockets has got to decide he's going to play this one slowly or be aggressive. So Press is going to bait one out here on the cave. Renegade trying to find some angles. We'll get the clean up here onto Falcao, and it's 2 dead here for FaZe. 5-3 the score for Optic.
Goes for the airstrike there. When you have that height, looking down to BR and Fountain,
Goes for the airstrike.
That's exactly what he does. Legend also just bodying anything that moves at minimum. That will give them now just a narrow 7-5 lead.
Griffy managed to sneak through the maze there and find 1 kill himself, but Legend will be in a position to surely clean this one up. Falcao down to no shields and plenty of sniper rifle ammo, excuse me, to work with still here for the Frenchman. But he doesn't need to use it at the moment because FaZe are falling all around him. It's a 4-kill advantage here for Optic. And now that they're all respawning together, Legend has a chance to really put pressure on these spawners.
Yeah, already such a great start for Optic Gaming. Textbook, really. Rocket control, now the top cat snipe control, almost the fadeaway. Oof. Like I said, though, he generally doesn't miss twice. Hits the body on the second player now as the kills are traded out.
4-1 off the rip here for Legend. Just the 1 death. But he's going to get flanked here. That Commando peppering away at him. Needs some help from Formal, who responds accordingly. Try and trade this kill out. Falcao will survive a few seconds longer than he needs to, but Formal will finally not only get the kill, but recycle the sniper back to himself. And Optic Gaming, a killing spree here for Formal. That's 5 without response.
Thought Suppress might be top rocks. Now he knows they're trench. Look at the awareness there from Formal. Knew exactly where they had to be if they weren't top rocks, and then even lives to tell the tale and relay the info as he so often does.
Great reticle placement from him as well.
Oh my gosh.
That one's even better. Penguin challenges bottom middle, gets bodied as well. Formal continuing
Heals him.
to output maximum damage every time we're on his POV.
Putting on a show here. It's another Optic chant. Now a green mall chant.
Fucking, bro, I hate getting sniped like that. I can't even lie, bro. I'm just shooting someone. This guy just basically 90-degree fucking headshots me in the head, bro. Mad annoying.
Also now crowding in standing room only. A lot of support for this Optic Gaming team here as 3 fall for FaZe Clan yet again.
The power weapons have been controlled completely and utterly by Optic as well. As I say that, Penguin will pick up 1 rocket that was used by an Optic member and have a chance to at least find himself an easy fight. 23-15 isn't a score that's out of control here though for FaZe, as silly as it sounds. Origin, one of those maps where you can start to put big runs together, but with 3 dead, FaZe have got to do a little bit better than they are at the moment. Optic.
These post-game interviews are gonna hit.
The snipe pops again.
Formal, the man on your screen, he's already 9-3 in this game as they lead 26-18. Let's get into a listen in now with Optic Gaming.
Third BR, blue BR, blue BR, blue BR, blue BR, blue BR, blue BR, let's go. He's one shot blue basement actually. He's one shot blue basement on the left pillar. Blue basement, left side down. He's still there. Still there, bound, still there, bound. Don't you go.
Okay, right up. Red flag, red window.
He goes, okay.
Yo, one shot red window, Falcon going, sitting on the, he's on the window. He's sitting on the window still. And John Blue BR onto you, John Blue BR, John Blue BR. He's flanking maze already.
Oh my.
Red window foul, red window foul. What's on you, John? What's on you?
Get the fuck off my team, bro. How do they not know he's, how does Penguin not know he's red snipering, bro? Like, what? How does he not know he's red snipering, bro? Like, bro, Suppress just got blamed from top cat. Did Donnie not call that out, bro? Oh no.
Another impressive run from Legend while we were in the listening. You could hear the Optic. The other players were very appreciative of what they were seeing from his POV.
Yeah, I mean, how so easy to get gassed up on this team when you're looking over and you're seeing just players pull off unbelievable clips time and time again. Also, love what we heard from Lunchbox there. Even though they were leading about 32-24 or so, you still hear Lunchbox saying, let's slow it down right now. Even though they probably could have gotten away with just holding down the gas pedal, making sure that they're making all the right
gas
here
pedal,
the
gas pedal.
Now by 10. 14-6 for Formal. Just patrolling around the map at the moment, picking up kill after kill, off the damage from his teammates and immediately putting pressure onto spawners. Poor old Penguin gets his feathers ruffled as he comes off of the respawn. Renegade and Bound are going to find 2 now, and Formal looking to move in. Collapse onto these last 2 remaining members of FaZe is 41-30. Optic look primed to be 2 up in this series.
Finally gets pinned down from the other side. At least 2 of those do get cleaned up, so now it's still a 12-kill lead, 43-31. Rocks popping up right now.
Gas pedal.
Legend 14-7 as well. Make that 15. Adds another one to the tally. It's a battle between Formal and Legend at the moment to see who finishes this game with most kills.
If you're an Optic fan, it's a good battle to watch.
Rockets are up. 4 kills to go now. for Optic Gaming to put themselves within 2 of becoming champs.
Nades coming in. Renegade gonna try to fight from the elbow and somehow does. Shields are coming back, so he might be down to fight even more here. Finally gets pinched into 2v1. However, just 3 kills to go for Optic Gaming.
16 and 8 for the man on your screen, the Frenchman. Having a huge impact on a grand final once again. Make it 17, 1 to go for Optic. Trippy will challenge, he will get the kill, but it's Formal who closes out the Slayer. And the bricks are starting to stack up here for the green wall. They get closer and closer as they go up 2-0 in our bracket reset.
All right, man, it's starting to look more and more in favor
We talked a lot about how the first grand final felt an awful lot like Arlington's first grand final. We can now say officially that the second grand final does not feel like Arlington. What was a very back and forth, evenly
That's sipping on a cappuccino,
between
vibing.
Shopify and Optic just a few weeks ago in grand final number 2. A very different series layout than what we are seeing so far, as Optic Gaming will take their second game of the grand final, their 6th overall, and now only be 2 games away from taking home an early championship on Championship Sunday.
50-39 the final score. Valkated, the only player to go positive on the side of FaZe Clan. On the other side, it was Formal and Legend who were in a race, it felt like, to see who could get the most kills. 17 and 9 coming in from Legend. And how many times have we talked about...
Oh, man, you know they're feeling good right now, bro. You know they're feeling good. They just 4-1 them, and now they're up 2-0. Oh, man.
Too shabby for him.
Oh, they just need to lock it in for 2 more games, bro. Extra hard.
Clinical Halo with every time we're on his POV, he's not making mistakes. And beyond that, like we saw throughout the series so far, he is squeaking out extra damage, if not extra kills or 2.
I need a cappuccino.
Especially up against a team in the grand finals.
Formal was a joy to watch as well. Yeah, unless you're a player on the receiving end of that kind of shot that causes your Spartan to do the backflip that you don't want to be on the receiving end of, but he was just doing such a good job of just finding routes to clean up damage Formal in this little run. You can see everyone he's looking at is weak, suppressed, weak, moves in. Teammate already cleans that one up. Falcated moving towards him. He's already taken some damage. That's an indication of how well the unit is working here, which makes Formal's job so easy.
Perfectly timed here. Legend just waits for all the damage. Gets the call out. Oh, this as well, right? To not trade and just stay alive, just sit here in cave. I mean, it's plays like this that really sum it up. Because guess what? It's Formal who flies in. Easily get the last trade against Trippy and close it out. As you said, 17 and 16 kills respectively for the 2 men on the end of the stage. And Optic Gaming will take a 2-0 series lead, overall leading 6 games to 1 so far.
2 to go here for Optic to call themselves champions, to go back-to-back. And you got to wonder if FaZe have got something left in the tank here.
Exactly.
Because this, and like you say, 6-1 overall at the moment. And some of those games haven't been close.
They have not been. And it feels like FaZe needs something similar to Game 4 of Series 1 to get back in here, get some sort of mental edge or at least an ounce of confidence to get back into these games, because despite being neck and neck at different points in these games, the end game has been very clear for Optic Gaming. Next up is going to be CTF Aquarius.
Game type that everybody knows and loves. One of the most iconic ones in Halo Infinite, but also probably the closest to the iconic game type that we have in the Halo history books. Yeah, classic arena map. CTF, get it back to your base, first to 5 caps. Almost caps after time, will win that one. I think maybe one good thing here for FaZe is there's not power weapons to worry about in this situation. It's all about the bandits.
Also, interestingly, because we can look ahead to a guaranteed game number 4 minimum, that is King of the Hill Solitude. And we already saw Legend and Optic Gaming put on a show in that game type, slowly picking apart their opponents, and that's the man on your screen. We've been talking about his discipline, his approach, and it's hard to think of another player. There's a very, very few. You think of the Snipe Downs of the world. Honestly, not many other names on that list who have ascended the ranks the way that this man has.
Continues to write his own history at the moment. And he's doing it under the banner of Optic Gaming as well. Really has been
little smile there. Tiny bit of a smile.
Even Legend smiling at this point. Someone said something. mean, my favorite thing about Optic Gaming as well is you go back to the Space Station days where Legend joins, and he was just known as Legend in the player comms.
Yeah.
But now they're saying Sabri.
Yeah, it's a great point.
It's good
great
friends
point.
now.
Yeah, it's a really
Broken
great point.
through.
It used to be bounce
One of
comms.
us.
Bounce comms where Legend do this, Legend do that. And now instead it's just holy expletive. Nice, Sabri. Nice work. As he picks up another snipe kill.
Like the idea that he finally went into Bound's room and went, by the way.
Yeah, by the way, my name is
Sabri, good to meet you. He's been there for 4 months.
Here we go then.
Damn.
So Preston Trippy on your screen. They're going to need big performances from both of these players here, FaZe, if they want to keep this series going. 1.32 on the side of Suppress, 1.39 on the side of Trippy. Remember, the CTF was the one game that FaZe managed to take in that first series. They're going to need it now. Otherwise, the road looks too treacherous for them to come back.
And FaZe is also going to need to shake off what happened in Aquarius last time these two teams met, because y'all remember it was a blender of industrial strength that they found themselves in. First 2 kills and a camo right away, going to Optic Gaming off of the opening.
All the control of this power-up has been...
Let's go, Optic. Bro, they're going to smoke
It's that
them.
team fight beforehand that really does decide which way this goes. Falke here trying to get that kill on Will, so the camo will be taken down straight away. That's stage 1 of getting a little bit of map control complete here for FaZe.
2 dead here for Optic, though, for opportunity for FaZe to get some aggression. 3 dead now.
Trippy's running that flag. And Val, he's trying to watch for these overextenders on the respawn as well. And I tell you what, this could be a hot start coming in for FaZe. They need to take a second here as Penguin has fallen.
Nice from Trippy.
You can't let this moment slip, though, if you're FaZe. Val's going to try and jump on this return. Trippy makes the right plays, gets the touch, but Legend, who else but Legend? Gets the double kill, gets another.
4 dead. This
But it's going to be everybody in the death screen, and FaZe do not let that opportunity slip. They will put the first flag in.
Nicely done. It's a really good bait and switch. They're also just, as you said, the timing there on the util. It got nervy for a second, without a doubt, but being able to isolate that kill, and how about Trippy going into the util corner to get the back whack on Renegade? Without that play, that flag goes straight back to the Optic base. As you said, it's FaZe Clan, who leads 1-0 off the opening.
3 dead here for FaZe, though. Optic looking a little bit pissed off of how that first few moments went. They haven't bled too many times in this series, and the immediate hot start is being responded to by this run coming in from Renegade. Bound picks up a kill in the feed. Suppress is going to have to watch this flag be run from the death screen. Renegade knows that things are a little bit too quiet there. Turns around, does a little bit of damage, but Penguin will cut down the run.
Interesting angle. Penguin gets to car 1 because he knew he had to take the car 1 angle. I like the play from Renegade, but Penguin, excuse me. to it. 3 dead.
Penguin.
Going to be able to get this return pretty comfortably.
That's
Nobody
funny.
off the respawn yet to challenge it. As the camo comes up as well. Legends in a really sneaky position, actually. The damage came in from Formal just to cut that player
FaZe
down.
looking pretty decent
Will be
here.
collected here
You
by
know?
FaZe. Yes, it will. Suppressed will get that camo.
And now with the camo play and a 1 flag lead, let's get into an early listening here with FaZe Clan.
Jeez.
Guys, go on our street.
I don't see anything. Yo, one's car 1. Run this car 1 to Argent. He's a combo Argent. Combo Argent.
That's him.
He's okay. One was Argent. Nice nade. Hit him with that. Weak.
What's that Argent do? 2 there.
Okay, two.
Argent.
Nice. That's green gun down there.
Our low gen now.
He's going for that green gun.
Going back to guard. Come back.
Connector.
Come in, card 2.
Watch out, blue connector.
Nice,
blue
Mike.
Going blue gen. Mike Chow, you call one. Here, I'm behind him. I'm behind them. I'm behind these guys. Still blue gen, guys. Yo, front base. Watch out. Car jump. You guys talking, Joy? Yo, low. Watch out, car 1 on me.
They're Peter in. I'm coming.
Watch out, their gen. Absolute their gen. Nice. Two.
I'll be sure. Maybe 2 here. I'm
2 dead. Two dead.
He's like back flag or something. 2 there, back flag.
I hear that. Got 1. They're first half.
2 shot, there's flag. 2 shot, Donnie. 2 shot on the VR. He's top trims. That's
Nice. 3-2. I'm trying to look.
Gen. Right. Slip.
Q1 right now. Watch out, Gen.
Q1.
Weak Gen. Legend. Watch out, Gen. Absolute Gen still.
One was our P1, guys. You guys are brick.
I died. Hear that? Going car 3. Okay, going car 3. Car 3 after that. Car 3, Mike. Car 3.
Let's go, Mike.
Car 3, Mike.
Car 3 still. One was car 2.
Nice, Mike. Watch out, car 3. Watch out, car 3. Let's go, car 2 or something.
FaZe sounded pretty cool and calm and collected about things, and even though they got that flag all the way back and a triple kill from Falcated, Optic will get the return on it. It still stands at 1-0 here.
Yeah, huge return there. You thought for a second they were going to keep that flag alive. They're not able to do it. However, as you said, we heard Royal One talking about it yesterday. It's amazing to hear the calmness and the clarity in those comms. For a lot of people, it might have sounded too quiet, but this is how FaZe likes to play. We'll see if they can maintain this lead. However, it's not going to be easy with 2 dead and Renegade now pushing with the camo.
10 and 7 at the moment for Renegade in this game. On the other side is Falcane leading the way for kills, 10 and 6 for him. Watching quite a few of those in the last few moments as well. But Renegade just looking to spot out some FaZe Clan members at the moment who are just turtled up in and around that fridge. We want to try and play for a trade on this camo. That's the thing that Renegade doesn't want to do. Doesn't get the beat down, gets one, but that's the trade that FaZe wanted in that situation.
Gets a good camo trade there to stack 2 players' fridge. And Optic kind of forced into that play, and Renegade was trying to find any easy pickings, but they were hard to come by. Even though FaZe loses another member, they're going to have to fight out of their base again.
Almost got a flank here as well. Checks his corners. Runs it into a FaZe wall. 3 players inside of the base. Respawn's going to reinforce the players as well at the back of the base. So FaZe, with 2 dead now for Optic, will be able to step out.
It's a good double team there, and there's a few things to talk about. Firstly, I think Optic was a little impatient compared to the other times that we've seen them play Aquarius. 7 minutes left on the clock, still a lot to play with, but I think also worth noting that FaZe did really well to time the entry on the pink door immediately. They make sure to 2v1 it without wasting any time. They were much more isolated in their pushes when we saw them play Aqua last time. However, after those exchanges, it was 3 dead for FaZe Clan.
1v1 on the map momentarily there. Both players on opposite sides of the map. FaZe still with this 1 flag advantage. Now trying to hunt down a couple of overextenders. One of the big Falcane. He will confirm that kill, and now takes the 1v1, which will be traded out. 2 dead on either side of the stage at the moment. Formal looking to push into the FaZe base, though. He'll find Trippy, he'll get the kill, and he's got some support here to think about a flag run.
Good pre-nades as well. That's going to lock off bridge. Flag doesn't quite go out just yet, and to be honest, loses just a little bit of time with that flag not going off the stand, and it's 2 dead for Optic as a result.
The respawners just came in on the fridge there that made that a little bit of an awkward decision about where to run that for Form. I think initially he wanted to try and run it down the middle and spawn them in and around each other in that gen, but the split spawns came in. LOS was too easy for FaZe to just cut down that run. Form and Renegade will pick up a couple more, and another camo goes to Optic here. How many times can FaZe let this slip through their fingers?
Yeah, FaZe has done so well in CTF so far and across these series. Continued, as you said, camo control coming in now. 2 were dead. The flag is already running here, but suppresses top mid. Very important role.
But Legend got around the corner. And now you're going to see Bound with his camo, and Suppress last alive. He's top middle. He's taking damage from Bound. Bound will clean the kill up. 4 dead. Here for FaZe Clan. Respawn is trying to do what they can, but it will be Optic. He'll tie the game up. 1-1 now. But they got to avoid this counter cap as FaZe pick up a couple of kills themselves.
Nicely done there for Legend. He does not wait his shield for his shields to recharge. Renegade last player alive here for Optic, and now FaZe will continue with the aggression.
Minutes remaining.
God damn. Yeah, if they 4-0 them,
It's his 1v1 versus Penguin.
I don't even know.
And now Bound is taking his turn to be the kill leader.
I don't
for
even
Optic
know.
Gaming. He's 14 and 9 in this game. Takes the 1v1 with Trippy. A little bit of a jiggle around that wall. He's so elusive.
Man, look at this.
They just cannot deal with him. They cannot finish him off. 2 dead. Optic have him for 1. Look where the last 2 players are. The flag is running as well. Legend finds 2. Optic will run this one in as well. They're going to turn this game around. It's 2-1 to Optic.
And Mark, you called it. It was a
Jeez, one more game, ladies and gentlemen.
It's going to be a staggered
No way, bro.
Optic will continue with the pressure. They
I'm
back
grinding
to
after
back
this,
cap,
bro. I'm motivated.
Despite trailing for about 5.5 minutes
I'm
of
motivated. I'm grinding.
Okay, it gets taken down as well. Formal has an opening, and he doesn't need to be asked twice. Picks up the double kill immediately.
Damn.
G slices flag across the map. Penguin trying to overextend at the moment, but Formal's hitting slide after slide. And I think he might have the timing here on Penguin. Doesn't even need it. Legends picked up the kill, and it's 3-1 now. Optic essentially go
Yeah,
back
this
to back
is
with
not
their
looking good
caps.
for
It
them.
does not feel like very long ago when we were mentioning that it was not a comfortable enough lead, with Optic just knocking on the door and continued camo control. The 4th camo in a row. Still 3 dead for FaZe. 3-1 game. Optic Gaming. What a comeback in this one.
Renegade on the flank now, 18 and 12 for him, leading the assist as well. And he's like, hey.
Gee, last game. Last
To pick up the
game.
kills on the way back.
One sec.
Side of the map looks pretty open.
I'll leave this here for now.
Let's get this flag moving.
Love this from Renegade. Like you said, it's an unorthodox run, but he identified the gaps in the setup. However, both flags are away.
Goes on a killing spree. FaZe are trying to counter cap this. Renegade's just trying to stay alive at the moment. Legend will find one in the feed. It's 3 dead for FaZe. That flag is still away.
I'll pull it again. Not to worry.
Now with the opening and FaZe still 2 dead. Renegade said, first time it didn't work. This time we'll try a little bit more of a traditional route.
He's like, actually, I'm going to leave that flag there. If you can send your flag back, I can run this one a lot easier. And here he comes. Both flags still away.
Brings it into the back of the base, but a little bit of a flag standoff here as 2v2 is where we find ourselves on the map. Renegade now actually last alive. FaZe do a great job of winning the fight on that pink side to give themselves a chance at getting this flag home. However, time is a problem here now for FaZe. 2 minutes 20 left on the clock. The longer this standoff goes on,
Optic loves this standoff.
the closer Optic are to winning. Renegade
wait and bait. It's a tricky corner, but does get spotted out by Foul. Foul gets that for free with minimal damage taken. Actually, no damage taken, so he's going to continue pushing up the map. He wants the standoff to end immediately.
Yeah, they need to go fast, though. They need to get up onto the Optic base before Renegade respawns. Give themselves the numbers advantage. Trippy finds one. Bound's going to go down as well. It's going to be 2 dead. Last player alive is Legend in the back of the base. He will fall as well. Double kill here for Falcate. The return will come in. And FaZe have that flag back at their base. Now, if they cap this one in the next few seconds, there's a chance for a double cap.
Enemy captured your flag.
They will put that one home to make it a 1-flag game. And Falcate was still alive. Finally, Renegade will take him down. That's such an important kill for Optic, just to stabilize him.
Very important kill, going to buy them just a little bit of time to push out of their own base. Most importantly, there's only 120 left in the game, so even though FaZe makes sure to end that flag standoff almost immediately, they need to do it again. They've only got 70 seconds or so to tie up the game and send us to overtime.
Kills like that from Renegade are going to make things even more difficult. Optic will continue to push up the map as well. They know they don't want to play this too defensively and let FaZe take map control without being challenged. And by picking up these kills, and by clearing this space, we are getting closer and closer to an Optic Gaming win.
Essentially a 4 dead there that's staggered. You have Penguin already and Suppress as spawners, but now with only 45 seconds left, FaZe really has just one last push at most to get a flag off the stand and keep it alive.
FaZe have got to go, they've got to go now, but they got 4 more up in your gen. Look how aggressive they're being here, Optic Gaming. There is an overextension coming in from Suppressed on the pink side. And Trippy with that big win.
3 dead, 3
and
dead.
Penguin with that kill.
Oh my.
There is an opening here for FaZe to run this flag. Suppress was the overextender and immediately starts moving this.
Wow, what an about face. He was about to hit a bottom mid run. Instead, he gets the call to get a gen run and they're making it work here. However, Trippy does fall.
Trippy will fall. And they have to be careful that they get kills on the respawn here. It's not comfortable for Suppress. He knows that kills haven't been picked up. He will have to fight to secure this flag. Renegade still the overextender. Falcate gets another one. Penguin with the 1. There's 2 more players from Optic inside of the base. Suppress needs to get these kills. He finds 1. He'll get 2. Trippy puts it in just in the last second. And we will go into overtime.
We said they had 1 push, and that is all they had. They make it count. And how about the overextension from Suppressed to be in the right place at the right time as they get 3 dead? And how about the play call? He was about to fly G-slide bottom mid with the flag. Instead, he hits a hard left turn into gen. And the gen run not only works, but they perfectly time the wait and the bait. They isolate Formal top middle. They get that kill. And even though they had to fight a difficult 2v2 in the back of the base against Legend and Renegade, they get the cap. However, it has only bought them overtime.
Overtime, next flag wins. Formal's got a camo, and I was about to say, I was a bit worried for FaZe, having done the hard work, that they might be able to see the game slip away, because the flag was moving, but Foul will make sure he secures that flag. Back at the base, both flags now.
Uh-oh.
So we have a reset on the map.
Formal was just picking them apart. Luckily, Falcate gets back to Shrooms to help Trippy and Penguin. In the end, he's taken down, however, so it's a 4v2 on the push.
Oh, big nade from Penguin, but look at the push still coming in from Optic. Threat sensor goes down. They know the flag is clear. They know everyone's trapped on the P side.
Ooh.
FaZe do a really good job here. Really good job to trade that damage, get those kills.
They go for the mosh pit strategy. Just send bodies in there and start punching. And in the end, it works. They clear out their own base and allow themselves to now push out. 3 minutes 40 left in our overtime period. Of course, if we're still scoreless, we will go to another second sudden death overtime.
3 dead on the side of Optic. 1 more going to be last alive. Falcate trying to pressure Falcate in a big win, but the spawns from Renegade has come in. Falcate will get the trade as well. It's 3 dead for Optic. Spawns do come in on the back flag, though. Penguin's going to have to fight again.
We have to mention here, a 3 will fall for Optic Gaming. as we now have our biggest crowd of the weekend, unsurprisingly for the grand finals. This is now officially in sudden death. Next flag will win the game.
Optic a little bit trapped at the moment. Camo coming up as well. And you can see that they're a little bit worried here, Optic, about that green gun as well. That's why Trippy connects. But Bound and Formal combine to take him down. Now there's an exit strategy, especially when Legend starts perfecting people. 5 perfect shots to win his fight against Suppressed.
They get 2 dead fighting from the back of their base, but this is big. A huge, huge amount of responsibility on Falcated shoulders with the camo. 2 dead. And this series is going to go 1 of 2 ways after this game.
Penguin's there. Penguin gets the kill. It's 3 dead for Optic Gaming. Penguin with the start step might have actually kept him alive as the grenade will go slightly ahead of where he was planning that run. And we're in a similar situation to what we were a few moments ago. At the last seconds of the game, FaZe tie it up. They've got 1 kill onto Renegade. They've got 2 kills now as Bound will fall as well. Formal will slow the flag down, but it's still 2 dead for Optic.
3v2 right here. Legend alive in the back of the base.
Formal gets 2. FaZe are going to have to come off the respawn, and now they're pinched. Optic want a counter cap. Renegade gets 1. Formal gets 1. The counter cap pieces are starting to fall together. It's 3 dead. It's 4 dead. It's 4 dead. FaZe will fall. Optic will counter cap. And Optic will go up 3-0 in our grand finals. 1 more game for the Green Wall. And they will be your HCS Open champions.
It has been all about the late game for Optic Gaming, and how many times have we seen them through this elimination bracket in a game 5, tied up at the end of a game, in an overtime. They have a different level of ice, it appears, and it shows once again. That flag all the way back to Util and FaZe with a 3v2 scenario, but this time it was Formal and Legend in the back of the base, and guess what? Renegade was off spawn, and he was a flying car 1 to pinch in Util. It's a clean 4 dead, and as you called, the flag was already way off the stand.
Big moments won by Optic once again. A lot of teams would have folded in that situation. Especially after that last second regulation time tying cap from FaZe Clan. FaZe had everything they needed to win that game in that final moment in overtime. But Optic find a way. Take a look at some of these highlights, Andy.
It was Trippy. Gets that nice back whack on Renegade. That was really what paved the way for, as we said, that first flag to come in. And despite the fact that we saw it 1-0 in favor of FaZe, it was not long before Optic got not 1, not 2, but 3 flags on the board.
And even though it was essentially back to back to back, FaZe didn't give up. FaZe showed some heart. FaZe showed that they still want to try and compete in this grand finals. This play from Falcate is so impressive as well. Just bides his time. Bound flies forward. That's 2 dead for Optic. And this is what starts the run for them. 3 dead. As the flag return came in from that flag standoff, but this was the play. The staggered run that came in from FaZe. Suppressed with some big damage, having started that run. Trippy with the cap. But
Here
this
it
is the
Look at
moment. This is the moment.
4v2 it was before Penguin dies. So in a 2v4, Optic not only gets the stop and the pull, they also get the return and the run. And this is what we mean when we say backs against the wall. It was not just something where they got an easy 3 dead and pulled the flag. It was instead fighting from enormous disadvantage to win very key team fights in the back of the base. And now, once again, put another game on the board, undefeated in your grand final reset so far. And each of these games have been neck and neck at 200 or at 40 or at 3-3, but they've only gone one way.
Trippy taking the opportunity to have a few Cheez-Its.
Surprising time for it, but hey.
It's never a bad time.
When hunger strikes, it strikes.
Here we go then. Optic Gaming, 1 game away.
Gotta watch out for the Cheeto dust. That's the biggest factor.
Yeah, but that's where the power is here for FaZe. 1 game to go for Optic Gaming to become your champions, to reset the bracket for the 2nd time this season. King of the Hill is where we find ourselves when it comes to game types. Solitude going to be the map. Do FaZe have something in store in what has been one of the most unpredictable tournaments up until today we've had in quite some time.
Yeah, and now a one-sided championship Sunday without a doubt. And now that Optic is only one game away from closing out the grand finals, you start to think, if Optic takes this tournament in this fashion, the story of the tournament changes. If someone asks about DreamHack 2025, the story will simply be Optic won again. All of the chaos of the weekend is forgotten. Can FaZe send us the distance in the series? That's the question here. Only one more game to go for Optic.
3 dead for Optic off the rip here. Pressure from Suppressed as well onto the final player. Nobody stepping in that hill as yet, as FaZe will finally dip their toes in. Suppressed still chasing down this final kill of Bound. Bound still alive, frustratingly. Trippy finds 2 himself though, so Trippy will actually turn 3. So that's 3 quick consecutive kills for the man in the screen who earns the POV.
You caught Optic's game earlier on this game type. It was an interesting one for a number of reasons. First of all, it was a masterclass from Legend in how to play this game type slowly and methodically. More importantly, though, it was a very low-scoring game. You'll remember we only had about 2 minutes left on the game clock as 3 fall, 4 fall for Optic Gaming. Renegade is your first spawner. It's going to be a loop spawn. Here they come on the press.
Renegade going to be challenging Trippy here. Back-to-back 4 deads momentarily for Optic Gaming.
2 players yet to get a kill as well.
Almost half that hill has now been capped by FaZe. Well, Optic making this a little bit scrappy. 2v2 right now, and inside of the hill is going to be Formal, who actually finds a double kill. From bottom middle, Renegade coming in to give him a little bit of support, and will do so. That's 3 dead for FaZe. And Optic, for all the good work and slaying that FaZe have done early on, are inside that bottom middle hill, and have 2 FaZe members dead as they go into a lead.
And you, just like you said, somehow with 2 dead, Formal pulls off a double kill off screen. And Legend's not done yet. Now Optic takes the lead on the first hill.
Ammo picked up here by Optic as well. It's going to be Formal who grabs that power up. Not for the first time. I feel like I've said that sentence in this series. 3 dead again for FaZe. Playing with no shields. Easy pickings here for Renegade.
Still 3 dead. 2 players spawning here on loop. Renegade knows it. He's just going to do enough damage and probably scurry away and let the team watch the angles. It is once again textbook as Optic closes out the first hill momentarily. The first one likely going on the board here.
They flush him out momentarily, but FaZe are 2 dead. Legend's going to step inside that hill bottom middle. Formal finds the double. FaZe have to watch the point go in from the respawn screen as well, because all 4 members of FaZe fall at exactly the same time. It's 1-0 to Optic. They win the rotate, and they're just looking like they're marching to victory now.
Yeah, and the wait and bait even pays off in more ways than one, right? Not only do they get a few extra kills, they get the rotate, as you said, as well. And now already scoring 25% of the way done on the second hill. And Renegade is still being an absolute nuisance at 7 and 5.
3 dead for Optic, 4 dead. Potentially if Bound is taken down here by Trippy. So something here for FaZe. They do manage to break the setup. Penguin in the 1v1. Top middle, Formal wins it. A double kill again. Just when you feel like FaZe are getting something going in this game, someone like Formal steps up. I mean, you can pick your name on this Optic Gaming roster for who it is.
Jeez,
but there's always someone who just evens the numbers with a huge play.
Above the comms there, he knew exactly where he was behind the palm tree. Able to pick up 1, but now going to be a tall order. Lots of damage regardless, though. 2v2 on the map.
FaZe still inside of that hill. Legend trying to move in on some damage. Nope's out of there. Penguin will pick him off, though. FaZe still in control of this hill.
Good progress once again from FaZe, but still work to do. With 2 dead, though, and Camo popping, this is a big opportunity for them to not only get this hill, but really find a way back into the game and the series, if you're a FaZe fan.
Camo popping up as well. Trippy no shields inside of the hill, but so is Legend. Legend wins it, but gets traded out immediately by Falcated. 3 dead on the side of Optic Gaming. FaZe will secure this yard hill. We are tied up at 1-1. Camo's still up.
Yeah. That's the question. Camo's still up here. Formal is actually going to hold posters for a second, but eventually enough time had elapsed, unsurprisingly, that the damage had come in. Another free kill, so 2 dead. And there should be a late Camo grab coming in momentarily.
Oh, it's a triple for Falcated, though. And Trippy will get the Camo off the back of it.
Needs to be careful here.
Enemy team took the hill.
Regardless, a very big hill and a very big Camo grab. FaZe Clan is right back in this one.
Fallen Optic a trap, though. Look at the damage. FaZe trying to move in through the blue area here of the map to try and flush these players from Optic out, who have now rotated just to try and survive towards the yard. Renegade has no idea that Trippy's here. Easy pickings for him. Bounce top into a double kill for Trippy. Formal is on the truck. Breaks some shields, but it's going to be Falcane who breaks his heart there. It's going to be 2v2 on the map. FaZe still with control.
Worth noting, that's the first time Formal was in a 1v2 as the last player alive and didn't win it in this game. That's the kind of danger that he's been posing to this FaZe Clan team. Val doing everything he can to stay alive. FaZe looking good in the third hill as well.
To get picked off though. Val looking to deal with Trippy. Last player alive is going to be suppressed now as Renegade will deal with Trippy. Val can take a second here just to get his shields back before moving in.
Look at the play from Suppressed. It's taken down though in the end.
Pulse wasn't enough in that situation. Optic still can't get near this hill though. Finally they do step into it.
If that hits a little bit differently and those two players get sent bottom mid and Suppressed stays alive and spawns teammates blue, that could have been very different. One dead for each side now.
Beautiful grenade there from Mound.
Bowls it in.
Shot rifle coming up as well. And the camo picked up by Optic again.
Burned. Two dead for both sides here. Shock is up. You can already tell Legend trying to keep an eye on that. It will be phased and will have the advantage in terms of the option to grab. They will. We'll see what they could do here. Just all tied up here on the third hill. So much riding on where this hill goes because the game clock is at 1:30.
Okay, it has a little flank around the side here. You can see the Optic were trying to keep control of blue. They wanted those spawns, but they've given a lot of the map up here to the rest of FaZe. Falcade finds that kill. 3 dead here for Optic Gaming. Renegade gonna challenge. But nobody's still able to get close enough to that hill. It's a real battle at the moment just to get enough control to be able to step into it safely.
And just like the last time we saw Optic play this game, it's going to go down to time. It's 1-1 here, still tied up with exact progress marks, essentially, and only 60 seconds left on the clock. These next few kills will determine where the game goes.
Okay, and the patience pays off. It's 4 dead for Optic. Finally, FaZe can make their way towards that hill and step inside of it. One more push here for Optic. And Falcade, it lines up Bound. And that could be a game-winning shot from him.
Trying to stay alive here on S4 if he's able to. They might be able to close it out. They need more kills, however, still 2 dead. They might be able to close it out here.
Doubling up on this hill. Legend's trying to fly through the hotel. Penguin does die inside of that hill. Renegade finds one. Bound finds another. Bound finds 2. Falcade is on his own. Optic with a huge, brilliant last-second push to break the hill.
Once again, it's Legend behind enemy line. Somehow stays alive in hotel while the rest of the team causes chaos around dip and driveway. And Optic Gaming might steal this right here and right now.
40 seconds left on the game clock. Optic have control of the map. FaZe felt like they were destined for a win here, but Instasplode coming in. Legend picking up a perfect as well elsewhere means that Optic still have control of this hill. Optic can't get it done quite yet, but are now moments away.
With 3 dead, Renegade here and Formal going to work together. All they need is one more tick, and they're okay with time ticking down here. They can wait, and they can get this hill even late. Formal's going to go with camo.
Formal's going to move in. He's playing it patient. He's waiting for the camo to come back. He steps in, secures the hill, and Formal might have secured another championship here for Optic Gaming.
Could very well be the game-winning hill and the tournament-winning hill. 14 seconds left. FaZe Clan needs to start controlling right now. It's 2 dead for Optic. It's still possible.
FaZe are inside of the hill, so the clock will stop. But one break, one push from Optic.
Not even.
And this will be their championship. Penguin and Trippy trying to do what they can. Formal challenging everybody in front of them. He knows it's done. He gets another kill. And Optic Gaming will be your champions.
And you see it there from the green wall as they rush the stage. Back to back for Optic Gaming. In one of the wildest tournament brackets we've seen in Halo Championship Series history, the end result is the same. It's a new adversary, but it's the same champion. Optic Gaming will go back to back.
DreamHack, give it up to your champions who have fought their way through the elimination bracket once again. Your champions, Optic Gaming.
And what a way to do it, even though it's another win in a second best of 7. It is a completely different set of game types. Optic Gaming looking so dominant, and it is once again the same story that despite a closely fought and well-contested battle down to the end game, it's Optic Gaming that finds a way to squeak out a win in the final moments.
Unbelievable things from Optic Gaming. Yet again, another weekend, another tremendous journey through the elimination bracket, doing the absolute unthinkable. Elimination round 1, folks. They built their way up, having to take down so many different titans on their path. You really cannot put it against them in Formal. You can tell how much this one also means to him. I think he's just really happy with a streak at this point that isn't a second place. It's a streak of first, and it's a streak of greatness, Wes.
This is a completely different story from Arlington, in my opinion, for Formal, because he talked about in the interview post the win in Arlington about how he didn't know if he had it anymore. To me, Formal was the MVP
I knew that
of
shit
this
was
grand
GG's,
finals.
bro,
He
no
was the
cap.
MVP for this Optic team this weekend. An unbelievable tournament, and that grand finals was pure and utter domination. This team, when they formed, there were questions. They are exactly who we thought they were.
They certainly are indeed. That is terrifying. You're looking at a grand final reset here. Absolutely magical. I mean, from the first one, obviously, FaZe managing to squeak one map out into that series. But this second one, you were hoping for FaZe to have some kind of, I don't know, sign of life, to keep this alive, to keep things going. Yes, it got a little bit close at times. I will say, FaZe fought back. There were moments where I thought, oh, this could be a turnaround here. But Optic always seemed to have an answer to anything FaZe dealt them, including a potential overtime cap that was in FaZe's favor. It was literally in their gen. It was ready to go. Penguin had his hands on it. And Formal, like you said, MVP, the iciest of nades into that gen. Just
God damn. All right, YouTube and Kick, I'm going to restart, and then I'm going to start my stream up when I'm playing some matchmaking. That's what I'm going to do.
You just never count them out. You may think you have one up on them. You don't.
Matchmaking. I'll probably wait a second here, but that's the plan.
And that second best of 7 had 3 out of 4
Just getting
games
everything ready
very
right now.
close, but Optic showing the resilience, showing the iciness that they bring to the table, as well as the dominant performance. And I mean, we got to give our hats off to FaZe for as great of a tournament as they have, but man, did Optic show up ever since getting into the elimination bracket, and they showed out every damn time.
They certainly did indeed. We're looking right now at some highlights, and I've just got to say it's flawless work, isn't it? It really is some high-level Halo Infinite, and it's always on display with Optic. Yes, they may have, you know, some of these small instances where they trip up, they fall short, and obviously end up in the elimination bracket. But honestly, at this point in time in the season, Halo Infinite is full
Formal
of
with mad
margins. It is
damage.
such
Valkated had a
small
really good
little
tournament
errors
too.
that
Holy
can send
shit.
you packing
Made
into
a
the elimination
statement.
bracket. And what matters most is digging
Good shit.
deep and knowing what
Sounds
your
like,
team
oh, I'll
is
take
worth
another
and being
dub.
able to build back up again and doing what it takes to win. Wes,
That's
I want to
funny.
ask you about the level that Optic always seem to hit on a championship Sunday. It is untouchable, isn't it?
When it's go time for these boys, and they don't like to do it the easy way. The championship bracket did not feature a ton of Optic on the winner's side, but it was all Optic Gaming come elimination bracket back against the walls. And we act like we're surprised, but they did it again after the Arlington run. I mean, Bound, I'll kick this off. Welcome to the couch, boys. Congratulations on the championship. But Bound, we talked when you put this team together, and you mentioned, was this the greatest team of all time? And whatnot. I'm like, you guys haven't even played a series together yet, but with the 2 runs that the 2 opportunities you've had, and the 2 runs you put together, you are writing one hell of a story.
I mean, yeah, it's pretty crazy. To do that twice back-to-back, it's surreal.
Unheard of.
It really is. Honestly, at this point, it's a little bit of a troll question, but are you guys just, is that, you just like that? Do
Yeah,
you want to play more Halo?
I do a little
You
bit.
do?
Yeah, I do like to
It
play.
just gets you going. It's like it's a challenge at this point. It really is. Honestly, historic runs back to back. I think it's unheard of. I don't think many people would be falling into elimination round 1, going all the way and getting 2 best of 7s done back to back, and then doing it again in another event, literally repeating. So unbelievable stuff. I mean, it's ridiculous at this point. Formal, I want to ask you a little bit about, you know, the way that this roster was built together and how you saw this working, because I think there were a couple of questions that were posed about, listen, you're taking 4 of the absolute best ever Slayers to ever do it on a stage, putting them together. How is that going to work? Is it going to be too selfish? Is the teamwork going to be there? How's that dynamic working with egos, etc.? But what did you see in this roster for you to really like say, let's do this, guys?
I mean, like, these two are on like a 6-peat, so obviously they know what they're doing. And then me and John, like, we both had a similar style year last year, where we both came into this year like hungry as hell to just win again. And
yeah,
like,
true.
These two, like, dude, I don't know, man. They're so fun playing with these guys.
It looks like a lot of fun.
Formal, I got a question for you.
6-peat is crazy.
Last tournament, obviously, a breath of fresh air. The comments you made about not knowing if you had it anymore after the second place after second place. That weekend, I feel like Renegade was really the MVP for me. And come this tournament, you guys got backs against the wall early on, but it was you as an individual that I think really stepped up and matched the level that John was slaying at from Arlington. You're my MVP of the tournament personally. How did it feel to find your flow state like you did today and be the MVP asset you can be to a championship squad with guys that, I mean, he's MVP of last year, bounds in the conversation every single time. John's done it before as well. Arlington was a hell of a show, but you finally had that individual performance that I think there should never be a doubt in your mind.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was blacked out today. Yesterday, like, I was so mad at myself the way that we lost to Shopify, the game 5. I mean, you can ask them. That's probably the most mad they'll ever see me. I was just enraged at the way I played the game 5. So I just knew come today, like, if we make it this far, like, I'm giving them my all. I'm making sure, like, it's not for nothing. And, yeah, I mean, I'm just proud that we played as a team the whole time.
It showed, man. Not only do you still have it, you're just unbelievable. Honestly, goated. It's insane to watch every single time. It's just a different level that is hit by all of you guys. Renegade. Hello, mate.
What's up?
I gotta say, you are just unstoppable, aren't you? Every single series, every single map mode, whatever it is, it doesn't matter to you. You are always hitting the exact same level. Your consistency is undeniable. It's incredible. I want to ask you a little bit about that transition and now coming into a team that is just winning absolutely everything. Do you feel like a pressure is lifted, or do you feel like you have a little bit more pressure now to go and win absolutely everything?
I think we have more pressure to win absolutely everything, because the way we won the first tournament was, you know, loser bracket round 1. And I was like, you know what, we won it that way. Let's come to this tournament and like try to, you know, win through winners finals, have a dominant event.
Dominant. Now you said you want it that way again.
I did not want it that way again. It happened that way, and I had trust in these guys, and we had trust in each other in our game plans, and we knew that if we just fixed everything, that we would win.
100%. You had plan A, didn't work out. Plan B worked perfectly fine. You've done it once again. Legend. Unbelievable. Très bien.
Thank you.
Absolutely unbelievable.
Très bien.
I will also say that you performed out of your mind today. The past 2 days have been a little quieter for you. Still phenomenal, but today, oh, you were unbelievable, incredible.
Thank you.
What is it like heading into a championship Sunday with the rest of these teammates who are just incredible as well? But they're lifting you up clearly, because today was a different level of Halo Infinite that was met for you.
I mean, I feel like with this team, like, we're able to do like anything we want. Like, even when we're back against the wall, like for example, the game 5 against SSG, like we had them 10 kills, and
Seriously.
we had the ice to like come back and win it.
Literally.
So that team is pretty insane, and yeah, like I said, I feel like we can do anything.
Yeah, I feel like I've gassed everybody up other than Legend. And Legend, earlier today, you start the series of the day with Shopify Rebellion. Arguably, you guys are looking at the bracket saying Shopify's here. If we can just get past them, we can beat everybody else that's left in this bracket. But to kick that series off the way you did, specifically, you were the best player.
That was lit, though.
By far, and the fights that you were winning were crazy. What was the morning routine like? Like, how did you, like, because it was like 10 a.m. Like, that's early. John struggles at that time of the day. I know I would.
What'd you eat for breakfast? Was it a candy bar?
No, I ate some Snickers and like.
He always eats a Snickers.
And I drink a Monster.
A Monster.
I have a Snickers and I drink a Monster. You know, I don't know. Like, what the hell?
That's crazy. That's crazy. There we go. Breakfast of Champions. And a Snickers bar. You heard it here first, folks. I've got to say, incredible stuff.
I don't know. I have a Snickers and
historic run.
had a Monster Energy, and you know, I'm ready to pry.
I want to bring one more very important
This is a gamer,
person
bro.
to this puzzle in, which is of course Coach Lunch.
Jason.
Lunch, get on in here. Come on.
Yeah, facts,
We're
dog.
gonna
Like,
bring
where's the coach
results
at?
up here because you guys have won a whopping 60K.
Jason getting at least
which is not
30K
too
of that.
shabby, to say the least. Bam, would you mind popping your headset over to Coach so I can have a little chat with him because I want to know everything. Hello, Lunch.
Hello.
Lovely to have you on the sofa. First and foremost, congratulations, GG's. Another one done. Wow.
Yeah, so if like.
First, I
That's
asked
crazy.
the boys about the fashion in which
Unless
you're
you're like
winning
top
these
4, you got to be
tournaments
making
because
content, bro.
it's insanity. What are you doing
Very hard to
allow them
survive.
dig deep?
I
You're
mean,
in
I guess
the
if they're on
series, knowing
salary,
that
it doesn't
you've got
matter.
a massive journey ahead of you, a ton of Halo Infinite to play, and having to do it
That'd be
again
sick,
with
just
a
getting
bracket
paid by an
reset.
org to just
You know, what's
game.
the game plan for you specifically, and how you
That
helping
creator
them
code would be
implementing
lit. That would help so
First
much.
of all, I
if there
don't
was a
like
creator code.
starting and losing
Anyway.
bracket round 1, but these boys show that it's not a problem. So 2 events in a row for them to do that is insane. And, you know, they're just max confidence no matter what. We lose a series and, you know, they just keep their heads up and move on to the next one. So I'm just super proud of them. This is why they built the team. And unfortunately, this is the competition's worst fear that they win the first 2 events of the year because, you know, they formed this team to do that. So just proud of them.
You might have to have the guys running ladders or whatnot if it happens a 3rd tournament in a row. Some kind of level of punishment to make sure you guys don't drop into the EOM bracket round 1 like it seems to be the theme. But Box, obviously you're a historic player that's gone on whatever runs and whatnot, has many championships. It feels like these guys are catching up to you. What's it like to see the new next age pros and you have the first person perspective to be right behind them? These guys are great, but I'm sure your perspective on this is, how good is this team? Bound, I mentioned this when I asked Bound the question earlier, but Bound, when I was talking to him about when this team first formed, he said, is this the greatest team of all time? He asked me that. I go, you guys haven't even played a series yet. As the wins start to amount up, I know we're only at 2, but what's the ceiling for this team?
Off the sticks, it's incredible. So thank you so much for making history once again. Lads, stay on the sofa while I quickly close out the show because this was an insane weekend of Halo Infinite. You can see the roadmap. We have so much more left to go. And you heard the lads. They want to win everything back to back to back and all the way down to Seattle, the Halo World Championships with $1 million on the line. So much for stake, so
He tried
much
to do a
left to
green
go
wall
in this
chat
season. And I cannot wait, Wes,
mid-interview.
thank you so much. Lads, GG's, congratulations once again. Your dream
Nah, the
pack
failed
winners,
green
the
wall
champions,
chat,
Optic
bro.
Gaming. Folks at home, I hope you've enjoyed the show. I certainly have indeed. We'll catch you on the next one where we're going to bring plenty more Halo Infinite and plenty more crazy things happening coming your way. So we'll see you in the next one.
He was like, green! Everyone's just like... Wait, they said stay on the couch, but like they're ending. Oh, maybe that was like literally just for them. Damn, man, it made it seem like there's something else coming up. So like that was it? Alright.